of 2025 have already vanished. 75% of your year is gone. And those lofty goals you set in January, well, they're just that. All they are goals, and they're nowhere near becoming a reality. Now, I want to say, is that 100% your fault? No. Listen, I get it. Life gets in the way sometimes. Your priorities change. These things happen. Listen, whatever the case was, let's just face the reality. You are 8 months into another year where you promised yourself things would be different. But you know what? This time is different. You see, for the first time in human history, there is a force reshaping everything as we speak.
Rise of generative AI
is rapidly reshaping AI.
I'm talking about artificial intelligence. A Goldman Sachs research recently predicted that AI can disrupt over 300 million jobs, and McKinsey says that 70% of all work activities could be automated. Entire careers that took decades to build, worthless. Degrees that cost hundreds of thousands, obsolete. That safe job that you're counting on, disappearing. But while some are about to lose everything, others are building generational wealth at previously impossible speeds. Shopify took 6 years to hit $100 million in revenue. OpenAI did it in 2 years. And now we have specialized AI companies doing it in 8 months. The same 8 months that just slipped through your fingers. Is this the 2025 you wanted? Look, right now, as you're watching this, something unprecedented is happening in this economy. We are witnessing the biggest disruption to how money is made since the internet was invented. And for the first time in decades, the advantage is shifting away from the wealthy, the connected, and the experts, and towards regular, everyday people. There are still 4 months to go in 2025, and the good news is you don't need to create the next billion-dollar unicorn in 8 months to achieve true freedom. All you need to do is position yourself in the right place to surf this massive wave that is about to hit the market. And that is why we created the Make Money Online Challenge 2.0, to show you how you can leverage AI to position yourself at the right place and the right time while still in 2025. Let me tell you something incredible. The last time I hosted this challenge earlier this year, in the first 90 days, the people who took action generated over 8.9 million in tracked earnings. From making their first sale all the way up to buying a McLaren, these are regular, everyday people. No special skills. They just position themselves at the right place at the right time. And most importantly, took the decision to make this year the turning point of their lives. So yeah, it's true, 8 months of the year have already gone by, but the next 4, those are yours to claim. The last 4 months of 2024 start now, and I want to challenge you to create a $373 a day online business with me, 100% live, over the course of 3 days. So are you gonna keep letting the last 4 months of 2025 slip away, or are you gonna join me for this challenge? The decision is yours. Oh, you guys are in for a treat today. We have a lot of stuff happening today. We have a gentleman downstairs that went from pizza boy to over $40 million made online in digital products in this industry. And he's going to be exposing his entire journey and exactly what took him there, because a lot of you guys will probably be able to relate. We have not 1, not 2, but 3 bonuses for you today. 2 free ones and 1 that's tacked on to monetize. So if you thought that you missed out yesterday, in my personal opinion, in my humble opinion, I think today's bonus is substantially better. And don't worry, if you enrolled in monetize yesterday, you get that for free as well. Anyways, with that being said, let's get into today's presentation because we have a lot to unpack. So, welcome back. Today, I'm going to teach you the most powerful skill you can have in business, monetization. Who here remembers our 3-step formula to make money with digital products? Let's see. Let's drop it in the chat and let's see if you guys remember what are the 3 steps that we covered in the first 2 episodes. Amazing. There we go. You guys are clearly paying attention, and that makes sense. You guys are my fucking superstars. You guys, I know we have a lot of VIPs in here. If we got some VIPs in here, I can drop VIP in the chat. I love seeing the VIP love. But even if you're not a VIP, to me, you're a fucking superstar that you're still here on our final day. As I said, we got some crazy bonuses. I'm very, very excited to share that with you. Anyways, you guys are clearly paying attention. Our 3-step formula to make money with non-expert digital products is development, monetization, and delivery. Yesterday, it was all about our first step, develop, and we learned a bunch of insane stuff. We learned how specialized AI outperforms $20 a month generic AI by 10x, just like a brain surgeon. versus a generalist doctor. The exact third layer hack that positions you in blue oceans with zero competition instead of red oceans with thousands of competitors. How we're using easy to use specialized AI to identify and synthesize wildly profitable digital products, even on topics we know nothing about. How you can sort through 150 scientific sources to synthesize together a digital product you don't even have to put your face on. Why 90% of businesses fail because they run out of attempts, and how you get unlimited attempts while everyone else goes broke after try number 2. Now, if you missed any of that, don't worry, you can go back and watch that session later, because today we're going to learn the second and arguably, in my opinion, the most important step of this equation, monetization. And at the core of what you're going to learn today, there's 3 things: a product page, a page script, and a checkout. And we're going to unpack all of this in detail shortly. And if you attended our session yesterday, you also saw the special offer that we made. And in my almost decade long in this industry, I have never, in almost 10 years doing this, I've never in my life seen such demand and anticipation for an offer like we had yesterday when we opened enrollments for Monetize. People clamored over our fast action bonus with me, and we sold out super quickly. Makes sense. We had 64,000 people. I checked, actually by the end of it, was 66,000 people on our wait list. And maybe you missed it yourself. Now, does that mean because you didn't get the bonus from yesterday that you missed out and you should stop paying attention? No, not at all. In fact, chances are that you're actually gonna get today's fast action, the time limited bonus, and you're actually gonna find that more valuable than the one we shared yesterday. In my opinion, this fast action bonus today is even more crazy than the one yesterday, but you be the judge of that when I show it to you later. All I can say is to celebrate the last of our program live sessions for the Make Money Online Challenge 2.0, I decided to go overboard with the bonuses today. This particular bonus I'm going to reveal later on. It's created many millions of dollars in success for the people who have paid a lot of money for it in the past. And this bonus is something we're only going to make available for the people who have already signed up for Monetize, okay, the people who signed up yesterday, as well as the people who signed up for Monetize today before the end of our live presentation. And then Jason has something for free that he's going to give to everybody who stays until the end and make a huge announcement. And as usual, at the end of today's live training, we're going to have a more informal session answering all of your questions with my very special co-host, Jason Fladlin, who's been in this industry for almost 20 years at this point. And we also have a very special guest who's going to go through his entire story from delivering pizzas to making almost $10 million in just 2 years after in digital products. But all in due time. The main focus here today is to help you understand the power of monetization. So, would you like to discover why this might be the most crucial element for you to successfully make money with digital products? Great. You see, 9 out of 10 people who have a product or service experience the same issue. They practice what I call hope marketing. They attempt random acts of marketing using the latest trends they see around and simply hoping it works, but nothing ever works or sticks. What happens when they do that? They experience feast or famine income. 1 month they make money because somehow something worked. The problem is, just as fast as it works, it stops working. So then the next 2 months, they barely make enough to pay the bills. And because they are stuck in this cycle, their every day is spent worrying about where their next sale is going to come from. They are constantly in survival mode. However, they are unable to act or do anything differently because they don't know what to do. It's like needing to act to survive, but not being able to. If you think about it, that's where most people who work with clients are at. The designer who gets a freelance project every once in a while, but never knows where his next gig is going to come from. The personal trainer who loses half their clients every January when the New Year's resolutions fade. The real estate agent who closes 3 deals in 1 month, then doesn't close another deal for 3 months on end. It is like gambling. They are gambling their success away, hoping it works. This is just not a sustainable way to run a business. If you want to be successful, you need a rinse and repeat process for turning strangers into customers. And this is what I want to give you today. So that monetizing your digital product becomes a matter of following the process instead of hoping and praying. So if I show you my 3-step monetization process that removes the guesswork, so that way you are never wondering where your next sale is going to come from, can you commit to me that you're actually going to take action on it? If so, great. Let's get straight into it. There are 3 things you need to have in place for you to convert strangers into paying customers. The first is a product page, then a page script, and third is a checkout. This is what I call our 3-step monetization process. If you have ever purchased anything online before, you are probably very familiar with all of these elements. Have you ever seen any of these? A page that looks something like this for any product out there. Well, this is what we call a product page. Whenever you're going to buy something online, you see one of these. And this is the first step of our monetization system. a product page. And the same page style, which you're used to seeing on e-commerce websites like Amazon and eBay, is actually very similar to the one that we use for our digital products. And it's actually super simple to put them together. It only takes a few clicks, and I'll show you in just a minute. Then on these pages, oftentimes there's a script explaining the product that you're buying. That is our page script. This page script is what turns strangers into customers. And I will show you in a second exactly how to get this script written for you using specialized AI. Then you have your checkout where you input your address and payment information. And we have a way to fully automate this checkout process so you never have to worry about processing payments or fulfilling your orders. It's super simple. I'm going to show you. So far, easy enough, right? The beauty of this monetization process is that you can have 10 people or 10,000 people going through it at the same time because none of it takes any of your personal input. Every single step of this process requires work to only build once. Once it's built, it keeps running like clockwork 24/7. And that's why this process is so scalable and why we can have people making these numbers in a matter of a few weeks of getting started. So let's dive deep into each one of these steps now. So that way I can show you how to put these assets together, starting with our product page. Now, before I show you how to actually create your product page, you need to understand why we need a product page in the first place. So imagine you're walking through a premium grocery store. You reach into the ice cream section, and right at eye level, the absolute best spot in the freezer, okay, the best spot right in eye line, is a plain brown cardboard container with no label. Just the words chocolate ice cream handwritten with a marker. In that situation, are you buying that ice cream? Drop in the chat. Would you buy the ice cream if you saw this? Let me know. Would you buy that chocolate ice cream in a cardboard container with a handwritten marker text on it and no label? Of course you wouldn't. Even if that plain container held the most delicious ice cream in the world, no one would take the risk on it. This is exactly what happens with digital products. It could be the greatest digital product ever created, but if it is not packaged the right way, people will just scroll right past it. Just like you would walk right past that cardboard container of ice cream. And this is even more important for digital products because they are not as tangible as an ice cream, for example. You need to make it tangible so that way people understand the need for it. And how do we make our product tangible? Through our product page and product script, okay? What if I told you there's a one-page structure that is responsible for more successful digital products than any other page type? And what if I could show you how to build that exact same page with AI doing all of the heavy lifting? Would you commit to actually implementing it? Nice, because that is what I'm going to show you right here. So I want you to pay very close attention to these pages. They have a few elements in common. Take a look and see if you can spot any patterns. If you spot any patterns, let me know in the chat below. If you take that product I mentioned in episode 1, which has grossed millions and millions of dollars, Ted's Woodworking, this is their product page. Now, this is the product page for a digital product on how to produce quality, safe drinking water anywhere. Okay, this is the product page for that speed reading and memory boosting product that I mentioned all the way back on day 1 live. This is the product page for one of my own digital products. Drop in the chat below. What do you see is the commonality between all of them? I'll wait for some of your guys' answers. Yep, they all have a title. Almost. We call it in our world a headline, okay? That is the title at the top of the page. That is one of the elements. There are 3. Content? Almost. What type of content? It's not just any text. It's what we call a page script. I'll explain exactly what that is in just a second. And what about the last one? The button, in our world, we call that a call to action. There you go. It's a button, okay? All you need really with a good page is a script, a headline, and a button. And that's it, okay? That is literally all you need. When people go to your page, those are the only elements that they should see. If they are seeing anything more than that, it's just a distraction. These 3 elements are literally all you need to succeed. You are going to see some of the highest selling digital products in history, and they all have these 3 elements and nothing more. Now, here's the key part of this step. With a product page like this, we can monetize visitors at a rate of 1 to 10. That means for every 100 visitors, 1 to 10 of them will buy your product. The page for this product, for example, this page right, that you can see right here, and I know guys, I know sometimes you look at this and you're like, but I don't understand, it's so simple. Exactly, that's the point. Simple sells. Let me repeat that. Simple sells. So I know this looks simple, and trust me, it's even simpler when you actually get AI to do it for you. But I know you're looking at this and you're like, but I don't understand. We're going to go through all of the mechanics and why this actually works in practice in just a second. But just so you understand, this page right here converts at 8%, meaning 8 out of every 100 people who visit it buy the product. And as you can see, this is not a particularly beautiful page or anything. Just like most digital product pages, what matters in this page is not the design, but what is written on it. Some products have the ugliest pages and still generate millions. Why? Because of what is written on them. That is all that matters. It's not, listen, I'm not saying that your product page needs to be ugly. It doesn't need to be ugly. All I'm saying is just, what you don't want to do here and what you want to avoid here at all, all costs is a complicated design, fancy animations, or anything that takes away more attention from the content of the actual page itself. What you need to worry about is the script of this page. Does that make sense? Do you guys understand this? So if I could remove the design barrier completely, if you could have professional pages in one click, would you commit to focusing on just the content? Okay? Well, under normal circumstances, you would have to learn design yourself, which could take months, or hire a designer, which would cost you thousands, or worst of all, launch with something that doesn't have the right elements and watch your product page make no sales whatsoever. But now we don't need to worry about any of that because of WAP. WAP creates our product page for us. This is what our product page looks like. Do you see what elements we have here? We have a headline, we have a script, and a button. The 3 elements that we need. And WAP provides you with all of this in a plug-and-play template, so that way you don't need to design anything yourself. All you need to do is provide them with your headline, your page script, and the text you want on your button. In case you want a more complex over-designed product page, there's also other ways to do this with very simple tools using AI. It literally takes 2 lines of text and 1 click of a button to do it. And I have a very, very specific prompt that I like to use here to design my pages, like I did with the page of our example product we created together yesterday. And I will tell you exactly how to get this exact prompt later in the presentation. To be fair, whatever option you choose, both are equally simple and both are free. So now that we've gotten the design thing out of the way, can we agree to focus on what actually matters? This is the only thing that matters, which is the script of your page. Cool. So let's get into it. Let's start by talking about the most important element of our page. Out of all of our elements on this page, the headline, the script, the button, what do you think is the most important? Correct. It's the page script. Okay. That is our page script. It's on our page script that we communicate the value of the digital product that we are selling so we can turn strangers into buyers. I have a very simple script that has generated me $20 million in digital product earnings. Yes, from one script. One single script is responsible for $20 million in digital product revenue. That is the power of what we are selling here. And you want to know the best part? The first thing we do when launching our products is we launch with our page script in text format, just like you would read an article on a blog or a news website. This way, you don't even need to show your face to get millions of sales for your digital products. Then later on, once your product starts getting sales, you can then turn that written script into video. And that, by the way, is only if you want to. A lot of people like Ted's We're Working, they haven't even done that. For example, here I turned it into a simple slide presentation, okay? I'm talking about black text on white background, a few emojis here and there, and that is it. But that is for when you're already getting sales. You don't even need to worry about that for now. The key here is the structure of this script. This script needs to follow a very specific sequence so that people can understand and visualize the value in your digital product. Again, our product is digital, okay? It's intangible. It's different than a shoe or a cereal box where everyone understands what it is and what its value is as soon as they see the actual product. This makes it even more crucial for us to have the right page script here. Since our product is intangible, every person will perceive it differently. And that means we have a huge opportunity here. When we frame this product the right way, which is what we do in the script, we can make people feel like this product was built exactly for them. This, I should say, is the only thing in the world that could fix the problem that they are experiencing. We can elicit the right emotions and make the viewer feel a certain way that no shoe, no cereal box, not even a brand new car would ever make them feel in a million years, okay? And that is why we can sell so much of this type of product. And it is all about this script. Basically, what this script does is it converts strangers into buyers 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. A single one of these scripts can provide you not only with a full-time income, but also make you ungovernable. Someone who is in control of their finances, time, and location. If you get one of these scripts right, that is all you need to sell tens of thousands of units of your digital product. And you can imagine the type of financial reward and freedom that comes with that. It's because of a script like this that today, not only can I have any car I want in my garage, but to actually do the things that truly matter for me personally, like buying my mom her dream house or building schools for children in Nepal. I've built over 10 schools internationally at this point, okay? And I've been doing that for 6 years at this point, and that is all thanks to digital products. Or affording to live in Dubai, which is my favorite city to work in, while also having another home in London, which is my childhood city, and multiple other properties around the world. Or simply being able to afford a unique experience with my friends, which for me is everything that life is truly about. To me, being ungovernable means being able to not only just be rich, but to live a rich life full of memorable moments. And all of that comes from having a few-page script that hits the nail on the head. Do you see how powerful a single product script can be if done right? How a single one of these scripts can completely change your life around. And when it comes to putting together a page script, I've got this down to an absolute science. Would you like to know what that science is? Would you be excited if I broke it down to you in its step-by-step details? If I do, will you promise that you will actually use it? So, let's do this. Here's what you need to understand if you want to create a digital product page script with the potential to make you ungovernable. Now, this might sound a little bit nerdy for a second, but please just stick with me, because once you understand why this works, you will be able to crush it with digital products and better appreciate when my special AI tool can do it for you. Look, everyone wanting to buy any digital product is stuck somewhere that they don't want to be. And they are dreaming of somewhere they do want to be, okay? There is a gap between those two places. A great page script does one thing really well, okay? They make that gap feel massive, and they help people see exactly where they are now and exactly where they want to go, okay? Then they position your digital product as the key to that desired situation. Here is the thing most failed digital products creators get wrong. A good page script doesn't sell your product. It sells the result that your product creates. Okay, over the last decade, I've generated close to $100 million from digital products, which means I've tested more page scripts than I care to count. Every argument, every sequence, every word, I've tested it all, and I distilled everything down into one script. This script has been battle tested across dozens of different products, refined through years of testings, and almost $100 million in sales. It is designed to hit the right emotions at exactly the right moment, to make your buyer's dream outcome feel so close they can practically taste it. This is the same script behind my $20 million digital product, the same one I use for every product I launch. Would you like to see it? Well, here's what it looks like. It follows a step-by-step process. Take someone who's never even heard of you before and turns them into a paying customer just by reading one page script. Now, I know what you're thinking. Well, that looks complicated as hell. And you're right. Normally, this would take weeks or maybe even months to master. But what if I told you that AI could do the heavy lifting? What if I could show you an AI process that creates better page scripts than most professionals, even if they had weeks and a $50,000 budget? Would that make your life easier? Want to see how it works? Cool, let's do it. Here is what my $20 million page script actually looks like. It's broken down into 12 sections. Yeah, it's a lot of moving parts. Under normal circumstances, this would be impossible to teach a beginner. But thanks to recent AI breakthroughs that we've been perfecting, I can show you each step, because then I'll show you how AI builds it for you. Let me show you what our AI tool spits out. Here we have section number 1. Here we have section number 2. Here we have section 3 and 4, section 5, section 6 and 7, section 8 and 9, and finally 10 to 12. The exact same structure as my $20 million script. Now, let me break down what is happening in each section, so that way you understand why this thing actually prints money. It starts with the first 2 or 3 paragraphs of your script. Your prospect immediately is pulled in and thinks, holy shit, this person is literally reading my mind. Because instead of talking about your digital product, you are talking about them, their struggles, their frustrations, their secret fears. And by the time they finish watching your opening, you're thinking, finally, someone actually gets me. Someone finally understands. And then that's when something truly magical happens. You reveal the one biggest roadblock that's been causing all of their problems. Something they have never fully understood or were aware of before, which means you are the only person who can solve it for them. It's instant authority. Next, you show them there's actually a very simple way to fix everything, not some complicated solution, something they can actually do. This creates a massive gap between where they are now and where they could be. And guess what fills that gap? Correct, your digital product. Now, in the next section, here's where most people screw it up. They try to pretend they're some world-renowned expert, but you actually do the opposite. I'm just a regular person who got sick of this problem. So I went down a research rabbit hole and found solutions that actually work. This creates insane trust because they relate to you as a real person, not just some untouchable guru. Then you introduce your digital product as the bridge between their current nightmare and their dreams outcome. Okay, this is the bridge. It positions perfectly as the solution that they have been searching for, because you have spent the last few minutes describing their exact problem and proving you understand it better than they do. Finally, you give them everything they need to say yes. Clear pricing, obvious value, simple next steps. By the end of the script, they are not wondering if they should buy, they're wondering how fast they can get started. We give them the exact options. Either try to figure out alone or follow what the research has proven to work and then close the script. And there you have it. Your entire page script built out following my $20 million 12-step process. That right here is the overall structure of $1 million page script. What makes this thing so powerful is the specific sequence of arguments that elicit the right emotions at the right time, which creates a visceral desire in the prospect, in the prospect of for our product, I should say. It talks them at the depth where their decisions are truly made, okay? Beneath the surface of their conscious mind, at the level where beliefs are formed, where logic gives way to emotion. Imagine being able to use this same script for your digital product. Can you imagine the power of having a single page working for you 24/7, converting complete strangers into buyers while you sleep? When your prospect reads your page, they will see you describing them better than they can describe themselves. And there's nothing that creates more rapport and trust than that. Because if the customer feels like you understand their problem better than they understand it themselves, they simply assume that you must also have a solution to that problem. Do you then understand why? By the time they get to that point, it doesn't matter if they don't know us, if you don't have any previous experience, if this is your first time doing this, if you're doing it faceless, it does not matter, okay? It doesn't matter. It's irrelevant. The rapport that you've built with them at this point will be so big that it just breaks through any of those obstacles. Just so you understand, we would spend large amounts of money and large amounts of time trying to figure this out. And even after doing this, okay, we would often miss. We would run a campaign or we would put a product out there and it wouldn't sell. You know, even us, the best in the industry, because we wouldn't often get this right the first time around. We would take feedback and then we would adjust and then we would try it again and again and again. And eventually we would nail it, okay? My CMO, Luis, who I pay a very large sums of money to, okay, used to spend weeks and weeks developing these scripts. And then he still had to hire more people to train and to manage this and develop these scripts as well. Some of these scripts would take 30 or 40 hours to run under normal circumstances by the best marketers in the world. Now we can do this with AI and then we can have it cut down the entire process to just a few minutes and a few clicks of a button. All you need to do is select the task that I want to perform inside of the specialized AI tool. In this case, write a page script. Then literally all you have to do is select the section that you want to develop and then you click generate. It's going to load for a few seconds and then it gives you the entire output fully written for you following our $20 million structure. Then we just repeat this one-click process for each one of the sections that we want to generate. At the end, you're going to have a script that looks exactly like this. To get all of this incredibly in-depth insight, all you needed to do was copy and paste a document and click generate. How much easier is that than having to manually come up with every single one of these little details? Do you see why using specialized AI in this process is so powerful and how it will make your digital product so much stronger than writing it yourself, even if you were an expert writer? That is what the power of AI is when applied to the right business model. Do you see how, although the outputs that we're generating here are insanely in-depth, the process to generate them was insanely simple. It was just a matter of clicking a single button. Do you think that you are capable of clicking a button to generate this for your digital product? I bet you are. And now that we have our product page, our product script, we're only missing our checkout. Just so you understand, after your prospect reads your page, they'll click the button on the page to go to what we call the checkout, all right? They're gonna click that button. Just like when you're going to buy anything online on Amazon or anywhere really, you have a page where you fill out your address and your payment information so that way your order can be processed. And that is the simplest step of them all, because here we use WAP. We upload our product to WAP and they take care of the entire checkout and delivery process. They process the payment for you so that way you don't have to worry about a single thing. And whenever someone buys, they automatically give them access to your product so that way you can sell 24/7 as many times as you want without having to lift a single finger to fulfill those orders. And that is why this business is so scalable. That is why it allows you to make more money without having to invest more of your time into it. Remember what I told you about being ungovernable? How being ungovernable means being in control. Do you know what is the most difficult aspect to take control over in today's world? Our time. Because pretty much every single business or side hustle out there requires you to invest insane amounts of time to get it going. With non-expert digital products, when you do them the way that I'm showing you here, you can take control over your time. And as a busy person yourself, you probably understand how huge that is and how the combination of the money that these digital products can generate for you, plus the freedom of time that allows you to have, is what makes you truly ungovernable. So to sum it all up, all we are doing here is uploading your digital products to WAP and making WAP process and fulfill the orders for us. Let me show you how simple it actually is to upload your products to WAP. It takes around 45 seconds to go through this entire process. First, they're going to ask you, what's your business model? Here, we're going to choose coaching and courses, which are basically synonyms for digital products. And then they're going to ask you about your industry, to which you just choose the one that relates to the topic of your product the closest. Then we select what we want that we want to host and sell on WAP. This is the feature where we turn our WAP's automated delivery system so that way they can take care of the entire process for us, hands-free. Then you put a name for your organization or your digital product, and you add a title, description, and price for your product, and that's it. You're all set. Congratulations, okay? You only need to go through this process once. And once that's done, you will never have to lift another finger to deliver your product, no matter how many times people buy it. By the way, this is why so many people are earning money with WAP right now. People on the platform collectively are making not $200,000 a month, not $200,000 a week, not $200,000 a day, are making $200,000 per hour. And the reason why it is the best place on earth for people to make money online with digital products, it is because, as I said, it is by far the platform where people selling digital products make the most money, even as beginners just getting started out. Because it's quick, easy, and it is free to publish your digital products there, unlike many other platforms. Are you starting to see how powerful this process is? Okay, you develop your digital product the right way with specialized AIs. You then monetize it with a 3-step monetization process, and then you upload it to WAP for it to deliver your product for you. This is how you turn a digital product into a consistent stream of income by converting strangers into customers. There is a clear path to follow, regardless of whether you're not tech savvy, regardless of whether you don't have any previous experience, regardless of whether or not you think you're too old or too young for this. That is the exact path every single person on this leaderboard follows. They all had a product page. They all followed a script. They all had a checkout on WAP. And as long as you follow this exact same path for long enough and without skipping steps, you too can get there. Do you understand the power of this? This is such a huge opportunity that we're living through because these specialized AI tools have removed the guesswork from the process. They have turned what used to be rough, overgrown path into a clear path to follow. All you need to do, my friend, is walk the path. And you don't need to run it or gas yourself out trying to go through the path as fast as humanly possible or anything. The path is there. You can walk it at your own pace, whatever feels comfortable to you. Whether that's investing an hour a day after work, that's perfectly fine, okay? Just like if, maybe that's you investing in the weekends. If that's the only time that you have, that's also cool. It's going to take a bit longer, 100%, but what's the problem here? As long as you keep walking the path and taking one step in front of the other, you're going to be making progress. And eventually, you're going to get to your desired destination. And by the way, don't you think that's even better that you can do it at your own pace? So that way you don't have to give up everything you're doing right now or turn this into a full-time commitment before it ever starts actually paying you. Isn't this exactly the type of opportunity that you've been looking for? And now that you understand exactly how easy this process is to replicate and how to use AI to make it even easier, don't you feel confident now that you can join the ranks of people who made $8.9 million in tracked earnings? Doesn't it make sense when you see these success stories, how within reach it is for you to have similar results? So far in this challenge, you have discovered Yesterday, you learned the 3-step process to develop your own non-expert digital product, even on topics you know nothing about. And today, you learn how to actually take this digital product and monetizing using the exact same monetization system that companies like Amazon, Netflix, and Apple use. And the same one that our monetized users have used to generate over $8.9 million in the first 90 days of the competition. How 50% of success is just being at the right place at the right time. And that you just have to put yourself in the right place to get lucky and have unfair advantages. So, are you ready to take advantage of this new AI revolution with non-expert digital products with the best monetization system there is to do it? And on top of that, with the very unfair advantage that you will also get the system built for you with AI. Because what better unfair advantage can you have to position yourself to get lucky with this AI revolution than have the very AI tool that our users use to create their own monetization system? And that is why I want to present to you Ghostwriter. Look, everything you've seen me demonstrate today, all of it was generated using the exact same specialized AI. That emotional burnout example, generated by AI. The dog training product page copy, generated by AI. This AI is called Ghostwriter OS, and it is a collection of specialized AI agents that write everything for you. Just so you understand, this is not a small tool I built on the side or anything. This is an established company with over 12,000 paying customers in over 24 countries. They are actually one of the few startups that got accepted into the Startup Accelerator program from Google, Microsoft, Nvidia, and Amazon, which is why this is one of the very few specialized AI tools that gives you access to what is called zero prompt agents. Let me explain. You know how with all these $20 a month generic AI tools, you need to actually give it a prompt for it to do whatever you want it to do. And the problem with that is, for you to get the AI to produce a script at this level, one that has the potential to generate millions for your digital product, the prompt itself will need to be a masterpiece. It will probably take you weeks, maybe even months of trial and error in order to dial in this prompt. You would need deep copywriting knowledge, an understanding of sales psychology, conversion optimization experience. In short, you would need to be a seasoned expert in order to pull this off. You can't just go to any generic AI and tell it, oh, create a page script for my digital product. The quality of your output is directly related to the quality of your input. So if your input is mediocre, the output will be just as mediocre. So with that input, you're going to get a very mediocre page script, which won't get you any sales. For you to get a good output, you need to train what we call an agent with hundreds of gigabytes of data, and then give it a very lengthy and detailed prompt so it understands exactly what makes a good script. And it takes months and a lot of training to get each agent to consistently give great outputs. What if you didn't have to spend months figuring out the perfect prompt? What if someone had already done all of that work for you? And by the way, not just anyone, but one of the top experts in the world who has made millions from his digital products, someone who's tested hundreds of variations and refined this prompt based on real results from real customers buying real products. Someone whose entire job today is to make one prompt better. Well, that is the exact unfair advantage you get inside of Ghostwriter, because you don't need to give it any prompt. You just put your customer product information there, which you can literally copy and paste in one click from Synthesize, and it generates everything for you, because someone already spent ungodly amounts of time developing and fine-tuning the prompts behind each agent. This AI tool is built by one of the top copywriters in the world to literally replace the need for you to hire someone to write all this stuff for you, which is super expensive. So when you get access to zero prompt agents, like the 35, let me repeat that, 35 different ones you get inside of Ghostwriter OS, it means that you get to skip this entire process. From your ideal customer profile to your product page, to your page script, to even videos and ads if you want to even get to that place once your product starts generating sales, all right? And you want to scale it to the next level. It does everything for you. With Ghostwriter OS, you can have your entire monetization system built for you in minutes rather than months. As I told you yesterday, you don't need to trust yourself. All you need to do is trust the software. This is the path every single one of our users who went on to generate over $8.9 million in tracked earnings in the first 90 days of our last Monetize Mania competition have taken. They took advantage of this exact same monetization system that I've shown you here today, and lots of them built it entirely using Ghostwriter. And you can get access to this exact same technology today, Ghostwriter OS, during this session for only $2,999 a year for unlimited access to this specialized AI tool. Or there's also a way to get it for free, which is when you join Monetize today. You get access to Ghostwriter OS at no extra cost. And that is because I am absorbing the fee in order for you to get access to software completely on me. Because of the number of seats that I'm buying and due to my influence in this industry, I have managed to negotiate a direct deal with them so I can absorb all of the costs myself and make this available to you at no extra cost. Look at this screenshot. I'm literally putting on screen right now the transaction receipt of the latest check I wrote for them back in June. And by the way, you can see that was only for what, 2 months? I had to pay them $343,000 just for a 2-month period. So I'm writing them multiple checks a year. When I say it's a 7-figure a year check plus, like this is over $1 million a year in actual cost to me, potentially even multi-millions of dollars in actual cost to me. I'm being serious. This is what I'm doing for you guys, okay? And the number on the check I'm gonna write them the next month is gonna be considerably way bigger than the $300K I had to write for that 2-month window. So you can have the same specialized AI that created everything you've witnessed in this training working as your personal writer 24/7 to build your winning digital product. So let me show you what else you get with your core monetized subscription. And by the way, just so you know, I have saved the best, in my opinion, the best for last. I have a new bonus that if you've already invested in Monetize, you are going to get for free. So if you purchase Monetize, if you enrolled in Monetize, congratulations, you're going to get this for free as well. And if you invest today before the end of the presentation, you're also going to get it for free. By the way, just so you guys understand, this is a bonus that I paid $1.7 million for. And for the people who have used it, it's generated over $600 million in tracked revenue. You'll see what it is in just a second. Monetize works like a black box machine where you click a few buttons on one side and get a ready to launch digital product generated for you on the other side. It is like a printer that prints winning digital products using specialized AI. It is built on top of a simple 4-step system, just exactly like the exact steps our users took to generate over $8.9 million with their digital products in 90 days. It first develops your non-expert digital product for you. Then it creates your entire monetization system from product page to page script to checkout and allows you to deliver your product without requiring any manual work on your part, and then scale this product once you find the winning one. You go through these 4 steps and you can create a winning digital product. And a single winning digital product is all it takes for you to become ungovernable. So let me show you exactly what you get inside of each step. Here is where we use the power of AI to find your unique value zone so that way you position yourself in a market with high demand and little competition. And we do that using the 3rd layer rule. And then we use specialized AI to synthesize 150 sources on that unique value zone into a digital product for us in a matter of a few minutes. So are you willing to click a few buttons and let the AI handle all of the work for you? If so, congratulations, you've already completed the 1st step, which takes us to the 2nd step, the topic of today's session, monetization. Here is where we put together our 3-step monetization process that turns strangers into customers for our digital product. The exact same monetization process I use myself on my own products. And there you will see in virtually every single successful digital product, one that follows the exact same flow as Netflix, Amazon, and Apple. They use this exact same monetization system. How out of this world do you think it would be for you to make one sale with this monetization process? Realistically, not out of this world at all, huh? Well, the beauty of the system is that if you can make one sale, you can make 10. If you can make 10, you can make 100. If you can make 100, you can make 1,000. Here, I'm also going to give you my copy and paste prompt that you will use to get your product page created for you in a single click with specialized AI. You will literally get your page fully created in under 3 minutes, even if you have never created a page before or don't have any design knowledge or technical experience whatsoever. When you realize that you can have your entire product page and page script created for you in under 3 minutes using specialized AI like Ghostwriter OS, can you see how every single technical barrier that used to stop people from launching digital products has been completely eliminated? Isn't it incredible that what used to take months of learning design and persuasive writing skills can now be done in minutes with simple 0 prompt agents? Then we go to pillar 3. On this step, we will set up your checkout and delivery system. I like to think of this as your set and forget money machine, because what is the point of building a freedom business if you are chained to your laptop all day? And that is why we upload your product to WAP. So that way it handles all of the delivery for you. All it takes is for you to upload your product to WAP, is select your model, your industry, select to host and sell with WAP, put a name for your product and add a title, description, and price for your product. And if you can do this, you can have the exact same structure that I have used myself to deliver all of the orders when I beat WAP's record for the most digital product sales in 1 hour, 24 hours, 7 days, and 30 days. You only need to set this up once. Once you do this, the system works for you 24/7, whether you have 10 customers or 10,000 customers. This pillar is what makes the ultimate one-person business. Do you see why our users manage to succeed with this, even if they have full-time responsibilities? Finally, we get to our last pillar, scale. This is where we turn this into a reality, because once you have a proven product, a solid monetization strategy, and automated delivery, we have the exact plan to take you from an extra side income to a real business that can scale to tens of thousands of dollars a month, exactly like these guys and our monetized users who collected $8.9 million in 90 days. This is also where you get a complete contingency plan and a step-by-step instruction on what to do if your digital product is still not getting sales by this point. When to create a new product, how to reposition your existing one in case it's not selling, and how to identify what the actual bottleneck is. All right, you get all of that. Because let's face it, not everyone is gonna get this right on the first try. And that is the beauty of the system. You can try as many times as you want until you succeed at no extra cost. And while you can try as many times as you want, you only need to get it right once. Do you think that with access to this, you can do that? And that's the beauty of the system. As I said, you can try as many times as you want until you succeed at no extra cost. The proven 4-step system, you get that. You get a black box machine that creates digital products on demand for you in minutes. The 3-step monetization system responsible for creating more successful digital products than any other system ever. A 0-prompt specialized AI tool that puts this monetization system together for you. With all of that at your disposal, do you think that you could get this right once? Because that is all it takes for you to become ungovernable. And that is the core of what you get with Monetize. Now, I want you to know that if you are still here with me at this point, it means that you can clearly see that this works and that it is proven, replicable process in order to succeed. But I also know that, you might not trust this process. And maybe you don't fully trust yourself. And I get it, because this can be overwhelming, especially if you're not big into technology, or maybe it's your first business ever. And that is why I created a situation where you don't need to trust yourself. All you need to do is trust the software. The software does it all for you. I want to stack the deck so heavily in your favor that success almost becomes inevitable. So let me show you the absolute insane bonuses that we are including on top of the core 4-step system that you get inside of Monetize, starting with Synthesize AI 3.0. Synthesize AI is the world's most powerful digital product creation engine. That is the tool that works like that black box machine that I talked about earlier. You give it a topic, or simply pick one of the topics that it comes up for you. Then you let it synthesize a digital product for you based on 150 sources on the topic you choose, and you package it as a ready-to-launch non-expert digital product within 40 minutes. It follows the exact same AI synthesization process that you learned about yesterday. It works exactly like an unlimited slot machine, which you never have to put money into, and you can keep pulling the lever until you find a profitable product. I have used this tool personally. I personally use this tool, the software, to generate a product that made me over $370,000 from around an hour and a half of work. So even though I've been doing this for 10 years, I still use this, right? Because I wanted to validate and I wanted to prove that it worked. So I literally created this product using Synthesize and made $374,000 in the space of, it was 30 days when I launched it. That is more than most people make in a year. Do you think you could find 90 minutes in your week to create a product with the potential to generate more money than most people make in an entire year, and that our users are already taking advantage of to create their own wildly profitable digital products from zero, even with no previous experience? When you realize you can keep testing different product ideas without any financial risk, like pulling a slot machine that never costs you money until you find one that's profitable, do you see how achieving success goes from a matter of being smart and lucky to simply sticking to this for long enough? I'm sure you can understand why Synthesize AI is listed for $2,999 a year, especially when you consider the huge costs that come with running this sort of high demand task with AI. And you get it at no extra cost today when you enroll inside of Monetize. Now, this is very important. I not only want to give you unlimited attempts, but I also want to make sure, and I want to ensure that you make the most out of each one of those attempts. So that way, you're not collecting failure after failure, but rather building your way up to success. And that is why I've built safety nets for you along the way, starting with our insane guarantee, which I'm going to cover in just a second, but also what I call the perfect product insurance policy. This is wild. I've never seen this done before. You know, when you're trying to, figure something out for the first time and you're really putting a lot of effort into it, okay? But you're seeing no results out of it. And you simply can't tell, what am I doing wrong? What needs to change? It's frustrating, isn't it? This is the exact reason most people give up before they succeed, or why most people don't even get started in the first place, because they are afraid of wasting months going down the wrong path without knowing if it will ever even pay off. Maybe you can relate. And that's exactly why you're getting the perfect product insurance policy. Here is how it works. If you do not make your first digital product sale within 60 days of joining Monetize, my personal team will step in and perform a complete diagnostic review of your digital product and monetization strategy. We will examine every detail: your unique value zone, your product packaging and format, your pricing strategy, your monetization strategy, and then we will deliver a personalized action plan telling you exactly what needs to change for you to get your first sale. This way, even if you do everything wrong, you can still find success because our team will personally help you. This way, you don't even need to trust yourself to get things right, okay? Because you just need to trust our team. The same team, by the way, that services our $25,000, $100,000, even $250,000 clients at our consulting firm. Don't you think that with a team like this, you are far more likely to achieve success, even if you do everything wrong? So if that's true, you don't have anything to worry about. Now, I know that with even all of this, some of you still feel a bit insecure about your abilities to follow this process correctly, because we both know that the devil is in the details. And even with all the tools in the system, there's always going to be something that you don't really know how to approach. And that is exactly why I created the digital product formula. So, you know the 4-step system I've been talking about? Well, I actually recorded the complete implementation training, every single detail, every click, every strategy, from complete beginner, developing your first product to first sale to scaling to tens of thousands of dollars a month. This is the exact training the last cohort of Monetize users followed to generate those $8.9 million in digital product sales in just 90 days. The exact training Armando followed to create his first digital product and scale it to the point that allowed him to buy his own McLaren at 19. You'll watch over my shoulder as I build actual digital products, see every mistake I avoid, every shortcut I take, every breakthrough moment that separates winners from everyone else. Think of it as having me as your own personal trainer, but instead of building muscle, we're going to be building your financial freedom. Most business coaches charge $5,000 just for a basic course outline, but you are getting the complete implementation system that's generating millions in real results and no extra cost. Can you imagine the relief of never having to wonder, what's the next step? Because every single move is mapped out right in front of you. With this, the question isn't whether you can figure this out, it's whether you can follow simple instructions. That is the type of unfair advantage that I'm referring to when I talk about giving you a proven system. Now, are you down to actually lock in for the next 90 days? If so, here is something insane, all right? We are doing a 90-day competition again, Monetize Mania version 2. We are gonna rank the top-selling digital products created inside Monetize, and here's how it works. I've connected a real-time leaderboard directly to everyone's WAP account. Every sale you make automatically updates your position. And the people who end up in the top 10 after 90 days all win some crazy prizes. This was the competition that generated those $8.9 million in earnings that I keep talking about. And the prizes, well, let's just say this time I went a little bit overboard. You are going to get a chance to compete for $350,000 in prizes. The grand prize, position number 1, is a $40,000 Patek Philippe watch, very similar to this. The same watch that's worn by billionaires and world leaders. This is a generational wealth symbol that appreciates over time. Position 2 to 5 is a $10,000 Rolex each, because success should be celebrated and worn with pride. 6 to 10, we have 5 Cartiers, one of the most iconic watches ever created to represent this achievement. But here's the best part. Everyone in the top 10 gets a ticket to my exclusive $25,000 mastermind. These 10 people will get to fly out to Dubai and be in a room with people who collectively earn hundreds of millions of dollars a year from digital products. I mean, think about this. In 90 days, you could be holding a Patek Philippe, standing in a room with digital product millionaires, having completely transformed your life. Now, you might be thinking, that's cool and all, but what are my chances of actually winning? Here's the thing. Everyone who joins today is starting from the same place. 0. And with our AI systems basically building the products for you, the playing field has never been more level. And guys, do you understand that by doing this, I'm putting my name on the line? Look, these earnings, I just made them public, okay? So imagine if I opened this up last time and my users only made $100,000 with this. I would be a laughing stock right now, because everyone would be able to say that what I teach is BS. The only reason I can host a public competition like this is because this system works, because our users make real money with it. And because this works, I can be so confident to the point of displaying the earnings of my users on a public leaderboard for everyone to see. And I know that the $8.9 million that was generated in the last 90 days, or the first 90 days of the competition, is going to be nothing in compared to what we're going to have 3 months from now. Tell me, is there anyone else in the industry that is willing to put their name on the line like this? I don't think so. And now you know why. Plus, Even if you don't win the Patek, just being in this competition is going to light a fire under your ass to actually implement everything you learn. Because let's be honest, sometimes we all need a little extra motivation, and nothing motivates quite like $350,000 in prizes. As I said, I'm not asking you to commit to this for 1 or 2 years. No, 90 days. This is all you need to completely change your life. So can you commit to this for the next 90 days? Let me know. Great. Now to wrap up all of this, let's talk about that insane special bonus I mentioned at the beginning of today's session. You see, what I shared with you today was my 3-step monetization process. That is a monetization process that generated me $20 million from a single script and $8.9 million in 90 days for our monetized users. Now, this is not the only monetization system that exists out there. So what if there was another very simple to implement monetization system that's been used by over 20,000 people to monetize their digital products that people like David used to break $50,000 in less than 90 days? Or Adanula, who generated nearly $2,000 from just 2 hours of using the system. Or Christine, who made $8,000. Or Nick, who made $20,000 in a month with the system. And Ray, who managed to quit her job and work online full-time because of the system. As a matter of fact, all of those are some of the smallest results people have gotten from this monetization system. This system has helped over 2,838 people quit their jobs. 451 people make 6 figures a year. And by the way, here it says that it only created 21 millionaires, but this number here is actually outdated. The last time the company counted, it was at 52 already, okay? 52 millionaires. And in total generated not $100 million, not $200 million, not $400 million, but $680 million in earnings from 72 different countries around the world. You see, I acquired a company called Consultant.com. And this is actually our previous offices in Manhattan. At the time I acquired it, they had sold this exact monetization system inside of their flagship program, Consulting Accelerator, that sold for $1,999. There was over 20,000 people, 20,000 customers that paid this amount for the program. This picture, by the way, is straight out of their presentation, selling it at that price. To acquire this company cost me $1.7 million out of my own pocket. Here's the screenshot right here. Before I acquired it, they made close to $80 million from their offer. So let me ask you, if you had access to the same system that helped create 52 millionaires, hundreds of 6-figure earners, and thousands of people quitting their jobs, would that give you an unfair advantage over the competition? Since now not only do you have one, but 2 proven to work hundreds of millions of dollars monetization system at your disposal, both of which you can get fully implemented for you with the help of Ghostwriter OS. Now, there's an issue because this material, okay, I don't sell this publicly. This material is not publicly commercialized anymore. And it's only exclusively available to our $25,000 advisory clients at Consultant.com. I have to limit how many people can get access to this. After all, our advisory clients pay us top dollar to get access to competitive advantages that no one else has access to. And by the way, this is one of them. It is a proprietary system and I want to remain that way. So here's what I decided to do. I'm going to add this as a gift for you when you join Monetize before the end of today's session. The second today's session is over, the second today's live is over, once this session is over, this is gone, okay? This is an exclusive gift only for today's session. And by the way, if you joined Monetize yesterday, don't worry. I will honor this gift for you as well because as I mentioned yesterday, there's people who talk and there's people that do. And I have a track record of over-delivering again and again and again and again for my customers. So I know you bought yesterday, okay? I know the customers bought yesterday and they didn't know they were getting this. Congratulations. It's only just a start. As I said, we at Monetize, we consistently over-deliver again and again and again for our customers. And here is yet another example. So let's recap everything you get today. Let's break down everything right in front of you, okay? First, you get a 4-step system to get your non-expert digital product created for you with AI. Then you get Ghostwriter, the zero-prompt AI that will write your entire page and conversion video scripts for you to have a wildly profitable monetization system. Then you get unlimited access to Synthesize AI, the tool that will create your digital product for you. You get the 60-day success safety net, okay, where my personal team will step in and perform a complete diagnostic review of your digital product if you don't make your first sale within 60 days from now. You get the digital product formula, where I'm going to walk you through the 4-step system as you watch over my shoulder as I build actual digital products live in practice. You get your golden ticket to Monetize Mania, where you can win $350,000 worth of prizes, all backed by our work with you until you win guarantee. More about this in just a minute. You also get Consulting Accelerator, the monetization system that generated over $690 million in tracked earnings for its users, created 52 millionaires, 451 six-figure earners, and 2,838 jobs quit. Remember, people paid $1,999 just for this alone. And by the way, not just one or two people, over 20,000 people paid for this product, $2,000, okay? Last time, Monetize users generate $8.9 million in tracked earnings in just the first 90 days. Our most basic package at Consultant.com, our B2B advisory firm, requires a bare minimum investment of $25,000. That's the minimum. We have clients that we work with that pay $250,000 to work with us at Consultant.com. So at $10,000, this is an incredible offer, which is why it is an absolute no-brainer for you to sign up right now at this special deal of just $1,995. And yes, financing is available. The only question is, are you ready to take advantage of this opportunity? So here is what happens next. In just a moment, I'm going to drop the link for you to join in the comments. Take everything we've learned about today and decide, you have options. You can either take everything we've learned and decide that you're not interested in having access to the same system that has generated $8.9 million for our users in 90 days and over $690 million for Consultant.com users, or you can take action right now and take the first step to becoming an ungovernable individual 90 days from now. The choice is yours, but remember, this offer with all these bonuses, including Consulting Accelerator, remember, people paid $2,000 just for that alone, or $1,999, I should say, is only available until the end of today's session and will never be available again. So if you are ready to finally build a real online business, one that generates consistent income without requiring you to put your face out there or to be a tech genius, then click the link that I'm dropping in the live chat in 3, 2, 1. Now, in case you can't click it, just go to joiniman.com. It will take you to the same page. By the way, in case your credit card is not going through, just wait a couple minutes. Okay, don't try to keep forcing it through. Just wait a few minutes, don't worry, and then do it again. It should go through. Now you're going to see this page, and when you click the button on it, you're going to be redirected to a secure checkout page. Choose the payment option that makes the most sense to you, and let's start building your first non-expert digital product today. You're going to get instant access to Monetize and all of its bonuses directly inside of WAP, including Consulting Accelerator, because in 6 weeks from now, you could be watching your first sales coming in while everyone else is still thinking about it. Now, let me show you why this might be the most powerful guarantee I've ever offered. In fact, anyone has ever offered in this industry. This is a better than money back guarantee. It is a work with you until you win guarantee. Because the fact is, you don't need the money itself. $1,995 is not going to make or break your life situation. What you need is not the money, but to learn how to create a monetization machine, a machine that prints money for you consistently on demand. Because once you have that, all of your problems get eradicated. And on Monetize, we work with you until you have that in place. There's no fancy conditions, no complicated rules. It is simple. You either 10x your investment in Monetize through digital products, or we keep working with you until you do, period. We will never charge you another dollar for updates. We will keep coaching you. We will keep giving you updates, new programs, keep supporting you until you hit that 10x investment mark. And we can offer this because we can verify all of the numbers. We can see everything through WAP. Every sale, every customer, every dollar, it is all tracked in our backend, which means we're not working on some honor system where you have to trust us about the results. We can literally verify every number in real time. And that is why we can offer such a strong guarantee, because we know that this works. We can prove that it's working for you. So really, you only have two options here. Either you succeed and make at least a 10x return on your investment, or we keep working with you until you do. There's no way to lose. And in addition to that, your investment is fully protected with a 7-day full refund policy, meaning if for any reason you don't like what you get inside of Monetize, you have 7 days to get 100% of your money back. All you need to do is email support@monetize.com and ask for a refund, and it will get processed with no questions asked within 48 hours. With this, I am literally taking all of the risk of our deal here on me, okay? I couldn't possibly be taking more risk on my side. You don't have any risk on your end today. And by the way, if you have any issues checking out, you can expect a message from my team to reach out to you within 5 minutes through the contact information you fill out on the checkout page. So just keep an eye out on your WhatsApp or SMS for that. So you are guaranteed to make at least a 10x return on your investment, or we will keep working with you until you do. which means the only way that this investment doesn't pay off is if you don't take action. And if finances are a little tight for you right now, get this. We have set up the best third-party financing for you that this market has ever seen. Why? To make this accessible to anyone who's serious about changing their situation. And because we process everything through WAP, which gives us access to data that most companies don't have, we're able to offer financing plans that literally no one else can. We're talking about breaking this down into manageable payments that anyone can afford. And remember, with our work with you until you win guarantee, you are guaranteed to make at least a 10x return on your investment. So these payments basically take care of themselves. You can check the financing options in the checkout page on the link pinned in the live comments or at joiniman.com. So I still have one more thing to show you. Look, by the way, you thought we were done? No. We got more. Look. You know that moment when you're trying to build something alone and you get completely stuck on a roadblock, you have absolutely no idea how to navigate it and no one to ask, what should I do next? Well, that is why you're getting 7 digital product sessions, digital product coaching sessions included inside of your monetized subscription, but not 7 in total, 7 a week. This is 52 weeks of intensive group coaching sessions covering all the technical, marketing, and mindset challenges that typically derail success with digital products. You see, most digital product creators fail not because they lack potential, but because they hit roadblocks and have no one to ask for directions. This coaching ensures you always know your next step. We track the most common failure points for digital product creators and design these coaching sessions to address exactly those obstacles. Wouldn't you agree that having someone to guide you through every obstacle and knowing that you can always get your questions answered means that you will never have to worry about getting stuck or wasting weeks going down the wrong path? I want you to treat this as your success safety net. And you get it at no additional cost when joining Monetize today. Guys, I could keep going on here for a long, long time, but we are already over time and we have Jason here waiting to get into Q&As. We also have an incredible special guest waiting downstairs. And as well, we have a password to reveal for the workbooks at the end of this. And by the way, Jason has a huge announcement for something that we're going to give all of you guys for free, which I mentioned at the beginning of the session. And we also, as I said, have a special guest waiting for us. So I just want to leave you with one last message here. Finding a single winning product is all you need to get to decide what you work on, where you work, when you work, or even if you want to work in the first place. No longer stress about money. Reclaim the ownership of your life and be the one dictating the shots again. You, my friend, are only one digital product away from the life that you have always dreamed of. And with that, let's get on to the rest of our live.
Yo. Good job, Iman. Let's give it up for him. I love it, man. We put our heart and soul into this. Hopefully it shows and translates through the camera on YouTube right into your living room or your car or wherever you're at right now. Hopefully you're giving us the full 100 because we're giving you the full 100. I have a lot of things that I have to go through with you. The most important thing is this. Yesterday, I was limited with what I could do with the bonus. Like, we had a limit. I pushed right up to the edge till they almost threw me out of here. And then I said, okay, and then I called it. And so today's bonus is a little different. We'll distribute it to every single one of you beautiful souls as long as you sign up before the end of our session today. If you've already signed up, congratulations, you've gotten Consulting Accelerator. Now, I was there when people started going through Consulting Accelerator for the first time ever. I remember when that product launched, and I remember it disrupting the market. A lot of the people you know today who run 7, 8, and 9-figure businesses, who have legendary status in their respected domains and fields, started as obscures, people that weren't even experts per se. Nobody had heard of them when this product, this bonus, launched. That's how incredibly effective it is. See, what's really cool here, and this is what I love, this is why working with Iman has just been an absolute pleasure for me this year. And I mean, I've done so much in my career, so it's always nice to have something like this show up and just take it to another level. Iman does something strategic. He finds proven, valuable things that we know are 100% best of class, and then he acquires them. So we don't have to guess, is this product any good or not? We don't have to even think, can we sell it or not? Because we're giving it away for free. Our only criteria, the litmus test, is A, can we afford it? Because it's expensive. $1 million to be exact, 1.7 million to be exact. And then the second criteria is, can we acquire it? And then if you can, then you distribute it. Now, obviously, with strings attached. And so I'm going to do something today that I love to do, although I will pay for it later tonight, is I will stay on here with you to make sure each and every one of you can check out so you can get this bonus. So we'll do that. we'll come back at the end. I have a guest as well. I have an announcement that everybody's going to get, no matter what you do. This is a free bonus that you'll get. I'm hearing a little bit of audio feedback.
It's Tristan.
Okay, Tristan's not there. It's dark in here, so I don't know who is it in here. I do have a big announcement that is a free gift to all of you that I'll share with you here very shortly. I want to talk about payments really quickly because there's been some issues on payments. If you bang that credit card through 5 times in a row because it doesn't go through the first time, you're going to have a bad time. Like, they're going to shut you down. Credit card's going to be like, all right, stop. Something's happening. Something's weird. So run it. If it doesn't work, wait a couple minutes, then try it again. Maybe you want to even try a different browser if the first time it doesn't work. Here's what's cool too, because there's no stampede, because there's no limit on this bonus. It's okay. Take a deep breath, try it again, run it again. All right. Now, we discovered this because we're learning as you are every single day. We have the capacity to learn something new. If you're in the European Union, shout out to the EU folks out there. I lived in France earlier this year. I almost became a communist, but I was luckily saved, right? So EU's weird when it comes to commerce. There's a thing called 3DS in the EU. So if you try to sign up and you get a text or you get some sort of email or some sort of pop-up where a bank needs to approve the transaction, that is totally cool. It's a 3DS thing from the EU. It is completely outside of our control. Certainly, I can't tell Europeans what to do, especially in parliament and in government. So you just have to work through that. But that is normal in your jurisdiction. And if you have any issues, you can always hit us up at support, and we can help you as well. I believe last I checked, we had a green light on Klarna as an additional payment option. We got that through. Okay, so hey. If you tried financing yesterday and for whatever reason it didn't go through for you, you may be able to try it again through Klarna now if it's available in your geographic area. That's the funny thing about third-party financing is it's selectively available, but you might want to go through this again if for some reason you couldn't get through the other day, and you can use Klarna as well. Here's the thing about Split It. I love Split It. Split It is amazing, but just like any other real legitimate, incredible financing partner, it don't work on a debit card. You will need a credit card for this. Again, this is not something we control. It's not my say in the matter. It's not Iman's say in the matter. So if you're going to use Split It, you got to use a credit card. If you're in the United States, we have 4 interest-free payment options in terms of the installments available to you. You can take that one. It goes up depending, again, on who you are and where you're at, so I can't say the same for everybody, but there is an option that goes to a 24 split. So you can spread it out over 24. I remember buying cars when I was younger that had less splits than 24. They were about the same price by the way, but there's interest obviously involved. When you finance something like that over that long period of time, you pay for the financing, just to let you know. So there are more variations today, and we're trying to accommodate, because the thing that we would hate to see is you wanting to invest in something and trying to and not being able to. I mean, this is how Amazon was developed, because they're like, we want to make sure people who want to invest have the capacity and the capability, and we can provide what they want. So there you go. I have a lot of questions, and I will answer even more questions. I have 6 pages of questions already right here, and I will go through each and every single one of them. I do want to, and I have a guest that's going to be coming on in about 10 or 15 minutes. I do want to make another big announcement, okay? We did a 3-day challenge. We have officially completed all 3 days of the challenge. When you joined and when you opted in, you got 3 days. We promised you 3 days. We wrote 3 days. We delivered 3 days.
Delivered 3 days, so I can go take 2 days to sleep now, right?
You could take 4 days to sleep because you need it, right? Because we've been going hard.
Good.
Like, I know Iman likes to stay up late, but I'm an old man. Like, I got back to the hotel at 4 a.m. In the morning. So it's like, we need the break, but we're not going to take it. So regardless, whether you've signed up for Monetize or not, whether you do sign up in the near future or not, whether you just want to watch like a casual for the rest of your life, we have 2 bonus days that we're going to do. 2 new sessions on this challenge. We're extending the challenge. Just as like the encore when you go to a concert and you see your favorite band and you're like, oh, the gig is up and we're over with and we're going to go back to the tour bus. And then all of a sudden when the lights fade down and everybody's getting ready to leave the stadium, boom, they pop back on and the encore hits, right? So call this an encore. Guess who is leading the first session tomorrow? My name is Jason Fladland. I'll introduce you to myself here. I am doing a formal presentation tomorrow. I'm going to break down tactics and strategies and specifics and implementable stuff that I am going to wrap around every wonderful thing that Iman has shown you over the last 3 days.
And sorry, just because Jason's incredibly humble. Most people would have spit off 17 different accomplishments and accolades by now. But just so you guys understand, Jason has orchestrated over 300 million. He literally stopped keeping track. He's orchestrated over $300 million in digital product sales. He's been involved in, like, literally been behind the scenes, right? In the shadows, which is where he loves to be, and still makes millions and millions and millions and millions of dollars doing so. So anyways, all that to say, like, you guys are going to see that firsthand tomorrow. And can you just remind them what's your hourly fee?
It starts at $3,500 an hour. So $3,500 an hour. And that's the starting price.
I thought that was last year's price, earlier in the year. I thought you increased it.
We're not taking on clients right now at $3,500 an hour. I literally cannot book it on my schedule. I typically will do appearances for $10,000 an hour these days with clients if clients need me, and then we do initial engagement, service engagements at $150,000. Those are starting prices. It's fun to say now that I've been prompted by Iman, but I generally keep that quiet because nobody can fathom how a small town Iowa boy who came from nothing can now charge $3,500 an hour. And I can't even keep up with the demand for it right now. Yeah, it's crazy.
So tomorrow's bonus session is worth at least $3,500. And then somehow Jason at 2 a.m. in the morning yesterday convinced me, or 2:30, 3 a.m.
Yeah,
3 a.m. in the morning.
You bribed me with a milkshake, man. I haven't had one of those in years. When you get to my age, like if you drink a milkshake, you gain 15 pounds immediately.
It was 3 o'clock in the morning yesterday, and I was me and my CEO Max, especially Max. Max was stressed. He's like, "Oh my god, the systems, the operations." I was like, "Max, just relax. You know what? Let's go get you a milkshake." It was like 3 in the morning. I was like, "Jason, you want a milkshake?" He's like, "Yes." So, anyways, with all that being said. With all of us enjoying, and I think it was maybe it's just because it was like early in the morning, or it was a long late night, and it was all very hazy. Jason had this crazy idea, and I think just also the other thing is like the first 3 days have been very, like these extra 2 days. I don't feel like everyone can see that, or not everyone deserves to see it. Like I feel like the fact that you've made it here to the third day and now we've announced it. Like, I feel like this is really only for your eyes. And I'm very happy about that because as I said, like, your session especially is going to be very, like, you're not going to find this anywhere else. Like, you're not going to find anyone online that's going to be able to say, oh, what I've learned from making or being a part of $300 million in digital product sales. Not like, oh, like, for example, I'm a part of $140 million a month in digital product sales through WAP. Like, that's a platform. That's different. But you've been involved in it, like, as a human, as a person, like, directly. So you're not going to find this information anywhere else. And this is really just for, I feel like the first 3 days, of course, unfortunately, a lot of people are more interested in entertainment and messing around. And they're not serious about their success. But if you're here, it's very clear that you're serious about your success. And I'm very happy that you guys are the ones that are going to see the extra 2 days. That's
awesome. Yeah, and that was part of the reason I was like, listen, I'll do day 4. That will give you a breather. You come on and do day 5. And that's how we did it. I'm a persuasive individual. Some of you know that because some of you started at a maybe, and then after I talked to you, you ended at a yes. So I know how to work it. But to Iman's point, I don't get the capabilities to go out and train anymore. You know who I train? I train millionaires. When I do consulting, that's my training. It's distributed to a couple people. It's not pointed at the masses. And, I don't run advertising. I don't do social media particularly well. I do it kind of hazily and not very consistently. I'm also a man that likes to have business be part of his life but not define who he is by his business, because I have a beautiful wife, I have lovely children, I have other interests besides business as well. So I like to help people and have impact, and this is one of the reasons we're doing 2 bonus days. So joiniman.com, sign up there, get the special consulting. This is available as we are here live today. You care if I roll up my sleeves and start smashing some of these questions and then bring on our special guest?
Yeah, of course.
Awesome. All right, let's go then, baby. Let's go. All right. Is Shopify required? Absolutely not required. Shopify is a platform you could use if you were selling e-commerce products. And I, by the way, to Iman's point, I was the marketing partner, how I'm a partner with Iman in this project. I was a marketing partner for the first ever Shopify approved program that ever existed on the internet. So that program creator and owner came to me and made a deal with me, and I went out there and I sold his product for him. So I know Shopify. I was there when the beginning of Shopify. I sold the best stuff on Shopify. This is not needed. WAP is my recommendation for you. I recommend that you use WAP to sell your digital products. 2 reasons. 1, it's free to use. And 2, it is incredibly simple and intuitive. And let me give you a 3rd reason why. The financing options will make you more money. Just as simple as that. They just make it easy for you to be able to process money that you normally couldn't process on your own, and they make it smooth and quick. Now, obviously, when we're dealing with hundreds of thousands of people simultaneously, you're going to get an edge case. But for most of you, it'll just be like tying your shoes. So I recommend WAP. Okay, Synthesize AI, finding buyers. So Synthesize AI is not the tool that finds buyers directly. Synthesize AI is the tool that creates your digital product. Now, one of the things that it does, and we really couldn't fit it into the presentation today or yesterday, is it creates an ideal client profile, or what they call an ICP for short. And it will tell you everything about that buyer's motivation. This buyer needs to be communicated in this way, and it needs to have these issues addressed, and it needs to have these incentives produced for them to understand the value of your digital product, okay? Now you take that knowledge and you feed it into Ghostwriter. And that's what's awesome. Because Synthesize will queue up Ghostwriter, and then Ghostwriter will be able to produce not only the conversion mechanism, or we would say the product page, to be more clear so everybody understands what I'm talking about. So the product script not only will produce that, right? But it will also allow you to create content that will attract the buyers. So the content that you can create with Ghostwriter OS will attract the buyers, and then they'll land on your product page with your product script that will make them into actual buyers to pay you money, and then you will fulfill the product through WAP, and then Synthesize AI was the one that created the product. So let me give you a little paradigm shift, if I may. Don't think of this as AI. Think of this as employees that you have that are working on your behalf. So you have a product creation specialist. This is a guy you hired who's a top-notch product creation specialist. He's as good as anybody you can find on the market. So he does his job. He goes out there and he creates the product for you. And then you have a sales specialist, or you have a psychologist who's a buyer psychologist that you have on the payroll, and he takes your other employee who developed your product for you, and then he creates the psychological profile of the buyer, and then he creates the communication that will make the buyer aware that I should buy this product. And then you have a social media team on hand as well that will then go out there and create the content based upon what the psychologist tells them to create, and they will produce it. And then you have an engineer on the team that will create the whole pages and checkout processes for you. That's what you actually have. It's just that none of those employees have a heartbeat. That's the only difference. None of these employees need vacation days either. That's the other difference, right? None of these employees will say to you, I was stuck in traffic on my way to work today and I was late. They won't do that either. They won't ask for a raise even. Isn't that crazy? And here's something about these employees. Think about this. They get better every week because AI gets better every week. Isn't that cool? So you have employees.
And that's why this is the ultimate one-person business.
Yeah. You don't have to manage them either. You use them. I guess you do manage them very lightly. You go through the process that we taught about today, but it's different than managing an actual human beings with emotions and feelings and all the complications that come with that. Some good, some bad. And that's what you ultimately have, is you have this system in place that is running for you, and you are the first to be able to take advantage of that, because the world at large does not know this even exists. They still are stuck in a prehistoric age when it comes to digital products. They don't realize that the game has changed, that things are no longer the way that they were. And until they realize that way, they will continue to do the things that they've done. But you are Neo in the Matrix, to use a cliche. You have now been awakened. You can go back to the old way, but now you know you're going back to the old way, or you can embrace the new way, which is what we have here with Monetize, which is so incredible. And then again, as a bonus, with a Consulting Accelerator, which expires when we end here today, you get that as well for free. That's 2 for the price of 1, by the way, because Consulting Accelerator is $19.99 when it was on the market, and it isn't now. And then this is just $19.95. And of course, if financing makes sense, you can finance it too.
With that being said, should I bring our guest?
Give me a few more minutes. I want to knock through a couple questions, cool. And then we'll queue them up. Yep.
Cool. I will leave you to it, and I'll bring up a guest, and then a few more minutes.
Awesome. I appreciate that, Iman. Thank you so much. Yeah, just bring them up here. Let's just say in about 5-10 minutes. Awesome. Let's roll. Let's roll. Let's roll. All right, joiniman.com. That's the place to be. You got the link. You can click it. You can go there. You can sign up. I'm going to process this a little bit faster. How do taxes work for digital products? Okay, I am not a tax professional. I don't play one on TV, and I'm legally not allowed to give you tax advice. And even if I was, I wouldn't. Let's just say this. In most jurisdictions, if you make money, you pay taxes on it. And I hope you have the problem where you have to figure out, how do I pay my taxes because I've made so much money? If you live in Dubai, it's a little bit of a different situation. So I'm a little jealous of those of you in those locations. I live in Los Angeles. My taxes pay taxes, right? But when you make a lot of money, guess what you get to do? You get to create the support and infrastructure that the rest of the world needs to survive. So you have the opportunity, of course, to give to the world more than you take from it, which is like the most excellent way to live on the planet. Of course, you can find strategies if you wish to that are legal to reduce those. But hey, if we make a lot of money, we pay taxes. It's just the way that it typically works. All right. What is the commission difference between the two options at WAP? I don't know that specifically, but I do know that there's a transaction fee on every purchase that comes through WAP. It's typically around 3%. Don't quote me on that, but it's somewhere around that, which is competitive for anybody that's a beginner, what you'll get with any processor. I get a little bit better because I've processed millions and millions of dollars through my processor. So they come to me and they say, we like you. And they give me a little bit of a break, but it's not too different than the 3% that you would take there. There may be other options that if you pay up front, you maybe get a reduction on that. I'm not too up to date on exactly what those are. And that would make sense if you just did the math equation. If free plus 3% equals X, is that greater or lesser than doing any other sort of investment option out there? How much should we price our digital products for? That's a fantastic question. My personal opinion, and this is more art than science, nobody has the one-size-fits-all answer to this, okay? I like to intentionally underprice them at first because the margins on digital products are as almost 100%. And so I would prefer to underprice them, get happy buyers, get momentum going, then increase the prices later as opposed to start for a high price point. But I like really low prices, $9, $7, $19, $29. Monetize recommends that you offer it for $49. And I think that makes sense because when you're sourcing and curating 150 plus expert sources to put your product together, and you have a tool like Ghostwriter OS, which allows you to create the most compelling communication possible to acquire the most amount of buyers, 49 makes sense. Just do it like this for a thought experiment. Think about it. If somebody can't sleep at night and they're losing sleep every night and they haven't been able to sleep well in years, and then they buy your digital product, they learn how to sleep well for the first time in years, how much is that worth to them? Is it worth $49? 100%, isn't it? It's probably worth a lot more. So our deal is to create products that are worth thousands of dollars and then only ask for hundreds or $50 or $20 for them so that the buyer always gets the best end of the deal. And then by having many buyers, we ended up also getting taken care of. So go to joiniman.com, get signed up. Do I got my guest coming in? Do I got the man? Oh, shoot. Can I hype you up first? All right, let me give him a proper introduction, all right? I'd known this gentleman for actually quite a while. One time we found ourselves on a very fancy yacht in Miami. I don't know if you remember that. And it was like, this was cool. And I've known him because he's a legend in the business as well. He has sold over 30, I think close to $40 million in the digital product space. Isn't that insane? And he was a pizza boy. He was a pizza delivery boy before that, not too long ago. All right? Now, here's where this gets crazy, because once you start winning, you're going to find the world works serendipitously. He's also went through the program that we offer up today as a bonus, so he'll be speaking on that as well. Now, he has a very interesting take on digital products that is slightly different than mine and slightly different than Iman's, and when you lay them over the top of each other, I think that's going to give you the ultimate advantage. So this is going to be very entertaining, it's going to be very enlightening to you, and it's going to be very empowering. And who am I talking about? I'm talking about the one, the only, the legendary Mr. Dan Henry. What's up, man? What's up? How you doing? How you doing? Good.
Squeeze in here.
Yeah, come on over here.
All right.
All right, so what I would like to do, Dan, is a couple things. First of all, I'd like to get your story from your mouth, because you'll tell it better than I could. And then secondly, I would love for you to work through some of these questions for me that I have queued up here and get your perspective on them as well. Is that cool?
Absolutely, bro. I started out, 7 years delivering pizza.
And make sure you hit that mic. Yep.
7 years, which you're supposed to do that for about a year.
Where did you deliver by?
Pizza Hut.
Pizza Hut. Shout out to Pizza Hut.
Yeah, shout out to Pizza Hut. And, I went from making $500 a week delivering pizza to doing now north of 40 million with digital products. And what really changed it for me was there's a single moment in time when your life changes. There's always a single moment in time. And for me, the single moment in time, I was really depressed. I wanted to buy my mom and dad a house one day. They worked very hard, way too hard. I don't know if anybody there has, anybody watching has a mom and dad that work too hard, but I wanted to buy them a house. And I could not even do hobbies. Like, I love jujitsu, I love pool. I couldn't do any of them because I was making $500 a week and I had no energy. And then I found digital products, and I did what everybody does. They Google how to make money online. I bet everybody watching here, I know you did at some point.
Yeah.
You Googled how to make money online. And I found, and this is what I found, the best product to sell was one that cost nothing to make, except your time.
Yep.
Right? But the thing is, whereas I would create a digital product in weeks or months, now it's minutes.
So what year was this, by the way, when you first got into the digital product game?
When I first heard about it, was probably like 13 years ago when I first heard about it.
So 2012.
Yeah, it was about 2012. And, I'll tell you this, a lot of people, I'm very contrarian to a lot of what people say, because a lot of people say, oh, you can't get rich quick, or and even me, I would see the get rich quick gurus and I would be like, oh, that's a scam or whatever. But the truth is, this is what happened to me. I started in digital products and I went from 0 to $1 million in 5 months.
Damn.
Now, in the chat, I mean, look, do you think $1 million in 5 months is quick? Because people will say, well, you can't get rich quick, but you have to define what is quick and what is starting. Because you ask one person, maybe 5 weeks is quick, maybe 5 months is quick, maybe 5 years is quick, maybe 50 years is quick. To another, it may not be quick. You got to define what means quick, and also what means starting. Is starting when you think of the idea? Is starting when you research it and you start hemming and hawing? Or starting when you open your laptop and you actually do it?
Yep.
Because for me, if you define it as when I thought about it, well, then it took me 7 years. Well, actually, no, it took me like 10 years when I started thinking about it to make $1 million.
That's how it always works, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
But if you define starting as I actually opened my laptop and did it, and I got over my fears, I got over my limiting beliefs, and I did it, well, in that particular case, it took 5 months. And so the truth is, the idea of getting rich quick is just a construct in your mind.
Yeah.
Right? The truth is, quick is setting a deadline. Because the reason I did it in 5 months, I had an IRS bill.
You're a pizza delivery guy with an IRS bill?
No. So I could not figure it out online. So I ended up scraping money I had together, and I got myself into a small bar and restaurant.
Oh
okay.
my God.
And I had a little bit of success online in affiliate marketing.
Yep.
And I learned how to rank websites. Well, then Google decided to change everything, and I wasn't making money anymore.
Yep.
So I took the money I made, I put it into a bar and restaurant. That became successful, and then I sold it, and the IRS sued me because my accountant died, who was doing my books. And so I had a deadline now.
So let's run it back for a second, Dan. You tried Google SEO.
I tried, yes,
right?
I did.
Saw some success.
Did.
You also saw how schizophrenic Google is, right? They change
At
at
best.
a drop of a hat.
At best.
By the way, digital products, I've been doing this since 2008. They only have gotten better with time, whereas Google SEO, we know some of the same SEOers. Most of them don't have a job anymore. So,
yeah.
so that is a wave that came and went. That was a trend that didn't have stability. And now AI has completely decimated SEO. Like AI has made SEO irrelevant because most people are using AI for the search engine these days.
They use AI. They don't use Google.
Which is insane. Now, you go the traditional route of business, which is how everybody's been taught. Like you go and you acquire a building and you run a normal style of business and you try to make money that way. And that kind of works, right? Mm-hmm. Until it doesn't work, because the complexity of running a physical product business, especially in the restaurant and bar space, is tough.
I mean, the thing is I had a bunch of ways that I made a little bit of money that were hard.
Yeah.
There's only one way I've ever learned to make money that is simple, and it's easy because it's simple, right? To me, easy means it's not complex.
Yeah.
And it's easy because it was simple, and you own the product, right? It's your product that you made.
Yeah.
And now you can make it in minutes, and it costs. Imagine if you could. It cost you 20 cents to produce a hot dog. You sold the hot dog for $2. That's great. But what if you could sell that same hot dog 10,000 times and it still costs you 25 cents? Yeah. So it's you're selling ideas. You're selling air basically.
Yeah.
And it's what is the digital product industry at now? Is it like a $300 billion?
$386.4 billion. Yeah. Conservatively, right? Depends on how you define what a digital product is. That is the most restrictive definition that I've seen for that number. If you loosen it up a little bit, then it's over $1 trillion. Yeah. I mean, and here's why. You don't sell, I mean, you said information, which is technically what we sell, but what you actually sell is transformation.
Yep.
You take somebody who can give you a little bit of money and then become more of themselves in the process, which is more transformative, because I came from the Amazon background. We just sold a lot on the Amazon. You know that, right?
Yeah. I've been following you for a while. Jason's
yeah.
a legend, man. He's yeah. There's a lot to learn from this guy.
Thank you so much. So like when we would sell Amazon stuff, nobody would buy a cutting board or a cheese grater or a swaddle blanket and say, that cheese grater changed my life, man, right? Like, I'll fly to Dubai and meet the man that made that cheese grater. Nobody ever did that.
No.
And it was complicated, and you didn't have the margins on it, and so on and so forth. So to bring it back to the present time of the story here, you got this IRS bill now. Yep. Your back's against the wall.
Yep.
You got to make money. You knew about digital products.
Yeah, I knew about it.
Never pulled the trigger on it, but now it's go time.
I played with the trigger. You
flirted with the trigger.
Yeah, I flirted. I got a knock on the door, and it was a knock from a guy delivering a certified mail that said I owed $250,000 in taxes.
Yeah, lawsuit.
Yeah. And so, I don't know. Well, you're an Amazon guy. You know that little timer you can buy that you turn the timer, and let's say you have a task, and it's Parkinson's law. Yep. Right? If you give yourself 3 hours to do a task, you'll take 3 hours. If you give yourself 30 minutes, you'll take 30 minutes. So they sell these timers where you turn the dial to a certain amount and you do the task and it counts down. It really helps you become more productive.
Yep.
Well, I had no deadline to make money. I had no deadline to get rich until I got that IRS bill. And it was, look, you either make a buttload of money by this date or you go to jail.
Yeah.
And the funny thing is, I didn't even do anything wrong, because when I actually made the money, I hired a tax accountant. He went back and he actually got me out of it.
Oh, wow.
So I didn't even do anything wrong. They just thought I did something wrong.
Misunderstanding.
Well, I did bad books. That I did wrong. But the point is, I had a deadline. The timer was turned.
Yep.
And I had to make the money. And you would be surprised what you can do when you have to make the money.
Yeah.
And the thing is, most people don't have to make the money. You don't have to be rich. You don't have to buy your parents' houses. You don't have to do any of this. You don't have to. The question is, how bad do you want to? How bad do you want to? And so for me, and I learned a lot of lessons from doing as much as I did in sales for digital products. And I'd love to share some of those today.
Absolutely.
But the main thing, and this is going to sound like, everybody says, oh, mindset or whatever. But dude, I swear to you, if I would have had a different mindset 7 years before that, I would not have delivered pizza for more than 6 months.
Yeah.
It's just what it is.
That makes sense. So you launched your digital product, the first one ever, right?
Yep.
Was that easy to create or was that hard to create?
Well, so the first one I ever launched took me 3 months to create. I did not do it correctly, meaning you mentioned transformation, right? So if you go to buy a house and a house is worth a certain amount, you can't really charge that much more for the house.
Yeah.
If you go to sell orange juice, there's a going rate for orange juice. You
Yep.
can only sell orange juice for so much, right? A car for so much. But when you sell a product that transforms people's lives, it could be anything as simple as weight loss to how to catch red snapper if you're a fisherman, right? It could be, there's no set price for that.
Yeah. They call it price elasticity.
Right. So you could charge whatever you want. And so, I mean, look, Tony Robbins became a billionaire selling life coaching. How many life coaches charge $50? He charges what, $5,000 to go watch one of his presentations? So the point here is that when you sell digital products, they promise to change an aspect of someone's life through the gain of knowledge. And so you have price elasticity. You own the market. You can charge whatever you want. And so I did not know these things. I did not know about pricing. I did not know about pain points or any of this stuff that really makes these things sell.
Yeah.
And so I didn't really make much money from it. Then I committed. I committed to not just doing it, but learning how to do it properly and doing it. And then my second product went parabolic. We did 6 figures when I did the first launch for it. And then we did 2.9 million the first year. And then obviously it just went, I did more and more and went crazy after that. So, it's a skill that will serve you for a lifetime.
I want to put it to the audience here for a second. If you had to screw up the first time to make millions of dollars the second time, would you be okay with screwing up once, maybe even twice, maybe even 3 times, maybe even 4 times? And if your previous qualifications were you owned a bar and a restaurant and you delivered pizzas and you screwed up first before you made it work and you had to put 3 months into it or 5 months into it, would that be okay? And I think the answer obviously is yes. But what I've noticed, Dan, and you can speak to this from your perspective, I've spoken it from my perspective, is the fear of making that first mistake robs somebody from the opportunity to be what we call ungovernable, where they have enough freedom to choose what they want to do, when they want to do it, who they want to do it with, where they want to do it at.
Freedom.
Living life on their terms, right? But people are afraid to risk small mishaps that are not even catastrophic. They're not even that costly. They want to do it right the first time. But what I heard you say is you didn't do it right the first time. You took too long. You made mistakes. You didn't have tools. You didn't have resources like we have here at joiniman.com. You had none of that stuff. You did have a reason why, though.
Yeah, that was the motivation behind why was the biggest factor. Because I made all, and look, I'll be honest with you. I'm 10 years into this, okay? I know 100 times more about this business than I did when I started. So the amount of mistakes that I made, even when I was making millions of dollars, I was, and look, I started out making thousands, right?
Yep.
All throughout that, I made tons of mistakes. I still make mistakes. But look, this is such a forgiving business. It's a merciful business. You can make a ton of mistakes. It's funny. What I've learned in business is so congruent with life. Life lessons apply to business.
Yep.
I told you the story about my wife earlier.
With the necklace? Yeah.
So, okay, let me know in the chat. Does anybody have a girlfriend or maybe a wife? They have these really thin necklaces that are just crazy thin, and they always get tangled up into these balls where you can't get them undone. And you think, why would anyone buy this? You're just making life hard, right? And so we're on a plane. We're heading to Bali. I'm doing a speech in Bali. And I'm sitting on the plane, and she's got this marble-sized ball in her necklace, trying to undo it. Hour goes by. She's still trying to undo it. 2 hours go by. She's still working on it. 3 hours goes by. Still working on it. 4 hours. And she is still trying to untangle. I'm like, all right. And I'm trying to work on my speech, right? I'm like, no, I can't deal with this anymore. I close the laptop. I go up. I get the luggage. And I start looking for a toothpick that I knew we had in our luggage. I find the toothpick. I go, give me the necklace. And I start poking at it and undoing it. Within 10 minutes, I had it undone. And I know this is what does this have to do with making money, right? Here's what it has to do. You do not succeed at anything in life, big or small, by putting a lot of effort into the wrong way. You succeed by putting a little effort into the right way. And so I always tell people, you kind of have to, you can't just brute force it. You have to know what to do and you have to have the right tools. That's how you're going to get fast. If you are standing on a road and somebody puts a bag of cash, 10 grand, 20 miles away, and they say you can walk 20 miles to get that bag of cash, or you can walk a mile in the opposite direction, there's a car. You can grab the car and you can drive to the cash and be there in a few minutes. Which would you choose? Any rational human that has not had a recent head injury would say you'd walk to the car, you'd get the car, and you'd drive to the cash. But see, the car is in the opposite direction. You're walking a mile in the opposite direction. And so, nobody would dispute that. But the truth is sometimes you have to temporarily walk away from your dreams in order to achieve them faster. This means learning how to do it, obtaining the right tools, obtaining leverage.
Yeah.
In this case, the car is the leverage. And you can't buy a stock and make money from it without your bank account going down first, without investing in the stock first and then watching it go up. You can't buy a house and make money off real estate without investing in the house first.
Correct.
And it's not just money, it's time, energy, and your being. You have to commit to it. You have to say to yourself, I am going to buy my parents a house. I am going to have a different life. I am going to do this, and you have to commit to it. And then you go find the tools, you find the leverage, bam. How much more money would you have made if you had AI when we started? I kind of hate you guys. I'm not going to lie. I hate you because you have such an advantage. Dude, literally, if I wanted to create a digital product, every word, every image, every slide, I had to go find, place. I had to think of things. I had to open a book and read it and be like, oh, here's an example I can use. It was weeks of work.
Yeah.
Weeks. Record videos. And now, and I'll show you, I got that example of that product that I made that made 32 grand. Total faceless. It took me 2 hours. I made 32 grand from it. And I haven't even read, I'll be honest with you, I haven't even read most of it.
just so all you know, Dan made a product that he didn't even look at and consume.
I did,
He had the AI develop it. On the front end, it made 80,000. And what's really cool about a digital product, once you acquire a customer with that product, that customer often will say, if they have a pleasant experience with you, do you have anything else I can buy? But we didn't even get into that because that's once you get the momentum going, we're just trying to get you to make that first digital product sell. That's why Iman does the challenge for 90 days and does all the other cool stuff that we have at joiniman.com. I want to get back to that digital product here in a second, Dan. Now, we have as a bonus for anybody who signs up today before we end the webinar, the presentation, whatever you want to call it, it's called Consulting Accelerator.
Yes.
Now, small world, right?
Yeah.
You have been part of consulting.com as a paying customer.
Yes, I have.
Tell me about that.
Okay. So if you can find this on Google, there's a picture of me and Sam Ovens before we had any gray in our beard. I didn't even have a beard. I was super young. I invested into consulting.com. Now, at the time, I was making good money in my business.
Yep.
But I was stuck at a certain revenue. And I don't even want to mention the numbers because they're big and it was a lot. It's a lot. It was a lot, right? But when I went and I worked with Sam, he taught me things that I didn't even know. It was stuff that I couldn't find anywhere else. And it took my business to 4x, which you mentioned I've made almost 40 million. Well, it wasn't like this. It was like
immediate.
That, right? And the point right before that incredible rise where it just went parabolic was when I went and I worked with consulting.com. And I'm going to tell you right now, the fact that they're getting, I paid a stupid stupid amount of money. And when I say stupid, like we're talking about like a car, okay? Like, I mean, I paid a lot for it, and not just, and I paid every year, right? Like I don't, you guys, like they can get this bonus. They have it, right?
For free, never have to pay anything for it ever. Yeah.
So this bonus that you're getting, to be quite honest with you, I'm a little mad that he's giving it away because I had to pay so much for it.
You and 20,000 other people. Man.
Yes,
Yeah.
But I'm happy. I'm happy about it because I try to live in a world of abundance, and I will tell you that what you will learn in this is beyond. Like you could be in any business, and it would skyrocket your business. It is just another level. We're not even going to get into it. I don't think. But the point is, you have no idea what you're getting as a bonus. Like. It's indescribable. It completely changed my life.
That is awesome. So just so everybody knows, and that was purely accidental. Like this whole concept of creating the bonus today that we offered up for Consulting Accelerator, which you get when you go to joiniman.com. It was because yesterday we had a fast action bonus, and it was gone in 3 minutes. The limit on it. I was kind of a jerk about it. I got it extended. Poor Max, he makes this whole ship run. I put so much on top of him and his plate, and then by proxy, Iman as well. I pushed as far as I could, and then I said I had to take it off. Yeah. So we had a limited one.
When does this one go away?
When I hit stop on the presentation on the YouTube live today. Okay. So as long as it's live, it's available for everybody. But it was so serendipitous. And I find like when you do the right things, the world conspires to make things happen for you in your life. And so this is the world conspiring because it was like, oh, now Dan is coming today. I didn't know this until 30 minutes before you showed up. They're like, oh, did you know that Dan went through this? I was like, no, but thank you. I did not know that. No, I had no idea. I was like, thank you, God. I didn't know that, but I appreciate the assist right there. I like that a lot.
I thought you knew that. No. I mean, I was one of the there was a group of people. Let me just tell you this. You can find photos of this. Okay, there was a group of people that largely nobody knew who they were back then, who are now mega superstars. Alex Becker is one of them. I mean, mega stars, right? That have made. I mean, look. I'll be honest with you. Some people are happy with just making 10 grand a month, right? And when I was delivering pizza, I was like, I just wanted to make 10 grand a month. And when I learned about digital products, I Googled, there was a guy who was he was a math teacher, and he was making $20,000 a year as a math teacher. His class was how to use Microsoft Excel spreadsheets.
Yep.
And do like math equations, So the students would go to his class to learn how to use Excel. Well, he got this idea to create a online course for Microsoft Excel.
Smart.
You know what happened? He makes 20 grand a year back then, which was average teacher salary. But he launches the course. He makes $1 million from the course.
Yep.
I mean, how many other teachers?
It's the same information, but it's packaged into a digital product versus communicated in a classroom, verbally to kids versus the world at large. And that's the difference between being at the poverty level and being at the 1% level.
Changing the equation.
You change the equation.
Change the equation.
That's insane. Yeah. So what are some other insights and lessons that you've picked up along the way in the digital product business?
So in the digital product business, and really this goes for any business, right? There's this sort of like delay between the time you go, I'm going to do this, and the time you get your first dollar. And that delay absolutely kills the dreams and hopes of most people. And it almost killed mine. I'm not a gambler. I don't know if you...
It's against my religion.
Great.
Yeah.
I think it's a bad life choice. However, to a degree, I believe we are all gamblers. And here's what I mean by that, right? If you, I am assuming there's not many professional gamblers on this stream, but if I said, would you rather bet $10 to win 1,000, or would you rather bet 1,000 to win $10? Everybody here would say they'd rather bet $10 to win 1,000. You'd rather bet small to win big, right?
Yep.
So think about this. If you were to, and I'm a bit of a illustrator, if I have a pen here, but if you were to do the math on this, okay? Because I'm kind of a math guy. If you were to work 40 hours a week at your job and you were to make $500 a week, right? So let's say you work 40 hours a week, you make $500 a week. Let me know in the chat, how much money would you make if that next week you also put 40 hours in? How much would you make? You'd make $500. If you work a third week, a fourth week, a fifth week, at 40 hours a week, how much would you make? You'd make $500. According to Investopedia, the average yearly raise is 3%. So a year from now, if you got a raise, you would turn $500 a week into $515 a week. So $15. However,
Inflation.
well, yeah, then I wasn't going to get that complicated. But with inflation, you've actually made less money.
Made negative.
Yes, you've made negative.
$100.
But if you were to just take 10 hours a week, you kept your job and you squeezed in an extra 10 hours a week, or even 5, to your business, what would you make that first week in business? Well, you might make nothing. You probably would make nothing, to be honest.
Likely nothing.
Likely nothing.
Yeah.
Second week, probably nothing.
Probably
Third
nothing.
week, well, maybe.
Probably something.
Probably something.
Yeah.
Fourth week, okay. 6 months from now, what could you make? You could make a little. You could make a lot. You could make a whole lot. A year from now, what you could make. So the thing is, with your own business, the upside is unlimited. But with a job, you know you're only going to make an extra $15, which with inflation is actually less. And so when you work a job and you just say to yourself, you know what, I'm scared, I don't have time, whatever, I want to watch Netflix, I'm not going to work on my business, you're basically saying, I'm going to bet big meaning the amount of hours you put into it, to win small. Instead of betting small to win big. People are not poor because they suck. It's just they suck at math. Because when I learned the math, and I was thinking to myself, why am I putting 40 hours a week to make somebody else rich when I could put 5 or 10 to make myself rich, even if I had that delay?
Yep.
Like the math doesn't make sense.
Yep.
You know? And so for me, if I created a digital product, which I did at first and it did not do very well, I thought to myself, okay, but wait a minute. The math still works in my favor. Overwhelmingly in my favor. So I'll do it again. And I'll be honest with you, I could have failed 5, 6, 7 times and the math would have still been in my favor. Luckily, I started making some money on my second try, okay? But the thing is, I didn't have AI. I did not have the knowledge or the mentorship. You guys have learned so much from Iman in these last, what is this, day 2?
3.
This is day 3, in the last 3 days. And he's making an offer. And look, I'm the type of person that, I'll be honest with you, like, there's 2 types of people in this life. There's people who are willing to stand in line, like at Disney, right? They'll stand in line and wait for their dreams. Or there's always the people that will pay for the fast pass to skip the line. Now, I always tell my audience is different than Iman's. I say, listen, I make YouTube content, I make Instagram, I make this stuff for free for the people that are willing to stand in line and wait a bit longer. But I also have premium offers, paid offers, and tools for the people that want to pay for the fast pass and skip it. And this is what I'll tell you. I wish back then I had the offer monetized that Iman is offering, because I would have paid for the fast pass. It just wasn't available. Like the AI and all that was not a thing. It wasn't even remotely a thing. And if I had I would have scraped every last penny I had together to buy that fast pass, especially if I would have known how powerful it was. You imagine 10 years ago if somebody said, oh, there's this thing that'll just create you a digital product.
This magical thing that will conjure up information out of thin air, right?
Actually, think about this.
Yeah.
Think about this. Would you not think that was a scam?
I would think it was a fantasy land for sure, right?
Yeah.
I mean, I come from the days where we used to have article spinners. I don't know if you remember.
Yeah, I do.
those.
Yeah. SEO nuke.
It never worked, but it was a cool concept.
Yeah.
So just so everybody knows, okay, there was this concept where you could spin an article because in Google, when you publish content, you would get ranked, and then you would put little AdSense advertisements on it, and then Google would send you a check at the end of the month. So you would try to get enough traffic to your blog or your website, so Google would index it, you would rank it, and then it would send you money because you would display advertisements. It's similar to how YouTube works these days. When if you publish on YouTube and those ads, those annoying ads between when you're watching the video. I have premium, so I haven't seen an ad on YouTube in forever.
Oh, I like to watch the ads, so I don't buy
You're
it.
crazy.
No,
man.
I like to see what people are doing.
You are crazy. So those ads make the creator of that video a little bit of money. Not a lot of it, because it takes millions of views to make a little bit. So back in the day, in order to do that, because we couldn't publish videos, we would create articles. And then to create unique content, because that's what worked in Google, you would run it through an article spinner. And an article spinner would attempt to put synonyms in for words and change 70% of a 400-word article in order so you could push content out there. So I often think in the article spinner days, if I had AI and nobody else had AI, I would be a billionaire, because the spinners would not work and they would take longer than writing it out by hand. But here's what's funny. Generic AI, as we call it, Dan, you know, the regular AI like Gemini and Claude and ChatGPT is only a little bit better in my experience than an article spinner. Like, it gets the syntax right now, and it sounds slightly human. It puts those M dashes in, like, I don't know why, but it does. But it seems like a miracle compared to how it used to be to create content. But so many people aren't aware of it. They just don't understand that if you program it correctly, you can output content that is significantly better than the content that you and I used to watch guys sell that would make millions of dollars from what I would call 6 out of 10 content, or maybe 7 out of 10 content. Now we can produce 8 out of 10, 9 out of 10, 10 out of 10 content easier, quicker, faster, and it's more valuable.
You want to know why that is? So when I'm a musician, okay, I actually have a half sleeve of a guitar. I went to school for music way early on, and I used to have a home studio. And I would buy I don't know if anybody has a home studio, but you have a digital studio where you buy plugins. They're called plugins, and they're like digital versions of physical gear that people use to make albums and records and songs. Well, what I noticed was the ones made by like these generic companies were not that good. Yeah. But then they had
VST, right?
Well, you know, the Joe Equalizer, so there were these famous producers who had produced amazing records like Def Leppard. Probably nobody knows who that is. I'm old. But they would work with these engineers and they would make these special plugins. And when I bought those, the difference in sound was amazing. And do you know why? Because they were not created by software people. They were created by real musicians and producers. And if you think about AI, do you think like Sam Altman gives a crap about digital product? Like these are just big software companies. But this is made by people who have succeeded at and done the exact thing it's intended for. Which one do you think is going to be better for what you're trying to do?
No, that's a great point, Dan. So Iman is at the absolute top of the game right now when it comes to digital products. Like, we all look up to Iman. I look up to Iman. Everybody who's smart follows and studies and models Iman because he's cracked the code. So if anybody were to synthesize and create a specialized AI, that's what we call them, specialized AI, and would know what they were doing. I love this metaphor that you came up with here. This is the equivalent of the best musician in the world saying, scoot over, you don't know how to develop this software engineer guy, right? Let me make what really matters to a musician. So in this particular case, we said, let's develop what really matters when it comes to publishing the most valuable digital products as easy and effectively as possible. And let me develop, because as you said, it wasn't a plugin that you bought. You had a stack of plugins, right? They call it a chain in the music business. You would create a chain of plugins.
Equalizers, compressors, noise gates. I mean, this is gibberish if you're not a musician.
If you're not an engineer,
But to make you understand, you have certain pieces of gear that make a guitar sound good. You have certain pieces of gears that make it sound fuller or make a voice sound thinner or thicker. All of these are different pieces of gear, and when these famous producers would make the gear, it always sounded better because they knew what they were doing. Right? They weren't just software people. And Iman, I mean, bro, like like there are so many pro like marketers and pro legendary digital marketers that look at Iman and go, what the heck, man? Like, how has he done this?
Yeah.
Because it's absurdly high results. Like, absurdly high results. Like, I know the numbers. I've been in this game for a long time. I know the numbers. I know what the best of the best make. If you were to make a list of all the best of the best people, and this was like the top right here, Iman is like up here, right? And all these guys are legendary. Well below here, underneath this table towards my feet is your average person, okay? And so just think about that. Would you rather use a tool made by somebody average, or actually somebody who's not even in the game,
Yeah.
versus literally the top guy with the top team?
Yeah.
I mean, just think about it. Like, I don't want to sit there and undo a necklace for 4 hours. I'd rather just grab the toothpick, and I would have paid money a lot. I would have paid a lot more money for that toothpick because I don't want to sit there and mess with it for 4 hours, right? So this is just, it's not. This isn't like a sales pitch on this. This is just the reality of the situation. If you would rather use a tool made by somebody who doesn't know how to do this stuff, that's fine. But this is a tool made by somebody who is at the top echelon of the game.
That's a good metaphor. I just love that too. Even the toothpick is a good metaphor if you think about it. You ever seen the meme where they're like, this is a piece of wood, and if you make it into a toothpick, it costs this much money, and if you make it into a violin, it costs this much money.
Yeah, but it's the same material.
And it's the same material.
Oh, I love that.
Yeah, so that's, so we're stacking metaphors now. Hopefully that resonates. I do have a bunch of questions.
Sure.
I do want to get to them. I'm going to speed through some of these now. I promised all of you to answer this later, but are you getting a lot of value out of Dan's perspective here? And isn't it nice that we have different perspectives so we can see that it's slightly different? Dan's journey is slightly different than mine. Mine is different than Iman's. We had Armando here yesterday and some of the other success stories that we brought on, and they're all very different, but there's a few commonalities in place here. All of us were able to get out of our own way to publish on a digital product. Isn't that crazy? Like,
it is.
It doesn't have to be more complicated than that. But as you said, it took you 7 years from I know this is something I should be doing in the digital to actually doing it. It's the setup that takes forever. The actual execution of the thing happens swiftly, but it's the getting ready to get ready phase. That's what kills you. And sometimes literally
It's emotional.
Yeah,
it's emotional.
Yeah, it is.
I'll tell you this. I'm going to be honest with you, right? There was a moment where I had someone in my life who gave me some very harsh advice. Well, this has actually happened more than once, okay? And very harsh advice, right? And he said to me, listen, Dan, like when are you going to like actually get off the couch and do something with your life? Because I had 3 girlfriends leave me over the fact that I wasn't doing anything with my life.
Damn.
And I went to a friend who was actually successful. He wasn't like a multimillionaire, but he was making good money. And he gave me this like sort of thought exercise. And he said, okay. He said, do you have anybody in your life that you haven't spoke to in a long time that you love, but you got into an argument with and you haven't called them? And I was like, well, yeah, I do. And he's like, okay. He's like, think about this. If you got up every day, you looked in the mirror, and as you got ready, you pretended you were getting ready for that person's funeral, would you be more likely to call them?
Damn.
And I was like, well, yeah. And he's like, well, why don't you do that? Like, why don't you get up and do that? And I'm like, well, that kind of feels bad. Like, why do I want to, because it feels bad. He's like, exactly. He's like, the things that make us take action feel bad because we're thinking more about the cost of not doing it and what happens when we don't seize an opportunity than the cost of doing it. And the cost of doing it is usually a little bit of money, a little bit of time, but more importantly, that uncomfortable feeling of doing something new, which, by the way, psychologically is normal. Whenever a human being does something new, the actual brain response is to feel uncomfortable. So you're not weird or bad or unsuccessful because you feel uncomfortable when you do something new. You're just a human. This is just how the brain works. And I can mention this if you want at this time, but here's the thing. I had to listen to that man, get over my fears, and actually do stuff. I had to do a lot of emotional work on myself because it took weeks to build a digital product. So for weeks, I had to say, this is going to make money. 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 This right here, this is a printed book, but I don't sell this as a printed book. I sell this as a PDF. It's a digital product. I sell it to my audience, right? I sell this book for $17. I made on this book $32,000. I then made a couple more of these, sold them as upsells, and the funnel did like over 80,000. And then, as you mentioned before, I sold them other stuff. That did numbers I don't want to mention because it's actually so high. It did a lot, okay? But the point is that this took me 2 hours. So here's the thing emotionally. I only need to keep it together for 2 hours. Now, in 2025, okay? For 2 hours, I can be like, this is going to make money. I can do it. I only need 2 hours to maintain emotional stability versus weeks upon weeks, in some cases, months. So, guys, you have an amazing opportunity here. You don't even have to be emotionally stable like I did, okay? Now, there's I spoke downstairs about this. This is going to be a bonus for anybody who gets in today. That's what Max said.
Okay, cool.
Yeah. You want me to? Okay.
Yeah.
So you guys heard me mention that I made $32,000 just off this $17 book, and then $80,000 off the whole funnel. Took me 2 hours to make this, and the additional books that I sold with it. Would you guys like, as a bonus, step-by-step case study of exactly how I did that? Would you guys like that?
Hell yeah.
Okay, so this right here is a step-by-step case study I created. Literally, I'm serious. Like it says step 1, step 2.
I'm laughing at the Banya, man. I'll tell
There-
a Banya story after
okay.
this.
There's an opening story
Yeah.
here where it's a picture of me and Iman, where he took me to, I swear to God, I did an event with him months ago, right? I swear they were messing with me. They were just wanting to see if I could keep it together. Because, dude, if you've ever been to a Russian Banya, it's a torturous experience. It's not pleasant, okay? And I'm pretty sure you just feel so happy to be alive when it's done. It's like an angry Russian smacking you in the back with a boiling hot piece of tree, okay, while they're screaming, and then they dump you into an ice bucket. You just are so grateful to be alive when it's done that you're like, oh, this was amazing. But anyway, this is a step-by-step. I literally, like, look at this. This is broken down by the numbers, every single upsell and downsell, the amount it's made, like everything. If you guys get in on Monetize, which is joiniman.com, we're going to put this step-by-step case study as a bonus in the program, and it is step-by-step. There's no fluff in here. It's literally, because that's why it's not that big. It's pure step-by-step. You're going to get that, and it'll show you exactly how I did this. We'll throw that in a couple days.
Yeah, 2 days.
It's like 2 days.
3 days.
2 days. But if you get in today on this stream, I'm happy to give you this. And by the way, I have never, I don't even sell this. Like,
No, I
this
know.
isn't even
You
a product.
just created
I
this.
just created
Yeah.
this for this. So, like I said, guys, like, you don't even have to be emotionally stable. Like can you hold it together for 2 hours?
It's not a bug, it's a feature. The emotionally unstable are more welcome in the digital product space.
That's true. This is how we make money. Okay.
If you were healthy, then you'd be okay making $40,000 a year. It's only these insane people that want to make millions of dollars like we do. So on top of that, 2 things. One, just to remind you, Consulting Accelerator is a bonus that expires at the end of our session here today when we hit end on the YouTube Live. Our sessions, you can see them. They'll be queued up on the YouTube on Iman's channel as well for tomorrow. You can hit them there. We'll WhatsApp them to you, message them, email them, and et cetera as well. So you'll get access to them. On top of that, now you said something, and I want to also really reference this in the program. You said you had a friend, 3 girls left you because you weren't a man. Like, can I say that? Is that
Yeah,
cool
I
to
mean,
say?
if you're delivering pizza for 7 years, it's kind of hard to call yourself a man. I mean, that's a hard pill to swallow, but yeah.
Yeah, and I mean, I'd like to call it what it is, because like if you're supposed to provide, if you're supposed to lead, if you're supposed to create stability, you young men that are listening right now, if you want to get a high value woman, these are the things that you have to produce. And we see it as money because that's the output, but really it is an output of a certain type of mentality or a certain type of way that you show up. But you had this friend point this out to you. We would call this a coach, whether it's informal or whether it's formal, whether you pay for it or whether you don't pay for it. The value of a third-party person showing you where there's opportunity, showing you where there's friction, showing you where you can improve upon, and showing you the easiest path to do that, and giving you encouragement or giving you stern advice is a game changer. We have 52 weeks of coaching, 7 sessions per week. You can attend all of them, some of them, none of them, however you want to. This is an additional bonus when you go to joiniman.com. And these aren't just some rent-a-cop McDonald's employee coaches. And, Dan and I, we know this space. A lot of guys out there will call it coaching when it wouldn't be worth paying for it if it was free, okay? Yeah. So these are legitimate coaches. You have to remember, Iman has over 100,000 people who have applied to be an employee in his various businesses. We call this supply and demand. It's easy to hire high-quality talent when you have 100,000 plus people applying and you're only selecting 10 or 12. And so these are incredible coaches. The coaching itself, way far in value compared to the investment that it requires for you to get in. And again, if you wish to finance it, that's an available option to you. So you had a coach, Dan, that helped you become successful, and everybody here gets coaching as well when they go to joiniman.com. And God, I think it makes a big difference when it's not just the tools, but somebody that can help you figure out how to best apply those tools.
Okay, this is a great point, right? Because that guy changed my life. And it's funny you mentioned coach, because he taught me a lot about being a man. And here it is in 5 seconds. You have to provide financial stability, physical stability, be able to protect your wife, and emotional stability. If you can do those 3 things, you're going to be able to attract a high value woman. Now, he taught me, he asked me, listen, he said, do you have anybody that you reach out to? Like, do you have anybody you hang out with? Anything you've bought? Any books you've read on, how to make money or how to do these things that you want to do? And at the time, I had the worst attitude. I was like, oh, I don't need, why would I give somebody money to teach me how to make money? And he said, this is actually a guy that really taught me a lot. He said, well, if you were going to buy a plane, right, and you wanted to fly your own plane, what's the first thing you would buy other than the plane? And I was like, well, I would buy flying lessons. Yep. He's like, why? And I'm like, well, because if I didn't, I'd crash the plane. You're done. And he's like, if you wanted to, defend somebody in court, where's the first place you would go? I go to law school. If you wanted to operate, you want to be a doctor, where do you go? I go to medical school. He's like, okay, so you don't dispute the fact that if you wanted to be a doctor, you go to medical school. If you wanted to be a lawyer, you go to law school. And if you wanted to be a pilot, you would hire a pilot. But you're telling me if you want to be an entrepreneur, you don't go to entrepreneurs school? Like, it's different somehow? And I was like, oh my gosh, that's a really good point. And it's funny, this is the second guy that taught me this. I worked for Billy Mays? Yeah. Okay, so this, you'll love this. Nobody else is going to care. Only Jason's going to care. I worked at the same company where Billy Mays got his start, where he learned to do
as a pitchman.
As a pitchman. And the guy that owned it, his name was Jeff. Guy was a legit billionaire. Really nice guy. He would cater lunch for the entire company every day, and he would sit down and have lunch with each employee randomly. Wow. One day he had lunch with me, and I had an opportunity to ask him a question. And I was like, I was so dumb. I was so young. I was like, hey, Jeff, how do I get rich? Like, just the most stupid question, right? And he looks at me and he puts his fork down and he goes, okay, how many books did you read this week on money, persuasion, business, sale? Like, how many books did you read? I said, none. He goes, how many books did you read this month? I said, none. He goes, how many books did you read this year on how to make money? I said, none. So he says, okay, so you don't want to get rich, so stop wasting my time.
Damn.
And I was like, whoa, who doesn't want to get rich? He said, no. People that want to get rich read books on how to get rich.
Yep.
You're not doing that. So your first lesson is do not want to be rich. You're not a human. Everybody wants to have a nice car, have a nice house. We're not human havings. We're human beings. He's like, become the person that deserves it. And the person that deserves it is somebody who reads books. I read over 100 books on business, copywriting, persuasion to get where I am today. And do you realize that most of what I do today, most of what I learn, most of what I used to go grab a book, open it up for hours, and figure something out to solve a problem in my business, to create something, I now can do in 30 seconds with AI. It's mind-numbing how easy it has become. And I'll be honest with you guys. If you're not taking advantage of the current state of the world with technology and AI, and you're still like working for somebody else and you're not happy with your situation, dude, I had it way worse. I just felt more uncomfortable not having what I wanted in life than getting over my fears and trying it. And I didn't even have AI. I'm jealous. I'm angry and jealous at you guys for having the opportunity that you have, honestly.
And what I would say with that is, if you want to ensure success, you should do more than you think necessary in order to achieve. So if you think, well, maybe if I only do X or maybe X and Y, then it should be enough. I would caution that approach. That'd be like saying, hey, I'm on trial for murder. I didn't do it. I have 30 witnesses, but I'll only call 2 of them because that should be enough, right? No, you could call all 32 witnesses and you would look for more. And so AI alone is incredible. What we have with Synthesize AI and Ghostwriter AI is the best of the best specifically for the task at hand, which is publishing and making money distributing digital products, right? And coaching is still essential to anything that you want to do to get better at. So there's coaching involved in Monetize. And the digital product is the new book, because up until recently, and Amazon has helped a lot in this regard, although it hasn't helped as much as it could, is it used to be, well, you had a book that was very general on a subject because you could only publish so many books a year. They could only shove it on so many bookshelves per year. And so you had to take very generalized advice and you had to somehow figure out how to apply it to your specific situation. And then Amazon comes along, they make Kindle a thing, and now people can publish more specific advice, so you can find stuff that is more tailored to you individually, and you can consume it, and you should. And I'm a wholehearted proponent that you don't stand still. You either grow or you shrink. And so you're either adding to the knowledge base by studying and reading and learning continually, or if you don't, it's like a muscle that atrophies. You will get weaker over time, and pretty soon when you fall over, you will die of a broken hip. Only in this case, it's of a broken brain. You will go poor because you have a broken brain, right? Yeah. So you should always dedicate some time to enrich your knowledge base. In digital products are the new books, because you can acquire them, you can use them, you can learn from them, you can grow from them, you can benefit from them, and you can supply them, all right? You can also create the one that somebody else will consume and benefit from and will positively enhance their life as well. I find the best distributors of digital products are the ones that consume the most digital products, the ones that invest the most in their digital products. It's easy to sell somebody else on digital products if you yourself have went through a transformative process by investing in a digital product. And hey, guess what? We have one for you here today, right? We have the digital product. It's more than a product. This is an advanced strategy. Hopefully one day you'll get there. This is a consortium of multiple different digital assets combined together for just $19.95. And there's financing available. And we have an extra special bonus here today. And then Dan just enhanced the pot further and made it even sweeter. And so when you invest in this specialized education that is specifically on this domain, and nobody has a process like this that Iman has figured out, that's the educational component, and you have a coach that can help guide you through this knowledge base and personalize it and customize it to your situation, and you have the tools that help you create it or create it for you to be more precise, and on top of that, you have the very best supporting you in the industry and you have a contest, because you were talking earlier, back against the wall, IRS, that, right? Wouldn't it have been cooler instead of having something that was scary, that was pushing you forward? You had something beautiful. You had a prize involved at the end that you could compete for, and that moved you forward. Instead of running away from something, you were running towards something. That's why we put the contest in place for a 90-day sprint, because as you said earlier with Parkinson's law, right?
Yep.
The task at hand expands to fill the time allotted. That's the definition of Parkinson's law. So if you have 90 days to win something, the chances of you going out and doing something epic in only 90 days is incredible. I mean, it takes 9 months to make a baby, to create a human miracle. So what could you do in 90 days? If 9 months can do that, what can you do in 90 days? It's insane. And it doesn't exactly matter how far you go in those 90 days or how big of a win that you get exactly. It could be $1,000 or $5,000 or $10,000 or $100,000. Or in Armando's case, we saw $250,000 in a single month with a 19-year-old kid that was working construction just a year earlier, right? I don't know how big it will be, but here's what I know. Who you become in the process is what's most important, because you turn into somebody who can take, like alchemy from thin air, an idea, turn it into something that is digitized, that somebody else can consume, and you've turned thin air into money. I know that that sounds ridiculous, but it's also exactly specifically what we're doing here. And joiniman.com, we want to get you in. We want to get you signed up. Until the end of the session here today, we have the extra special bonus, and now we have 2 bonuses on the line right here. And I really appreciate what you're saying, Dan, when you're bringing these points up, because it's making me reflect on my life, these turning points in my life. I encountered something early on in my life as a physical product, right, that completely changed my life. When I was a little boy, my mom, this is crazy. This is a crazy story. Okay. Infomercials. None of you youngins on the call will know what an infomercial is, but shout out to my old heads out there, right? I'm not talking old. That old, right? I know. So it's like, my mom one day sees an infomercial and it's like, your baby can read. That was the infomercial. And so she bought this course, a information product.
Oh.
And she bought it off of an infomercial, came to her house, and she started teaching me how to read as a baby, okay? I could not talk. I could not walk. But apparently there's an approach that if you follow it, you can teach a baby who can't walk and talk how to read, okay?
Really?
Here's what they discovered, just so everybody knows. A little trivia for you all out there, okay? If you're really nice, I'll ask you the trivia question tomorrow in my session, and if you get it right, maybe I'll give you an extra special bonus. So here's the science behind it. Babies can recognize letters, but they have to be about this big. So they can't read print this big, but they can read print this big. So my mom would teach this. And then her friends would come over, and almost as a parlor trick, she would spread out all these words on these cards on the floor, and she said, Jason, go get ball. And I would crawl in my little diaper on hands and knees all the way across the room, and I would find amongst hundreds of these flashcards the word ball. I would pick it up in my little baby fist, and I would crawl back over, and I would hand it over to my mom, right? And, you know, Dan, the number one attribute that people describe me as, they don't say handsome, they don't say charismatic, they don't say wonderful, incredible human being, you know, they don't say those, they say those things sometimes.
I've heard that a couple.
You've heard that a couple times, right? Witty, right? I mean, some of that's there, but the number one trait that people describe me as is smart or intelligent. That's the number one thing that has defined me by my whole life. And I wear that like a badge of honor. Rooted in that characteristic attribute is the very fact that I had a head start because my mom bought a product, an educational product. These days, she would buy it online as a digital product. She bought it offline as a physical product because that's how they delivered them in those days. And that fundamentally, completely changed my life. So when people say to me, because, I mean, we went until, I didn't get back to the hotel till 3 a.m. yesterday, right? We went for 5 hours. Like, Dan, you know what I've done in this industry, right? You know the kind of numbers that I've pulled, right? You know who I've worked with and the things that we've accomplished. Like, to go that hard and to go that long and to, you know, be in front of everybody out here and go the extra mile like that, that doesn't come because I'm trying to make a buck, right? That comes because I have been positively impacted to the deepest degree because of a information product and what they
Yeah.
now call a digital product, it transformed me so much for me to then be able to draw up on that experience and show up and have that be given to you with this digital product offering here, join Iman, and then to have you be able to then extend that to somebody else as a butterfly effect, right? This is where it comes from. And this is more effective than
It's
if
why
I
you
read.
do it.
It's why I do it. And I could
Yeah.
read 100 sales books on it, and that might give me a tactic here or a tactic there. And I could, I could learn the techniques and everything like that. And that is useful. That helps, okay? But the deeper degree of transformation comes because I can share what has been helpful to me to somebody else. And that's what's at stake here. See, the problem is, Dan, they don't know it yet, right? Until you have experienced it. I'm trying to describe for you what a beautiful sunrise looks like, and you've never seen it
Never seen
before
the
in your
sunrise.
life. You've
Yeah.
never seen it
Yeah.
yet. And I could talk about it, and I could use all sorts of language and words for it. Or if I could, I'd just put your ass in front of it, say, open up, look over there, and I would shut my mouth, and you would experience it.
Yeah.
But you can't experience it on the outside. You can only experience it when you sign up on the inside. That's just the way that this world works. That's how it was designed. And so we're trying to describe it to you so you can feel confident to step forward and then experience it. And that's why we go. That's why I go, at least at joiniman.com, because I've had the transformation. You've had the coaching transformation. So that's like, when I tell you, we're using AI to create digital products, you're like, of course, because you've done it yourself.
Yeah, it's another day at the office.
But
you haven't been to the office yet, so you don't know what the office looks like. I mean, but it sounds like two things. You said about the when you were a baby.
Yep.
Two things stood out to me. Number one, that transformed your life.
Yep.
And it transformed your mother's life as well. And this is why you care about this, right? For me, it wasn't about making money. I literally had girls. Like, this is for the fellas, but do you know how crappy it is as a dude to have not just one female, but multiple female basically say you're a nobody, you're not a man, all this. So for me, digital products, it wasn't just about, I bought my mom and dad a house. That felt great. Who doesn't want to buy your mom and dad a house? But for me, it was almost like the thing that taught me or not taught me, but enabled me to be the highest version of myself, to really become a man, because that's how I make money. That's how I changed my life. That's how I turned it around for me, for my family. And why wouldn't I want to share that? So I'm sure you've heard this before. Somebody said to me a long, long time ago, I'll never forget it, on a comment. They said, well, if you know how to do this, like, why are you teaching it? Why didn't you just do it for yourself? I'm like, bro, because it changed my life. It changed everything about my life. Why would I not want to share that with other people? And if I can make a business out of that, why wouldn't I want to do that? But the second thing that stood out to me was, would you agree that what that product did, it not only transformed your life, but it kind of hacked your brain into fixing it, right?
Yep.
And this is what's actually made me successful, is realizing that the more you understand about your brain and how your mind works, the more you can optimize it to be the highest level version of yourself. You would not take your car to a mechanic if the mechanic said, I don't know how engines work, okay? And if you're an entrepreneur and you want to make money, what is your engine? What is the thing that you use? It's your mind.
Yeah.
So understanding how your mind works is going to make you way more successful. It just makes sense. So I'll give you an example. I used to have a problem with believing I was capable of doing something. And I started developing, this is a little secret of mine, I don't really share this, but I developed these little thought exercises for myself, and then I share them with other people, right? They're little like brain trainings for myself. And one time I thought to myself, okay, wait a minute. Here's this thing that I don't think I can do. I don't think I'm capable. I think I'm going to suck at it. If the president of the United States called me on the phone and said, Dan, there's an asteroid headed towards Earth. You got 90 days. If you can accomplish this thing, the asteroid misses the Earth and everybody's fine. But if you don't accomplish this thing, the asteroid hits the Earth and we all die and the human race is extinct. Then I ask myself, could I do it then? And of course, I say to myself, yes, of course, in that case, I could do it. But see, here's what happened in my brain. I realized, wait a minute, it's not a matter of capability, because in either scenario, I was capable. The only thing that changed was the motivation. See, I said I was capable because I had to. I said I could do it because I had to. I had to save the world. If you say to yourself, you know what, yeah, I could do it if if the fate of the world was at stake, well, you've proved to yourself that you're capable. The only thing that changed was the motivation. You had to do it. But here's the thing. You don't have to make more money. The question is, do you want to? If you're willing to put in even an ounce of the same effort you would if the fate of the world was on the line, if you had to do something, if your back was against the wall, into something that you just simply wanted, something that you want to make more money, you want to have a better life. You don't have to, but you want to. If you can just do that, you'd be surprised what you can create and the amount of success you can create in your life. And that starts with understanding how to do something, having the right tools, and getting the right mentorship to do it right and do it successfully, and your whole world can change.
Amen to that. Yeah. And you don't have to wait for a catastrophe in order for that to happen.
Yeah,
as well.
I did. And I'm telling you, as an older dude, I'm sure there's a lot of guys younger than me on here. Bro, don't wait for catastrophe. Don't wait for all the women to leave and for you to get sued and for all these terrible things to happen. Just do it now and avoid all of that. Like, just avoid all of that. And just even if you don't get rich, if you 10 grand a month, like for a lot of people, 10 grand a month is
it's more than enough, honestly.
Do you mind if I tell them how freaking beginner 10 grand a month, like how attainable 10 grand a month is?
Yeah, please do.
Okay, guys, I'm going to be real with you right now. This is me being completely real. If you know how to sell digital products, $10,000 US a month is child's play. You are, if we all had a conference, and I'm sure you've been to many of them, and there's 5,000 people who sell digital products in that room, and you make 10 grand a month, you're in the newbie room, you're in the baby room, you're like shaking, like baby toys. And I don't say that to make fun of the people who are beginning. I say that to illustrate the length of potential in the market.
Yeah.
The guys at the top they're making like $1 million a month, right? So think about this. $1 million a month is more than $1 million a month is well possible.
Yep.
10 grand a month, where is that on the scale? Like where on the scale, if this is $1 million and you have this big scale, okay, where is that? Like, it's here. So look at all these numbers in between. There's 20 grand a month, 50 grand a month, 100 grand a month. As you said before, the guy making 250. There's a huge scale to this. 10 grand a month, you're at the beginning. You're a baby. And I say that to say it's attainable. It's like, it's math. This was $17. I sold a bunch of them. I made 32 grand from just this one, and then more on the back. Like, I wish I could go back to my previous self, because if I would have gone back to my previous self and I would have said, hey, this is how this works. Like, look, here it is. This is how this works. I would have said to myself, my future self, like, bro, I don't know where you got my face, but you're full of it. You're lying. This doesn't sound real. There's no way I can sell air. Somebody can just buy a password or get something emailed to them and I can make all this money. It's impossible. There's no way, because I didn't believe it. And like, what would you do? Like, what could you do if you believed you could not fail? You would do anything.
Yep.
Right?
Yeah.
So like, it starts with belief. And I can't go back to my younger self and slap him into making money so I didn't have to go through all the pain and suffering. But I can tell you that at the end of the day, this is possible. And it's the amount of money you can make. I'm not saying you're going to make $1 million. I'm not saying that. But like 5 grand a month, 10 grand a month, 20, these are baby numbers. They're baby numbers. Most of what you have to get over to make 10 grand a month is emotional. You want to make 50, 100, 250. Okay. Now we're going to sit down and now we're going to really like.
Then there's some innovation
there's
in place.
Now we get nerdy. We put on the coffee pot.
You can't paint by the numbers as much.
Right. It's okay. But 10 grand a month, like, bro, I mean, that's all I'll say about that. It's incredibly attainable.
Yeah, and the counterpoint to that though is until you've seen it, then it seems impossible, because when you're surrounded by people that don't make 10 grand a month, then it makes sense that 10 grand a month is a myth. If you're in a different country, I know some people, there's people all over the world here too. So you do have to calibrate that to what's the per capita income that you're, you know, so
maybe 10 grand in your country is like $1 million.
Yeah.
But I'm saying I'm from the U.S., so I'm saying in U.S. dollars.
Yeah, of course. So it's like, but don't miss the forest for the trees here, right? If you're surrounded by people that are at a certain income level, then it would only make sense for you to think that that's what destiny is for you. Dan and I, we hang around with people that have large amounts of money. And so for us, 10 grand a month seems inconsequential because it's at the low end of who we surround ourselves with. So it's important to be in the rooms where people will show you what 10 grand a month looks like. And it's not what you would think. You would think that it is a well-run machine where everything is finely, perfectly placed, and it's not. It's like a couple different things that are not even remarkable. They're just different.
At 10?
At 10K.
Oh, yeah, bro.
It's just a paint by the numbers kind of a deal. Really, truly is, right? And there's the psychology. So this is the 0 from 1, to how to go from 0 to 1, right? It's a switch, and it's a belief switch. Yep. Now, being in a room, because there's two ways you can change a belief. You can work on it inward, so you working on yourself. That's kind of like proofreading your own work. I don't recommend it, right? That's kind of like cutting your own hair. I don't recommend that either, right? That's kind of like doing your own taxes. And Dan, you could speak on how that looks.
That was
like,
a bad
right?
idea.
Yeah. So you can change a belief inwardly. Hardest way to do it, least effective, and it typically goes back the moment you quit working on it, right? And in addition to working on it yourself, which you always should, you can change a belief externally. So if you're in a room where everybody believes $10,000 is absolutely a basic requirement, then you will find a way to satisfy that, right? The easiest way to lose weight, if you want to lose weight, is hang around thin people. And the easiest way to get rich is hang around rich people. And the easiest way to be happy is hang around happy people. It's just as simple as that. Now, part of the game is they don't accept you into the community unless you show up in ways that work within that community. So you have to have the aptitude and the attitude to at least want to aspire to be on the same frequency as everybody in that group. And then they will accept you. They say, this is a person who wants to be in the 10K club. And they're showing up with behaviors that are conducive to that, right? So instead of shooting down an idea the first time they hear it, they say, well, how could that work? And that's the difference of the shift. Or they say, okay, instead of when I get frustrated, I stop. I get frustrated and I ask for help. And that's a shift. And that's what allows you in the 10K club, for example, right? And so these are simple shifts. And once you have them and then you have a group that helps you facilitate that change, this is when 10K becomes normal.
Yep.
And then it becomes, do I want to go further? Now, let me caveat that a little bit, okay? Guys like Dan, guys like me, guys like Iman, we're overly ambitious, right? Like, being in the top 1% for us isn't enough. I don't know why, and it doesn't matter
why. That's standard.
Yeah.
That's in our minds.
Yeah, being exceptional for me is normal, okay? Like, I want to be exceptional amongst those who are exceptional. That's just what drives me, okay?
Oh, I love that.
You like that?
I love that.
Hit that up, hashtag that, put it on my Instagram,
That's
right?
great.
Yeah, I want to be exceptional amongst the exceptional. But here's the other side of the coin, and this quote always bounces around in my brain to check me and to keep me sane. Bob Marley said this. He says, some people are so poor, all they have is money.
Oh, yeah, that's true.
So the goal of money is to allow choice, and then choice allows you to live. But until you have money, you don't have choice. I don't like that. I don't know why God set it up that way, but he's God, so he did it his way. If you are God and you have your own planet, you can do it your way, right? But this is the rules on this planet. Until you have a certain amount of money, you lack choice. And so your goal is to acquire the money, to have choice, and then you can choose to decide how much further you want to pursue on the financial end or how much you want to do on every other end as well, right? And so we want choice. So for most people, $10,000 a month is enough to have that trait of ungovernable that we talk about. And for most people, they don't need to grow beyond that, right? One of the things, and I'll be very clear with everybody here, and it took me till I was 35. I didn't learn this until I was 35. I thought, because I didn't know any better, I had an emotional hole inside of me, right? And I thought if I just put enough money in that hole, that it would heal that hole, right? And unfortunately, it doesn't work that way. Emotional and spiritual problems can't be healed with financial solutions, right? So I made money to feel better about myself, and it didn't. So I pursued even more money to feel better about myself, and it didn't. It made me more capable. So when I did go to work on myself, I did a good job, right? Like, I filled the emotional hole with emotional tools and became more whole, became a better person, became a better father, became a better spouse, became a better friend, enhanced every single relationship that I had and new relationships that we're making here today. And so I am happy that I developed these skills as I pursued more and more money, right? However, the money doesn't define you. Yeah. The money helps you allow yourself to define yourself, so you can't get too caught up in that. And this is one of the things that I love about Iman as well. And I love to see the progress and the maturation that I've seen his brand develop over the years. He's got the cars, he's got the watches, right? He lives that life, right? But you know what is the most impressive about working side by side with Iman and everybody in the rooms that we hang out within? What gets me most excited is how they treat people. And not
That's
just,
true.
Yeah, not
No,
just people
true.
They want to get something from, right?
Except for the banya.
The Banya is a whole other story.
They like the banya.
Did you make it through the Banya?
I did. I made it through
I
the
did
whole
not
thing.
make
You
it through
didn't
the
make it
Banya.
through? No way. Are you serious?
I'll tell that story in a minute, right? All right, so I seen Iman last night get on a FaceTime at like 1 or 2 in the morning when we were done with one of the winners. I can't tell you the specific details because it's sensitive in nature, but I saw Iman's heart in that moment, and this is like the 5th time I've seen it just since I've been here in Dubai over the last few days. The amount of warmth and caring and how he looks to show up. And these are strangers, anybody, everybody. That's how you can judge the mark of a man and the mark of a woman, is how they treat their fellow human beings. And so money does not change that. It amplifies that. And it can help you develop other things that will allow you to be more of that or to give you options around that. And so we talk a lot about money because until you have it, everything else is harder. Now, once you have it, everything else can become easier, but not automatically. So let's put it in its place. And so digital products, though, allow you to develop as many income streams as what your definition of rich requires it to be. So if you want to create more because you've got a bigger definition, fantastic. If you're a little bit younger and you want to stack the chips and you want to collect drip and all that kind of stuff, I don't judge that, right? That's your money. You could spend it however you want to spend it. But the point in all of this is money is the means to the end. It isn't the end. And so $10,000 a month is more than sufficient. Now, WAP users, I should say specifically monetized users in the last 90-day challenge, 8.9 million collectively amongst all participants, right? We got a better thing going on this time, right?
Wow.
And everything about it is
Do you
better.
think that's also because they were in the right room, as you said earlier?
So here's the deal, Dan. You and I are very similar in nature. We tend to partner with brands. They have us come in and we help them grow their brands. So Dan and I have basically the same occupation, the same job, right?
Yeah.
I choose to work with the clients I work with because I like to find the very best products, and the audience has heard me say this 1,000 times, right? But it's true, so I have to say it again. I find the very best offerings to the very best markets, and so when I come in to partner with those brands, I could like show up and barely try, and they'll be like, Jason, that was so useful. You're awesome. You're amazing. You're fantastic. That's my big secret to success, right? I partner with winners who are already going to win, and anything I add to that is automatically enhanced. Less so because of me, more so because I play games that are easy to win. Does that make sense?
Yeah, that's
all right.
great.
So this is a strategic maneuver, right? Now, I'm also exceptional at what I do. And I'm also very effective at what I do. So I pick the very best, and then I add my best to it, and that's where extreme exponentialization occurs. This is where things that were impossible have now occurred. This is where records get broken. And so I set it so I can't fail. I can only succeed. And you mentioned this earlier, but if you knew you couldn't fail, you would 100% do it. So I set myself up where failure is impossible. It's only the amount of success that we have to be concerned about. And then we exceed it. And this is the goal here. And so this is what I do when I partner with brands. And so to answer your question, I think the reason it did so good, well, there's two reasons. One is it's the very best in its category to its audience. There is not a better product out there that exists, a better packaging and a better offer, especially at this price point, all right? Especially at this price point. So that's point A. And then point B is timing, okay? Timing is everything. Waiting sucks, but timing is everything. So if you hit the right time, you can be ordinary and get an extraordinary result, right? There's a lot of people who become successful who are unremarkable in every other way, shape, or form, except the right person at the right place at the right time,
That's
okay?
true.
The timing was pretty good 6 months ago when we opened this up, or 5 months ago. It was in May, right? The timing was about an 8.5 out of 10. You almost never get a 10 out of 10. The timing right now is better than the timing was then. I won't say it's a 10 out of 10, but it might be. But it's better than it was last time. And the timing last time was exceptional. The timing is better now. The offering has been enhanced now at joiniman.com. Iman acquired a brand that he paid $1.7 million for, has not sold anything in that brand yet, has only distributed it and given it away for free, the intellectual property inside that brand, right? That you get access to today for free, and that won't exist anymore because, come on, right? Like, it's a temporary deal with the consulting accelerator, yeah.
Oh my God.
Yeah. So it's like, this is called step your game up time, right? Now, we ask you to step your game up, right? We ask you not to be somebody else, but to be more of who you actually are inside of you, to obtain more of that potential and turn it into actual. So step your game up is a very small step that we ask. When we say step our game up, it's a very big ask, which is why we bring more to the table. This is why we're doing 2 extra days. This is why we put this bonus in place. This is why we enhanced the coaching. This is why we have not 1 but 2 insurance policies, if you will. We have the work with you until you win guarantee, because if you never quit, then you can't lose. And so we will work with you till you win. And then we also have the perfect product insurance on top of that as well. So if you knew you couldn't fail, would you do it then? Well, we've designed specifically in a very real fashion that scenario. That actually is what we have here. And I'm itching and I'm dying to answer your questions. And I see the chat still popping, and I see 6,674 souls still on with us right now. And that number's been
These
really
are the best
steady.
people because they're here for
they
the
are
knowledge.
the best people. And, here's the thing, right? You don't have to share numbers, and the numbers, the dollar figures won't make sense. But the very best campaign that you ever launched in your life that made you the most money, right? Let me ask you, let's talk shop for a second here. Conversion percentage. So everybody knows a conversion percentage is, 100 people saw your offer,
Right.
X number of them took it. So if 10 saw it out of 100, it would have been a 10% conversion rate, right?
Right.
If 1 saw it out of 100 and bought, it would have been a 1% conversion rate. So your biggest winner, your multi-million-dollar campaign, the one that crushed it the most, Dan, do you know what your conversion rate was that?
We talked about this the other day.
Okay.
It was absurdly high. This was a special thing that I did. It was crazy high. It was 48%. Okay, but I pulled out every trick. That's not normal. Hold on, that's not normal. That's absurdly high.
Terrible example.
Okay, I know. But I pulled out every possible trick, and that was a one-shot deal.
fair enough. Yeah.
However,
Yeah.
okay, that was listen, I'm an honest guy. That was a one-shot deal, and that was because I did everything correctly. But I only did everything correctly once in my career.
Yeah. I have never gotten a 48% conversion.
And
So everybody's listening, right?
It was unfair because people were waiting for it for months. Like it's skewed beyond belief.
Okay.
But imagine for a moment.
So let's take normal conditions.
Right.
So
that
you get
was
a pretty good
1.1%
result.
of the time.
Yeah.
Normal, the other 99.9% of my career.
Yeah.
That
Like what you would consider winners on average, what's the conversion rate typically?
well, I would say between 1% and 2%.
Yeah.
It depends on what you're selling.
No, you're right.
Like it can be 5% if what you're selling is like dirt
Super cheap.
dirt cheap.
Yeah, let's go with
Okay.
5%. Let's just go with 5%.
So 5%, right?
Yeah. So let me contextualize this, Dan. This means 95 out of 100 people said not for me.
That's always how. Yeah, yeah. Well,
I know it's
I call it the
obvious to
1%.
you,
Well, yeah, okay,
but
you're right,
nobody has
right.
had this experience.
So I call
yet,
this
right?
the 1% rule, right?
Okay.
So you've read the book 1,000 True Fans, right?
Yeah.
So there's this book about called
It's
1,000
like
True Fans.
It's an
right?
article called by Kevin Kelly.
Yeah.
Yeah, you can Google it. Yep.
Oh, is it an article? It's
Yeah.
not a book? Yeah. Okay. So it basically talks about the concept that if you have 1,000 hardcore fans, you can build a majorly successful brand, right?
Yeah.
In the same way, in this world, if you can convert at 1%,
You'll be rich.
you'll be rich.
Yeah.
Period. And that sounds crazy, but literally, if 100 people say, "Oh, that's cool, what's that?" and one person buys, that is a world in which you become a millionaire.
Yeah.
Okay, if you keep doing it long enough.
Yeah.
There are absurd examples like the one I mentioned, special
They're temporary,
situations,
yeah.
temporary, but 99% of my career, 1 to 2%.
Yeah. So this means 99 out of 100 people ultimately decided not to do it, right?
Yeah.
And here's and this, even pros get tripped up in this, right? They say, well, dang, okay, I'm just going to stop and I'm just going to give up because we only got one to say yes out of 99 and I'll just leave it at that. Or they'll say, hey, listen, day one of this challenge, we had 80,000 people on live, right? And by the end, when we went to hour 3, we had like 50, 40, 60, somewhere around there. We had like 50,000 people. On day 3, we have 6,000 people. We've whittled it down now to 6,000 people. So the average person, the average strategist, the average whomever would say, oh, geez, the numbers are really down. We should wrap it up. We should call it a day. Because most people have left. Most people have checked out. Most people have decided not to say yes. And this is one of the ways that I have made more money in this business than just about anybody. Because we don't give up based on the people who've said no. We stay on with the people who are still willing to show up and who might say yes. And so this is a meta lesson here to all of you. This is why we're still here. This is why we're doing this. This is why we're putting this out there for you, because I stay for the people that have been engaged and are interested. Because if I can get just a few more of you who this is the right fit for to say yes, I call that a success. I don't look at all the ones that didn't say yes because I'm not going to be able to help them. I look for the few of you who might say yes under the right circumstances if you understand it correctly. And then if I give up on you, we both lose. But this is a lesson that should extend to you as well. You will create digital products where if most of the market does not want them and only 1 out of 100 want them, we call you successful because we don't focus on those who aren't ready for it yet. We optimize for the 1 to 2 who are ready for it now, or we're already ready for it, and we're just waiting for you to come along and put it in front of them, right? And so this is a huge lesson for everybody. This is why we go the extra mile. This is why we do what we do. Now, to be very clear, you don't have to do this. Like, they don't have to be on camera. You don't have to communicate in the way that we're communicating off the top of their head.
No video. This I didn't use my face.
Yeah.
There's no video on the page. It's like a page with a mock-up of the book. I did none of that for that.
And what's your conversion rate you think that was on that one?
This one, well, it's cheap. It's only $17, so it's more towards the 2 to 3%.
Yeah, it's probably closer to 4 or 5%, I would guess, right? And I see everybody's funnels. I mean, they come to me. We work on their numbers and everything, so I know intimately numbers and I can assess them. And Dan didn't say, "Oh my God, 95 out of 100 people who see this don't want to buy this. Epic failure. Close shop. Throw it out the gate." Because look, most people aren't saying yes to this, right? Dan's like, hell yeah.
That's a great. And you know what? You know what? I'm going to tell you something. The people that stay and the people that buy later, I think are the best people. Do you know why? Think about this right now. The people that bought in the first 5 minutes of the offer, that they bought right away. Impulse. You guys right now, you're thinking about it. You're carefully calculating. So when you make a buying decision now, I have found that the people who don't buy, the people who have the most success in my programs, they actually waited a little bit. Maybe towards the end, they're still on now after an hour, whatever, because they thought about it a little more. They made a calculated decision. They decided to do it, and they stuck with it more often. And so I often find that not only will, yes, like you said, you'll make more money if you stay on and you send another email, you hit them with whatever, but those are the people that will talk about your product the most, because those are the people who make careful, calculated decisions. They then take calculated action. They use the product. They get the result from the product. They get the result from the product. They talk about the product.
Yep.
So you're actually not just making more money, you're helping more people, you're helping the right people, and you're helping the people that will actually talk more about your product and spread it even further. So there's like more effect to this than just, we're going to make more money, we're going to squeeze another 1 or 2% out. You know? Can I make a point to something you said earlier that
Please.
I thought was, so you said, and I just, it's stuck in my brain. You said that it's all about being in the right room, right? You have heard the story of the New York violinist, right?
No, I don't think so.
Okay, so it's super quick. There was a world-class violinist who was visiting New York. He was playing a huge concert. The night before his concert, he goes down to the subway.
Oh,
You've heard it, right?
Yeah.
And he starts busking. And for those of you that don't know what busking is, it's where a guitar player, a violinist, whatever, they play their instrument, they put their case out, and they let people. Homeless people do it a lot. Like they acquire an instrument, maybe that's what they're good at, and they make money with tips, right? And so, if I was homeless, that would be like the best way to make money because I'm a musician.
Most musicians are homeless.
Yeah. And so he goes down. He plays for 4. This is a world-class violinist. He plays for 4 hours. 4 or 5 people stop. One person clapped, and he made like $20.
Yeah.
The next night, he goes and plays at a prestigious theater house in New York. Like 1 or 2,000 people, some crazy amount of people attend. He gets a standing ovation. And by the way, each one of those people paid $100 to go see him play. Standing ovation. He played the same violin. He played the same guy.
It was a $1 million violin too. It was like a Stravinsky.
Yeah. It was $1 million violin, which I would not have gone downstairs with a $1 million violin. But here's the principle. Extraordinary people can only thrive in extraordinary environments. Now, there's 2 types of people watching this right now, especially who are still here. There's the person that knows they're extraordinary, but doesn't have an extraordinary environment like the one that Iman has created with the coaches, with the tools, with the mentorship. And then the second type of person is the person that doesn't know they're extraordinary. And that's the person that I personally love helping the most because, guys, let me tell you something. There is no possible, right now you could be Netflixing and chilling. Right now you could be playing Tekken 2, playing video games. I like Tekken 2. That's old school. Me and my wife play like Tekken 15 now or whatever it is, right? And so the point is that you could be doing something else, but you are on this stream right now. You are assimilating knowledge into your brain. You're trying to move and shake. You're trying to make a difference in your life. Why would you still be here after, how long is this now? What does it say? Three hours. Why would you still, on the 3rd day? It's the 3rd day. 3 hours in, you're still here.
I mean, VIP, shout out to you. You're here for 4 hours.
People who do not have something inside themselves extraordinary do not sit around for 9 hours assimilating knowledge. There's something inside of you. You may not know what it is. It could be simply a drive. It could be simply a problem you want to correct in your life, a situation you want to change, or just the fact that you want a better life than your parents, or you want a better life
for your parents.
Okay? But there's something extraordinary in you because you would not be here. People do not do that. People do not do those behaviors who do not have a burning worth inside them. So I can tell you, if you're watching right now, you're one of those 2 people. You need an extraordinary environment to thrive. If you, like you said, if you hang out with people who every time you say, and this is what happened, I lived in Spring Hill, Florida. I don't know if anybody here's from Florida, but Spring Hill is like literally like every time I said, hey, I want to start a business. Hey, I want to move out of this town. Yeah, sure. Yeah. They would put me down. Why? Because they themselves they weren't extraordinary. They didn't want extraordinary things. And so if I succeeded, it would make them look bad. They needed to put me down a peg so that they felt good about their mediocre situation. You are not on this live because you want a mediocre life. People who stick around this long, that ain't you. I know that ain't you. I feel like I'm talking to myself in this camera because I know this was me years ago. I was the guy 3 hours in watching. Do not let the circle that surrounds you. Subdue your dreams. Subdue what you could be capable of. If you don't have that circle, if you don't have that extraordinary environment, and you just are that unlucky that the people around you are not lifting you up, then look, there is a group of people who will reach their hand down, grab you from where you are, and yank you up as long as you're willing to put that hand up. Grab their hand and do it. That environment exists. It's going to take you putting your energy, your focus, and obviously a little bit of money, right? But that room exists. And if you want access into that room and you want to become the highest level of yourself, you are extraordinary, and you want to realize the results of being extraordinary, and you don't want to be held back from what you know you could do, then this is the best moment in time for you to make a change in your life. And here's what I'll tell you. It only takes 10 seconds of courage. 10 seconds of courage to go to joiniman.com, get in the program, get in the room, and start being in that extraordinary environment that'll allow you to achieve your dreams. And this is me not talking to you. This is me talking to myself from over a decade ago, and what I wish I could say to myself. This is what I would say.
Hell yeah. Dan, you're the man.
I love sitting with you doing this.
This is
man.
fun,
yeah,
man.
It's fun, man. I could do this for like 10 hours.
Hell yeah, man.
You know, we really need some water and coffee.
So everybody, just so you're clear, we do have the bonus, the consulting accelerator that does expire when we wrap up today. It is not limited to the amount of people who've signed up. It's limited to the time that we're available here live. And
This one.
Yeah,
this
one.
session.
Yeah.
Yeah.
In our bonus sessions tomorrow that I'm running, and then the one on the day after that Iman's doing, this bonus will not be part of the offer anymore.
Can I just say something about that bonus?
Yeah, please do.
Because you listen, I'm gonna be honest with you guys, right? I'm a realist. I know there's a lot of beginners here. Like we're talking about being top echelon, and we're throwing around numbers and millions of dollars. These are big numbers, okay? Can I be honest about where these big numbers came from?
Yeah, break it down.
Okay, listen. This program, like I've made almost $40 million now doing this. Now that number is scary, because to you, I know if I was a beginner and this was me years ago, that would turn me off. I would hear that number and I'd be like, bro, that's what the fuck. Okay, but here's the thing. This program was one of the major things that I learned, it made the major impact in my life that allowed me to go, oh, 10 grand a month, that's what's,
yeah.
Okay, to, oh, whoa, no, millions are on the table, okay? And I'm gonna be honest with you, what you will learn in this program is what got me to the multi-millions, these big scary numbers that seem completely out of reach. This is the program. I went through it, I used it, I literally made it my Bible, basically. And it was a paradigm shift, because I didn't think like this.
Yeah.
Like when I learned this stuff, I was like, people, like, it gave me, it was like somebody took a pair of glasses. I saw the world, and then somebody gave me this new glasses. And I was like, whoa, I didn't know there was a tree there. I didn't know, there's all these beings that I can see that are like other dimensional that I didn't even know were there. It let me see the world in a completely different way, and the skills and the tools and the mindset. So this bonus, guys, like honestly, what the investment today of this offer is a pittance of what's in here. Yeah. It's a pittance, because I can't even believe he hasn't sold anything with this yet.
He will, trust me.
Yeah, but like literally he bought the brand. He's just giving it away as a bonus?
For now, yeah.
My God.
Yeah. No.
That's ridiculous.
You know, it is. And there's two types of people that you'll meet in this business. You'll see people that take their money, in this case, money is leverage, and they acquire and they squeeze everybody out. Okay, that's one way to use an advantage. The second way is you get money, like Iman has acquired, and then you leverage that to increase the success of others. And so that's the second lesser used way of how people leverage wealth. And so a normal person that was teaching you digital product creation would not be able to even acquire the brand. They just couldn't because 1.7
Right,
million
yeah,
cash,
yeah,
right? I know people that are worth hundreds of millions of dollars who can't write a $1.7 million check because they're illiquid. They're worth that much, but
not in cash.
ask them to pay for dinner is a big deal, right? Yeah, like ask me how I know. I have picked up checks for people that are worth lots more money than I am before because there's liquidity and then there's illiquidity, okay? So he uses liquidity. So first of all, most people who would try to help you and who were sincere and would wish to help you couldn't help you because they couldn't stroke a $1.7 million check. Okay, that's level one. Level two, then there are people that can, but they either decide, well, I'm going to invest $1.7 million because I'm going to turn it into $5 million. I'm going to flip it like a house, right? I'm going to flip that stuff. And that is the most common way that uncommon people who can spend 1.7 would do that, right? And then there's a very, 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 very limited number of people. I know maybe 12 of them in my entire life, and I'm very well connected, as you know, right? Who would take it, acquire it, and then distribute it for free and not be concerned about seeing an ROI on it yet. And this is one of the reasons why we come in here. You know, it's like it's called real recognize real, right? So I recognize real, Dan recognizes real, y'all recognize real, real recognize real. And so this is what this bonus represents. I would sell this in and of itself at $19.99 without anything else. You are getting this for free as a bonus. There is a catch. The catch is it goes off when we go offline here, okay? So when we end the session today, this goes away because we have to be somewhat reasonable, right?
And we have to have a deadline. Like I said earlier,
Yeah.
you've got to have a deadline.
Yeah.
To your, if you don't put a deadline to your dreams and what you want to accomplish, you're never going to do it. You got to have a deadline.
Yeah. A goal without a deadline is a wish. That's what they say, right?
I love that.
Yeah. So
who said that?
I don't know. Some
Somebody
smart man.
super
Yeah. Now AI said it now because AI could come up with that for you if you use the right AI, just like that.
Yeah.
So we got that as a bonus, and we got everything else. So this is the seriousness of this of what you're working with and who you're working, who's guiding you and who's managing you and who's supporting you. And it's not just Iman and it's not just me and it's not just Dan, right? We have a whole team of people, the payroll of which would make the average person sick, how much it costed bankroll, just the support system around you, okay? And this is what we invest in, because if we create transformation in you, then the company grows. And on a practical level, this is why we like WAP so much. This is why Iman has made an investment in WAP and is now an owner in WAP, is because we have leverage there too. And so you have the capabilities to plug these products in easier than ever into a processing system with the best coaching possible. You have the best assets that you can leverage in the best specialized AI in the form of synthesized, in the form of Ghostwriter. And we have other stuff too that we haven't even mentioned yet. $19.95. Listen, it's a good deal. Now, you might be in a tight financial situation, and I can empathize with that. I have been there as well. Like, I wasn't delivering pizzas, but I was painting houses. This is how I used to get by. I was painting houses for $12 an hour. So we were doing what we could to survive. And I don't know like your first big ticket purchase, Dan, but my first big ticket purchase was $2,000. Okay,
For like a course?
yeah, for a digital product, right?
Yeah, I'm trying to remember. Well, it depends on what you mean by big ticket. But I one time, I'm a little bit of a risk taker. So I don't know if I ever told you this story, but I actually learned. I read a lot of books, which honestly cost more than money because you have to spend hours upon hours. And I made money, and when I made money, I was like, I freaked out. I was like, if I can make this much money, I've got to go and take this to the next level. So I actually, I'm a little reckless. I'm not going to lie to you. I did not buy a $2,000 program. I bought a $30,000 mastermind.
You went straight up to that.
I
right?
did. Because I do that in crypto too. I'm like, if I invest in crypto, I'm like, well, I could buy 1,000. No, I'll buy.
Just put a bunch in
that just okay. And so, but here's the thing. I was about to throw up when I did it.
Yeah.
Because I'm like, that was like, I literally invested everything I had made from digital products back into getting to this room.
You go hard.
No, dude, I'm a double down guy. This is why I should never gamble. Like, actually go to a casino. I should never do it. But it worked out because when I got in that room, what I learned from those guys in that room, it helped. And then I did it again with Sam and like I've just done it over and over and over. I don't know how much you've spent, but I've spent $500,000 on coaching, consulting, seminars, and this is a stupid number, but twice in my life, I've spent $50,000 on a one-on-one call with like high level mentors. Now, you might say, well, Dan, you're crazy. Why would you spend $500,000 on coaches? Okay, great. That's what my father would say. Okay. In fact, he did say that. But if you then take the nearly 40 million I've made, if you could buy a house for $500,000 and then you could sell that house for 40 million, would you do it?
Yeah, definitely.
Like, of course you would.
Yeah.
But the thing is I can only sell that house once. With the knowledge and the skill set, you can keep making money forever. So I'm a huge believer in investing in yourself.
Me too. I'm not quite as insane as you are about it, but
you don't have to do that.
I don't recommend any of you model.
No, I'm insane. I'm crazy, but I like to double down, and that's just how I am. I think there's people who are conservative about it. There's people who are crazy about it. But whether it's $2,000 or $200,000, the point is you're investing in yourself and acquiring what you need to acquire to make the life you need to make.
And it's relative too, because for me, the first time that I bought what I would call big ticket was a $2,000 product. I had a credit card that had a $500 limit on it because, the bank was like, whoa there, buddy. Like $500 is about all you're good for.
I bought
right?
those.
Yeah. So I really wanted this program. This was back in 2006. And by the way, everything sold for $2,000 on the internet in 2006. Like the shittiest products you could ever imagine, people sold them for $2,000 in 2006. Don't ask me why. I mean, supply and demand. There was very few products you could invest in. And so when there's few for supply and there's a lot of demand, you can skew price point independent of whether the thing is good or isn't good. But there was a product that I saw that I really wanted. It was $2,000. I only had a $500 credit card, and that's the only way that they allowed me to purchase the product online is with a credit card, right? So here's what I did. I called up my boss, who I was painting houses for. He was a relatively successful person. He was a good mentor and coach, by the way. So this guy helped me out a lot and really shaped my life in a very profound way. Also, the biggest asshole you could ever imagine on the planet.
I feel like I might know who this is.
You wouldn't, because he was a guy in Iowa painting houses. But
okay.
So it was a very interesting relationship we had. But I called him up and I said, I really want to buy this program. Would you charge it to your credit card, and then I will pay you back? I will write you a check, and I will pay you for it. And $2,000 was a lot for me. As a percentage of the total amount of money I had on hand, it was an extremely large amount of that as a percentage, right? Now, the one thing I had going for me, Dan, and I'm very different in this way than a lot of people, is I always kept my cost of living down significantly, right? So I can very clearly visualize when this occurred. So I called him up. I said, if you charge it on your credit card, then I'll write you a check for it. He goes, I'll stop by because I'm close by. And then I'll put the credit card in for you and I'll order it and then you write me the check. So I said, great. So he pulls up. Now here's where I live, just to set the scene. Okay. I joined Toastmasters. You know what Toastmasters is? Okay.
Yeah.
So Toastmasters, I joined it because I started reading these books. And these books is if you want to network and you want to learn how to make money and all this stuff, you go to Toastmasters. So I did. That never happened, by the way. I didn't make a damn dime in Toastmasters. But while I was there, a lady says, we have this shed on the back of our property that we converted into a little apartment. I don't think it was legal, by the way, but she was like, I will rent it to you for $400 a month, right? So that was the best thing that came out of Toastmasters. So I'm living in this shed. It's like a box, and there's a thing down the middle of the shed where the kitchen is and then the living room is, and that's it. So my living room was my bedroom, was my office. This is where I started my first business. And this living room area couldn't fit both a bed and a desk in it. So I had to choose. Do I want to sleep on a bed and not have a desk to work on? Or do I want to work at a desk and sleep on the floor? I chose the desk. and I slept on the floor, right? So I'm living in this cheap little apartment, driving this really, it's a Toyota Celica, 1989 Toyota Celica, and we're talking 2006, right? So it has some miles on it. And I have no cost of living. I don't have a girlfriend at the time because I wanted to focus on building the skills that would allow me to be able to be successful in my life. And so he came over, put the credit card in, bought the product for $2,000. I wrote him the check for $2,000, and I was in business. This is the first big ticket purchase that I ever made as a percent relative to the money I have. So there's a lot of you here today who are in a similar situation. The finances that you have on hand are very small. So even though this is an incredible deal at $19.95, and with financing, there may be some alternative options for you, as a percentage of the disposable income you have on hand to make the investment, it could be a lot, right?
That's true.
It could be a lot. It probably is a lot. I've seen some of your comments, and I promise you, I'm going to get to the questions here very, very shortly because I want to answer some of these questions because I think it will help you make a decision that will be the best decision for you. Whether it's a no decision or a yes decision, the decision needs to be made, and I want to help you make it, okay? So it is not lost upon me that this may require a significant investment from you, even though this is the absolute best deal in terms of value that you'll ever find. So I want to acknowledge that, and I want to really honor that, the intensity surrounding this decision, because I know for most of you, you want to make it, but it feels difficult because of the financial situation that you're in. You're sold on the value of this. You see what the opportunity here is, but the big question is, does it make sense for me to make this kind of investment, okay? I can't make that decision for you. Now, there are some of you, and this is so funny, like, this is how I know that, Dan, this is how I know we have a winning offer, and I'm sure you've seen this before yourself too, right? My wife has been sending me message from my Instagram, which I never check because I'm fucking terrible at social media, right? And she's sending me messages. So people are looking me up and telling me, hey, ask Iman if he'll do X, Y, and Z, or they're telling me and they're sending me messages. They're like, well, I'm from this country and I'm facing this situation.
Right.
Can you help me out? And it breaks the heart a little bit when you read this, and you can really feel for people. But this also shows me that we've hit the spot. Like, we have that unstoppable, undeniable offering, and this is before the consulting accelerator bonus was even revealed or dropped, right? So I know most of you want it. There's some of you where financially I will tell you no, flat out, right? If it's between this and eating a meal and you're not sure when your next meal is going to come in, don't buy this. That is reckless and that's insane, right? If this puts you in a situation where harm can come upon you in the near future, I 100% will tell you unequivocally, do not sign up at joiniman.com. Do not invest in this opportunity here. This is why we do the free training. This is for you if that is your only option. However, a lot of you are somewhere in the middle, okay? A lot of you are like, even it'll be a difficult but not impossible investment for you to make. And for you, I would just take a second to sit with that, think about it, be aware of it. Don't just check in with the brain. Also check in with the heart. Don't let the brain make all the decisions. Don't let the heart make all the decisions, right? Holistically make the decision with the brain and the heart. And then if it feels right, it's right. And then everything else is kind of secondary to that, isn't it? Like, if it's the right thing to do, we do it whether the condition is ideal or if it's not ideal, right?
Right.
You know, I don't say to my wife and I, we do these date nights at least once a week, right? That's the only social media game I have on point, right? Is I put pictures of her and our date nights and, marketing, what the fuck? I don't say anything about that, right? But maybe a little bit about that. But, we have our date nights. I don't say, well, it's raining, so let's not go out tonight, right? Or I don't say, I'm really tired and I worked hard all day, so let's skip it, right? We do it because it's worth doing. And sometimes it's not under ideal conditions. And other times it is. But we do it, and then once we do it, once we have this, once you do the needful, once you do the right thing and you condition it, that's where excellence comes from. Pros do it with a headache. This is the saying that we say in the business all the time, right? Pros do it with a headache. We do it whether it's easy or whether it's hard. If it's worth doing, it's worth doing. And every moment you resist that, it costs you twice. Because you go through emotional agony sitting in that maybe. And that's not a good place to be in. And then it costs you again because every second you delay the decision that needs to be made is a second later you begin. It's a second later you can step into it. And so I just want to make you aware of that. And maybe that can help you make the decision if the decision is a yes decision to make it. Now, if not, I'll ask you again in 5 minutes, right? I'll keep asking you just to check it and make sure. I would rather accidentally over ask you to the point of annoyance and get a no than not ask you enough and miss you when I could have helped you. Does that resonate? If so, join Iman.com. Let's get you going. I got a bunch of questions. I got one for you before I get into these, though. You were telling me something when we talked the other day. You say, hey, I like to help people understand a situation, and there's two different things, right? There's the skills, and then there's the attributes or the character. Am I getting this right?
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Can you tell?
This is probably one of the biggest lessons that I learned to being successful, really not just at this business, but in life, okay? And this is something I love telling people because it's a major game changer. I do want to mention, I'm going to map this out for you on this because I really have to use a pen for this. But I do want to mention about this bonus. And by the way, I love the fact that you said if it's going to like take food off your table where you can't eat, it's no.
Yep.
And I ate ramen noodles for 6 months because that's all I could afford. That's why the only thing I could buy was books. Like that was it. Okay. But this bonus right here, I have this bonus. What I purchased here years ago was not the most expensive thing that I've ever, and like I said, I've invested a lot over 13 years in myself. This particular program was one of the cheaper things.
Yeah.
I invested more with consulting.com like later on, but this program was like one of the cheapest.
It was the entry point.
It was one of the entry points.
Yeah.
And, you know, I got in masterminds, I got in all that. And here's the funny thing. That stupid amount of money I spent on that mastermind, I learned more from this.
Wow.
I learned a lot from that. I learned a lot. I'm not going to lie.
You got your money's worth.
I did. But this one was the most practical. That was more like connections, thinking higher level. This was the practical knowledge that really made me the most money. So return on investment, this. I just wanted to note that. Okay.
Thank you.
So here's what it is, right? If you were to, how many of you guys here have like a boss? Like you have an employer. Does anybody here have an employer, right? So this can be used for employees or employers. You've hired people before, right?
Many times.
Many times, right?
Yeah.
So think about this. What would be a good characteristic you would look for in a good employee?
Yeah. For me, showing up on time is like the most important
So
characteristic.
punctuality.
Yeah, punctuality.
Right? Okay. Punctuality. And by the way, guys, you can say in the chat some other characteristics that you think would be like one of mine is honesty. My core value is honesty.
Yep.
Right. I'm gonna write that down.
Write down honesty.
Honesty. Right.
Yep.
I love that. Right. So what's another character?
Proactivity is one of my favorites.
Proactive. Okay.
So they don't say, I don't know if I can do this or not. They say, okay, I'm going to find a way to do this. That's one of my favorite traits.
Right. Okay. That's awesome. So I know there's a little bit of delay here. I'm gonna.
I saw flexibility.
Loyalty. Okay. Loyalty.
Yep.
Okay. Loyalty.
Authenticity.
Authenticity.
Yeah. Creative.
Ooh.
That's a good one.
Okay. Creative.
And I'll give the code away too here in a little bit for the workbook. I'm going to make a note.
Integrity. Oh, that's my second favorite. Integrity. Okay. Humility. Okay. Work ethic. Okay. Commitment. So there's a lot here, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Trustworthy. Okay. So now let me ask, that's enough, right? Let me ask you a question. If you were looking for an employee and that employee came to you and they were punctual, they were honest, and I'll show you this list here. They were punctual, they were honest, they were proactive, they were loyal, flexible, they were creative, they had integrity, they had humility, good work ethic, Trust. I have terrible handwriting, so I don't know what I wrote down there.
Commit?
They were.
It looks like.
They would honor their commitments.
Okay,
they
got
would
it.
commit.
Yeah.
Okay. Would this make a great employee?
Hell yeah, it would.
It would be like probably like top echelon employee, right?
Yep.
Guys in the chat, flip it around. If your boss was punctual, honest, proactive, loyal, flexible, creative, had integrity, humility, good work ethic, they committed, they were trustworthy, would that make a great boss? Would it make a great boss? Okay, of course it would. Would it make a great father? If your father was punctual, honest, proactive, loyal, creative, integrity, humility, good work, commitment, trust, would he not be a great father? What about a mother? What about a CEO of a company? What about a president of a country? When's the last time you saw a president? Okay.
Good one.
So if the answer is no matter what job, no matter what position I tell you would have these qualities, they would be like the top 1% of that, then what it sounds like you're telling me, because I only put one down here, you guys chose the rest. I didn't write these. You guys gave these to me. What you're saying is that if you have these qualities, you would succeed at anything in life. That's what I'm hearing. Now, here's the thing, and this is where it gets interesting. Of these qualities, some of these are attitudes and some of these are skills. So let's go through them. Punctual. Is that if you're an on-time person, is that an attitude or a skill?
I would say more attitude, because you're like, I'm going to show up on time.
Right.
And you don't have to be particularly high IQ'd to
be
show
on
up
time.
on time.
Yeah. Okay.
Yep.
So attitude, right?
Yep.
Okay. Honesty, is that attitude or a skill?
That's an attitude.
Yeah, that's an attitude, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Proactive, is that an attitude or a skill?
It could be both. Like,
It could be both.
Because you have to sometimes, if you teach somebody how to be proactive, then they can learn how to be proactive.
So we'll put both for that one.
Yeah.
Loyalty, is that an attitude?
That's 100%
100% attitude.
Yep.
Being a flexible person, is that an attitude?
Attitude. Yep.
Okay. Being creative, is that an attitude or a skill? I would say skill.
Yeah.
I would say skill.
Definitely.
Okay, skill. Integrity, is that an attitude or a skill?
Attitude.
Attitude, okay. Humility, is that an attitude?
100% attitude.
Attitude. Work ethic, attitude or skill?
Attitude, because like you'll get, if you are determined to just to go at it, then that's totally an attitude. Yep.
Committed, attitude or
Attitude.
skill? Attitude. And trust.
Of course, is an attitude. Yep.
I did see one person say positive attitude. I'm going to write that down. So positive attitude, is that an attitude or a skill? Okay.
It has a name, an answer.
It's an attitude. Okay. Now, I want you to notice something. So you all told me what to put on the board. You all confirmed that no matter what job, father, son, cousin, brother, CEO, employer, employee, if you had these qualities, you'd be successful. You'd be top 1%. And we just went through them. And if you notice, almost all of them are attitudes. There's one skill here, which is creative, and then like proactive could be interpreted as a skill, but the rest are all attitudes. And so what this proves is that in order to be successful at anything in life, 95% of what you need is in the right attitude. Only 5%, 5 to 10% skill. If you have the right attitude, you need just a little bit of skill and you can crush it.
Yep.
Now, here's the thing. When I got started, when you got started, you probably needed 10 to 15% skill.
I had the skill already.
Yeah.
That's the thing, Dan. I had a lot of skill, but my attitude wasn't right yet.
Right.
So it didn't matter
Right.
if I had the skill.
Today, I'm going to be honest with you because I'm an honest person. I'm a straight shooter. You need less skill because AI is most of the skill.
True.
But here's the thing. That doesn't matter because you can get in the program. You can go to joiniman.com. You can sign up right now. You can invest. You can get monetized. You can get all the tools. You can get the coaching. You can get the mentorship. All that, right? And it's going to make it easier. Like, it's going to make it easier than it was on us. It's going to take care of most of the skill for you because of AI. But here's the thing. What you have to ask yourself is, if you want something in life, and you just commit to having the right attitude and coming in with the right attitude, if you came into this thinking, oh my gosh, I need all this skill to succeed, I didn't write this down. You guys put this on the board. You just proved to me and yourself and Jason here that you need very little skill. You just need the right attitude. So here's what I can tell you. I have worked with Iman before, and I remember you said real recognizes real. What made me love Iman was when I first did a project with him, I had to listen to 45 minutes of him complaining about how other people in the industry, you went through it too, right?
I've heard it, yeah. I like it.
Are ripping people off, teaching things wrong, doing things like the guy. Like the funny thing is, the guy did not have to say that. We're sitting there. We could have just got right to work. We could have just worked on the project. He did not need to go through 45 minutes of passionately talking about how much he wants to correct the bad information in the industry because there's too many bad products. And when I heard that, I was like, I will work with this guy anytime. Yeah. Because that anger, that passion to do things right and to put good things out there, that's somebody that creates great products. And that's what I've seen, and you've seen so many people, right? And here's the thing. He's going to bring the skill to you. He's going to bring the tools that remove most of the need like we had for this skill. He's going to bring you the mentorship. He's going to bring you the training. That's all of this. You come in, I can tell you this, you come in with the right attitude, you can change your life. Yeah. Whether that means a few extra thousand a month because that's all you want, or whether it means you want to go big like me, like I'm a go big or go home guy. Either way, a few months from now, you could have a completely different life than you do now. It only takes a little bit of skill, but it's mostly attitude. If you can come with the right attitude, you can be successful. That's what I'll tell you.
Dan, it's been an honor, man.
Thanks,
I'm going to get to these questions. I appreciate
Absolutely.
you for being here.
Yes, you are the man. Thank you guys all so much for hanging out with me, and I loved hanging out with you. I'm going to head home, bro. Thank you so much.
Awesome, man.
All right.
Thank you. Let's give him some love in the chat. And then I got a question I want to put in the chat here. And also, I got the workbook code that I'm going to give you right after that. So I'm going to ask you a question. And it's this, okay? I'm committed to stay on with you until you, if you're in the process or if you want to sign up, because when I sign off, then the bonus consulting accelerator goes away. So do you think, and it doesn't have to be a hard yes, do you think that there's a possibility that you may sign up before we end the stream today? If that is the case, I want you to put in yes into the chat. If there's any possibility whatsoever that you may say yes before the end of the presentation today, put a yes into the chat. Because I'm going to stay on here a little bit longer then, and I'm going to answer, obviously, more questions. What's up?
Whatever.
Hell yeah. And if you say no, that's fine too. Okay, good. So I'm going to stay on, and I'll check in with you to make sure when you're checking out that we give you the space to do that as well. So good. We got a lot of yeses. It's okay if it's a no. You don't hurt my feelings. I appreciate the straightforwardness. Do you want the password to the workbook? I know that's a hard yes, right? It's 100% yes. The password is PAGE, P-A-G-E, all caps. PAGE, P-A-G-E, all caps. That gets you the workbook, so you can hit that code. And if that's all you need, go ahead and bounce out. It was a pleasure to see you here today. I am going to stay on. I am going to answer these questions. For those of you who said yes, that soft yes, we're going to dig into that a little bit more. However, and this was unexpected, and I'm pleasantly surprised. Wow, what's going on, man? How you doing?
Not much. Just thought I'd pop in. Yeah, I mean, I guess you've already said, but big shout out to Dan. You guys seem to absolutely love him. And yeah, he's a character, that's for sure.
He gets you fired up. I like that. Yeah.
But, yeah, I remember the first time I met Dan. Obviously, like Dan and I have known of each other for a long time. But the first time sat down with Dan, he's so passionate about what he does. And I was just basically sat there for 2 hours as he went on this very long monologue, but like that I was enthralled by, like when some people are selfishly going on a monologue, but.
He cares a lot, right?
Yeah, he cares, and like he has a love for the craft the craft of
communication,
and yeah, all that to say. The other thing is, I just want to. One of the reasons I absolutely love working with Jason as well is there's always that like moment where I see, because obviously I'm speaking with the tech team, the rest of my team, and we're also in the background. I'm listening to the stream, and I'm hearing you talk about, and if you're on your absolute last dollar and you're going to put yourself in a bad position, and I'm like, oh my God, like, because I still have trauma because I see all like
everybody else does.
I just see so much like bullshit online out there. People be like, well, just like, it doesn't matter if you go homeless, just like purchase. And like, of course, you out of like such fucking integrity. And as I said, this is like why I absolutely love working with you. Like out of integrity, you're a husband, you're a father, and you just give honest, sincere advice. And I fucking like adore you for that. And I adore you that like you tell people what to do and what's actually right. And I just want to say like, you guys are very, very fortunate because I can tell you right now, there's a lot of people that abuse their position of power and abuse their influence to make people or manipulate or this, that. Like you are sincere and you are, you like everyone on here, Jason has your best interest and your best interest in mind. And he has like proven that again and again and again and again. And, can you guys just give like a massive, massive shout out to Jason in the comments for that? Because like I can tell you right now, like this is what, like you are what this entire industry needs more of, which is just like a person with a good heart, pure intentions, and you will only ever say what you truthfully believe. And I just like, I just think that's so important. So
thank you.
Shout out to you. I'm gonna get back to the team and I will leave you guys. And once again, like I'm so careful about my brand, and I'm so careful about associations and this, that. Like, you remember when we did the MMOC 1.0, like I did not leave as much as this because I was so on edge. I was like, I can't let someone else like represent me like this. So like, you guys are in great hands, but you guys already know that.
Iman, thank you so much, man. I appreciate that. Oh yeah, that feels good. All right, let's get to work here. I got a bunch of questions. I promise you I'm going to answer them all. I appreciate you hanging in there with me on this. I know it gets crazy. Like we have to go down and we go on this adventure, we go on that adventure. So let's get into it. I answered some of these questions earlier. Here's one interesting. WAP is like the new ClickBank. No, so I have worked various areas of ClickBank and with ClickBank, and ClickBank was 100% revolutionary when we were coming up because until then there was no really easy way to publish online. So they kind of brought forth the digital product revolution by a step. And so then I feel WAP is a leap to that initial step that was taking. And some of this is technological and it's shift, and some of it is the people that are now shopping and buying digital products online didn't exist at the time as a purchasing unit that ClickBank was not catering to, for example. And so, but hey, listen, if you want to publish on ClickBank or anywhere else, you certainly can as well. You will find it to be a very different experience than WAP. WAP is free. WAP is easy to use. It's easy to onboard. And the coaches inside of joiniman.com will walk you through all the steps on how to get the most out of that as well. Specialized AIs, Stefanot was asking that. Yeah, it's Synthesize and it's Ghostwriter. If you go to joiniman.com, you can see this. It's a difficult thing for us to be able to show you the totality of value of those software. So if you've noticed, we've shown you very specific, very particular use cases of each of those software. We have scratched but the surface. There is so much more going on underneath of it. And when you get it in your hands, then you know it will make sense to you. It's so funny because people will say stuff about this software and never having used it. Isn't that really interesting? You have to question what their agenda is if they're telling you not to use a software that they themselves have never touched, never experienced, never played with. So this is Synthesize and this is Ghostwriter OS. These are licensed deals, by the way, because you can't make the best everything no matter how good you are. I can't create the best of every single software that exists out there on myself. So what you do is either you build it yourself or you license it from somebody. So Iman pays money to license the very best in the world and then remove restrictions that would otherwise apply that would have reoccurring fees attached to them and other stuff like that. I answered that question already when we were going earlier. Okay, yep. Jason, can the Ghostwriter OS software take your text and make it better, or only create it from scratch? Both. Okay. It has a lot of flexibility. Now, nothing does everything. So you can take some of the content, it won't turn it into a video for you, and it won't voice it over for you. I don't think, at least as of yet. It may soon, though, because it continues to get better, but I can't promise anything. But what's cool is once you get the best part of it, what we call the kernel of the idea, like the most important thing, I call it the structure. Once you have the structure in place, if you want to shoosh it up a little bit and optimize it further, then general AI can really do the job. General AI can add a little bit extra to it to get it over the finish line, but it can't do everything. That it can't even do anything close to what Ghostwriter OS can do. You have to remember, Ghostwriter OS is trained on the same content strategies that Iman has used to generate 5.5 plus million subscribers on YouTube. I think it's more than that now. I think it's 5.7. I mean, you can see it on the YouTube Live. Just look down underneath me. Look at that number. It's a big number. The content strategies that were developed to make that number a reality are baked into and trained and built upon and structured as agents inside of Ghostwriter OS. That's what makes it so incredible. And agents, instead of you having to fight with AI and do all sorts of stuff to get it to have an output, an agent has been pre-programmed with several different things that otherwise would have to be done manually with AI that occur automatically with AI. So they are like AI that's been trained and conditioned and prompted on your behalf for you, and then connected with different technologies to run a chain in a series of events, one after the next, without you ever having to prompt it. Isn't that awesome? And so that's what Ghostwriter OS does. It has 35 different such agents to help you create the type of material that will get more people to buy your digital product, and also create the material that will attract the most amount of people to buy your digital product. Somebody asked, what is Iman's why? I will speak on it. This is one of the whys, and whys change over time. As you accomplish one why, typically it opens up the door to another why. But why, one of the whys that Iman had was that he was able to take his mom, who was working at a department store, a very fancy department store that you had to be of a certain status to allow to even be entered into it, and she worked there to provide for him as a single mother, and he was able to be so successful that when she went to that department store later as a customer who was allowed in that velvety rope that only certain elites that they would normally allow in there, they tried to tell her to leave. But she had gotten her place in there, and that's what he did for her. And that's just representative of what most of our whys are, isn't it? Isn't this funny? We want to provide for others. That tends to be the theme amongst all the whys. We want to do something so we can take care of people that are beyond ourselves. And those are the most noblest of whys. If it's just, I want a lot of money, I don't think this program's going to cut it for you, because I don't think any program's going to cut it for you. That's not a good enough why. If it's something that will uplift more than yourself in the process, then you become more of yourself in the process. And then you are capable of more in the process. And so this is a very powerful why. There's a dark side to the why too. And I'll tell you a little story on this really quickly. Earlier, like growing up, I had the best and the worst. Like, the book, it was the best of times, it was the worst of times, right? Like The Tale of Two Cities. That was kind of like my childhood. When my parents were present and were there for me, they were the most loving that you could ever imagine. But when they weren't there for me, it was very dangerous and very scary and very harmful to me. And it was scarier still because it was unpredictable, which I would rather have it just been like nothing, because I could count on that. But the uncertainty was the worst part of it. So I was 10 years old one day, and I was climbing a tree, and I remember it very vividly because it was a Sunday. And my dad had this wrestler come over, because my dad was the wrestling coach at the high school. So him and this wrestler are getting ready to wrestle. I'm climbing this tree. I get to the top of the branch. It's only like 10 feet high. I'm sitting on this branch, enjoying the view. Branch breaks. I fall. I reach out. I grab for the branch. It rips through my hand. I land on my butt on the ground. I look down and I feel fine. I don't feel hurt. And then I look at the hole in my hand, and blood is spurting out every time my heart beats. And the craziest thing is I'm not crying. By the way, I don't know if you can see it there. Probably not on this camera, but there's still the scar on my hand that is right there from the stitches that I got because I had this blood shooting out of my hand. And I go to my dad, and I'm not crying. And I say to him, I said, Dad, I need help. There's this blood shooting all over the place. I fell out of a tree. And my dad looks at me, and this is what he says. He says, you can't get hurt on a Sunday because we can't afford to take you to the hospital. And he yelled it to me. He screamed it at me. And that's when I cried. Not because of the physical pain. And I remember that day. That was the day I decided that I said, if I ever have a child, I will never be in a position, ever in my entire life, where I would even think for a half a second about money in a situation like that. And then later on, that happened to one of my children. You know, I grew up and I had kids, and I had to be there for them in that way. And I had the opportunity to change the history with the next generation. And that was part of the why, too. So some of the why is beautiful, and some of the why lifts you up, and some of the why is positive, but some of the why can come from pain and can come from agony and tragedy. And we should use both. So we get more of what is good, and we remove what otherwise would be bad. So the why is everything. And I know it's a standard cliche, right? Like if you go to 100 seminars of 100 people selling you 100 different things, they're going to go through the process of discover your why. And sometimes they will do it tactically. So then they can use it against you later and then get you to buy, right? A lot of this funny business happens in this business. But it's also doesn't deny how important it is just because people misuse it. It's also a very important reason. And it doesn't have to be that big. Sometimes the why is because I want to. And that's equally valid. I know we're getting this reputation, and I've seen the questions, and I will get to some more questions here in a second, but allow me to sidebar here for a second. I work with some of the biggest brands in the world, and I work in a lot of female-driven, consumer-based markets. So a lot of the clients that I work with, a majority of our market is not men, it's women. And I know you're like, oh, you've seen all these men on this call today, and you've seen all these winners happen to be men. Generally, in a business demographic, it is predominantly men. Generally, on YouTube, it's predominantly men. If this was an Instagram training, it would be predominantly female. If it was a Pinterest training, it would be almost 100% female, right? By the way, women control 80% of all the purchases that occur on the internet. So if the economy was a gender, it would be female. So I see it and I understand, and I work heavily in all sorts of markets. And for the female market, we often find the biggest limitation that stops growth for women who want to grow in business, for example, is because it's hard for them to accept, I want to do this because, and no other rationalization or justification required. It's just, I want to do this because it calls to me. I want to do this because I can. And I don't need permission in order to do that. I don't need to be told it's okay in order for me to move forward and go at it. And so, because it calls to me, or because I want to, is as valid as a why as anyone does, and you don't have to justify it, by the way. You don't have to rationalize it, okay? Why did Da Vinci do what Da Vinci did? Why did Mozart do what he did, right? Because it called to him. And does there have to be any other reason? Now, if there is another reason, like an external circumstance that occurred or something that happened to you that is calling you to it specifically, then let's use that and let's acknowledge that. But if it doesn't exist, or if you're not sure why, that's okay too. It doesn't have to have a concrete answer. If it calls to you, that's all we need. And if it calls to you to go to joiniman.com and sign up, then maybe let's go, okay? Is Ghostwriter available? It shows on the wait list. Ghostwriter in and of itself as an investment is not available at this time. Let me tell you why, because Synthesize is not available at this time either. Those require, in and of themselves, the type of corporate training and structure and all those things, if you're specifically only going to ship that to somebody. And those are a middle of funnel or bottom of funnel consumer, meaning people that are already established, already having existing businesses that they can plug it into. And so the goal with those programs, with that software that Iman is eventually going to do, is he's going to market to those segments. But that's later down on his list of things to do. So until he builds those things out to sell them individually, which is still on the roadmap, he can ship them collectively together as a package, which he's doing here today. Because that without coaching, that without the support system, that without the training that's involved, that without everything holistically that comes with joiniman.com, the chances of you getting it and fully leveraging it would be very slim. This is also why it's $3,000 on its own. Because to a corporate market, that price point makes sense to that type of business in that situation. Now, under normal circumstances, we wouldn't roll all these programs up together and present it in one neat package for you on joiniman.com. However, because this is a launch, because this is a one-time event, and because it's special, and because we have so much focus and so much attention all at once, then it makes sense for us to temporarily put things together and make it an incredible deal when otherwise it wouldn't make sense to. So that's why this occurs. We kind of take that for granted in the business because we know that, but you wouldn't have any frame of reference for that, and you wouldn't know why that makes sense. But that in and of itself, all of these pieces in and of themselves, if you were to buy them separately, is more than what you get them collectively together as a special deal, time limited, of course, when you go to joiniman.com. Which audience does WAP deliver to? Every audience. You can sell any sort of product on WAP that's digital. And I am finding more and more creators every single day are shifting to the WAP platform. It's really funny because I generally work with an older demographic of businesses. I'm young. I'm a young old, let's put it that way, right? So in the circles that I hang out with, I'm still kind of young. I'm still at the younger end of the numbers. But none of them have used WAP or heard of WAP initially because it was really launched. The guys that launched WAP are very young, mid-20s, right? One of the co-owners of WAP, I was just with him in San Diego. He came to an event that I was co-running, and I had my kids there. So my kids came up to him, and I said, how old do you think this guy is? And they guessed 23, 22, 24. I'm like, how did you know? He was 23 years old. Because my kids are between the ages of 15 and 12. All three of them are. And then I said, how much money do you think his company processes? And get this is what the kids say. They say the first kid says 100 million, the next kid says 150 million, and then the third kid says 125 million. And I was proud of them because at least my kids have been in an environment where hearing $100 million is normalized. Like, that doesn't seem weird to them because that's all they know because they've been in that environment. And anything can be normalized if you're around it enough. And then I said, no, not exactly. I said $1.6 billion. That's what his company has processed in 4 years. And so I was talking to them. And it's a younger audience that has adopted and is using WAP. But I'm telling everybody to use WAP. Now, by the way, the more of you who use WAP, the better WAP benefits all of you because it's the same effect that Amazon did. Amazon, if they knew they could get third-party sellers, which is a majority of people on Amazon, on the platform, then the customers would automatically come. And so on the physical product side, the most customers come to Amazon. So the same thing is being modeled on the digital side with WAP. If more people use WAP to buy products, then the more likely they are to return to WAP to buy other products. And you are a pioneer because right now I know 1.6 billion sounds like a lot of money. It's in its infancy stages. It hasn't even hit puberty yet when it comes to the growth trajectory that it's on. So it's better to be first and grow with the platform than it is to get there later. And that's part of it. And you're going to get the best of the best related to that because Iman is a co-owner. It's not just what you know, it's who you know. And that's important as well. So join Iman.com. Should I quit my job? I have a 3-month notice period, but I'm sure that the model will work for me. I would not suggest to anybody to quit your job solely and specifically to do this in its place. Because whatever that job is, it is a paycheck that you can count on for the most part, right? Even if it's not a big paycheck, right? Now, there are reasons you may want to quit your job that have nothing to do with this. You could, in your mind, justify that as an excuse. Oh, yeah, that's why I did it, right? Like if you're in a situation that's not good for you, that's not healthy for you, that holds you down, that harms you, that puts you in a place that really suppresses who you are as an individual, then you should make a plan on how you're going to extract yourself from that situation at some point in time. But this is designed so you don't need to replace your job with it. This is designed to start on the side slowly and build up over time. And then if it makes sense, you can quit your job at that point in time. I know a lot of people in this business who make more on the side with their digital product business than they do at their job full time, but they like their job full time. They feel good about having both. So they do both, and that makes sense. Other people like me, I never worked for anybody longer than I had to. I made the worst employee because A, I was smarter than every employer that I ever had, but I was also very naive to the way the world worked. And so it was a very frustrating place for me to be in. And I always wanted to work for myself. That was just always what I wanted to do. I was not a very typical person. I had a problem with authority starting from a very early age. When I was 4 years old, in kindergarten, I had this kindergarten teacher named Mrs. Harold, and she was an old, curmudgeonly, angry woman. And I grew up in the 80s. The 80s were a different time. One day I bumped into this kid accidentally while we were waiting at the bus stop, and his hand got caught in the coat rack. And he started crying. And so Miss Harold came over to me. The woman had to be like 85 at the time. And she was so upset at me because she thought I physically, intentionally hurt this kid that she grabbed me by the throat and she began to choke me. And I was crushed. Like, it hurt. I had marks on my neck. And I go home and I show my mom. And my mom, God bless her, she goes to the counselor the next day and the principal. And she says, Mrs. Harold has hurt my son. She put hands on him. She choked him. We need to do something about it. And their response to her was, well, she's pretty old. She's going to retire soon. And that was the end of it. And that left a very bitter taste in my mouth. And then the next year, I got kicked out of the class, and they put me in the hallway, and they put my desk in the hallway as well. And after that, worse things happened to me in school. It was a very difficult time for me growing up. I just never fit into my environment. The only place I felt safe is if I was running the environment. Like, I couldn't sit in the desk chair, but I could teach the class. That's how I always felt. So I felt always very comfortable in a leadership role, but when you're a young kid, you don't get any opportunities for a leadership role. And so this was very difficult to me. So I figured if I couldn't have a world that I could fit into, I would design a world that would fit into me as an individual. So that was innate in me. That's something that I always had. So if that's you, then yeah, you already march to the beat of a different drum. So then I don't have to tell you to join. You are counterculture just to the core, just like I was. So you could go to joiniman.com. You'll hear the story tomorrow. I was working on my presentation. I was a monk who was also a rapper. I was a Hare Krishna and I was a monk. That's how I got into this business, right? So you couldn't draw it up crazier if you were writing a work of fiction, and I'll show you pictures tomorrow, okay? So I lead a very different life than most people do. But hey, I have no problem with you keeping a job and doing this on the side, and then if it makes sense later on, when the money comes in, when there's some predictability in your digital product business, then you can decide if you want to just replace it. And maybe you do, maybe you don't. And hey, working for somebody else can be completely fulfilling. It's just, unfortunately, that is not usually the case. Okay? We will keep the offer open, by the way. JoinIman.com is still available, will be available tomorrow, will be available for the next few days. It's just that this bonus goes away. Yeah. So we will 100%. How do you access all these things? When you sign up at joiniman.com, you will go through a series. There's a couple optional upgrades. They're completely optional. You do not have to take them. If they make sense and you're in a good financial position, then you may want to add those to it. But when you're done, you'll get to a thank you page, and that will have instructions on how to access everything. Some of these things are immediately available to you, and you can use them right away. Other things are delivered later, like the coaching. The coaching is delivered over a period of time. The 90-day coaching with Iman, if you signed up yesterday, will start, and he'll have a set schedule. There's a 90-day contest as well, and that kicks in not immediately because that wouldn't make sense. That kicks in a little bit later. So some of these things you will get access to initially, and you'll get an account, and you'll be able to log in, and then everything will show up over there. That's a good question. Are all those men's washing asking for women? No, they're watches. Well, I can't speak for Iman. If you win and you're a woman, I guarantee you we can find a prize for you. Good question, though. I actually like that question a lot. I'll bring it to them. I'll get more clarity on that. You can use a debit card, I believe, if you check out direct. You can't finance a debit card, I think, but you can use maybe you could use a debit card if you check out directly. Try it, see what happens, and if not, hit up support, and support can help you with that as well. So if you go to joiniman.com, scroll to the bottom of that page, there's a send WhatsApp message. Send the WhatsApp message there. And there's a phone number there too that you can hit from a WhatsApp, and you can contact them through WhatsApp that way, or support at monetize.com. Yep. Not sure what that means. You can join tomorrow if you want to. Absolutely. Alexander says, if taking out a loan but I need time, how long do I have before I lose this opportunity? Please reply. You have, let me see if it shows on the page yet, or if we put the countdown timer on the page where this offer expires. Okay, we haven't. I know you have a couple days. I can't guarantee beyond a couple days, but I know for the next few days at least there's access to this. I would caution against taking out a loan. If it makes sense in your unique specific scenario and you feel comfortable with it and you know it to be good, then go for it. But in general, for the rest of you, don't model that from Alexander. Like, ask me if you think it makes sense or not. Yeah, you can give me, okay, yep. Everything that comes with the package you will see on that page. Yep. Somebody asked, I thought it was for 888 people. That was yesterday's bonus. So we have today's bonus for everybody who signs up before the end. Yep. And it will show up if you invested yesterday, because that was a question. It will show up in your account. And not immediately. Give it a couple days. Yep. You have access to your login in perpetuity. You have access to these materials, some of them indefinitely. The software has a year license to it that you can use it for. You have to remember, like, if we could give it to you forever, we would. But Iman has licensed the software, and there's terms that are around that software, and there's a heavy cost for him in order to distribute that software to you for free. After a year, if you want to continue to use it, and I think you will, then you can renew your access at that point in time. Yep. Will Monetize ever come back in the future? I do not know. I will say unlikely as a launch like this, because we have had no further conversations on it internally. We have talked about other projects for next year, but that's something different, okay? Probably not even aimed at you as an audience, but I don't know. I can't predict the future on that one. That's a good question. Do small creators have value than the large creators due to loyal following? What is the ideal creator for me to see results? Okay, I'm not exactly sure what that means, but let me parse it a little bit. I will tell you things. If you want to partner with somebody in the digital product business who has an audience, it's better to start with a smaller audience for two reasons. One, you nailed it. Thomas asked this question. This is from earlier. So if you're not seeing it in the chat, I ain't making this shit up, okay? This is what I'm getting right now. My team has clipped these questions, but I'm getting through them, and then I'll continue to answer questions in the chat here. I'm pretty close on this one. You should start with a smaller, dedicated audience for two reasons. Number one, they will be more hyper-responsive. That is a fact. And number two, you ain't ready for the big time yet. You're a beginner. So cut your teeth on the small stages before you go to the large stage. Before you sell out Madison Square Garden, you got to play a couple dive bars first. At least that's been my experience. One of the funniest gigs I ever played when I was rapping is we played at a karaoke bar in Davenport, Iowa. And not just any old one. This is the kind of one when you pulled up, they had a vending machine out front of the bar, and there wasn't soda inside of the vending machine. Now, we called it pop in Iowa, but it's called soda everywhere else. You know what was in that vending machine? Live bait. So you could go fishing with it. That's the kind of gigs that I played. So I had to play the small time before I could play the big time. We got paid that night. We got paid pretty good, so it was worth the gig. So you want to start with small, and then you go to big, and that's true in any kind of business. You will go big faster if you start small sooner. If you start big too soon, you probably won't start it because it's so big it will fall on top of you and you can't get up. And secondly, even if you win, you'll probably be overwhelmed. So the easiest way to go big is to go small a few times and then watch momentum take care of the rest. Where can you host your page? Do you provide a solution? Yeah, WAP hosts your page for you. You can build your own if you want to. I've done it before. By the way, I learned how to build a website when I was 14 years old, 1997. I used a platform called AngelFire. And then later on, we migrated to GeoCities. I'm showing my age here, right? And I learned how to do HTML inside of that. MySpace is where I really stepped my HTML up game because you could, do CSS and HTML on your MySpace page. And that's how we developed those skills. And then later on, I could use them in business. And it was difficult, and it was tough, and it was hard. And it was the only option we have. And now WAP can do it just like that. We showed a little bit of that. We showed the demonstration earlier. Watch the video again later on when it's posted on Iman's YouTube channel. And we'll show you the step-by-step process of that. Super easy. Super awesome. If your card is not supported in a certain location, then you can go to the WhatsApp message at joiniman.com, send them a message. There may be an alternative way, or maybe you could try something else. They'll be certainly happy to help you, because Mara says it's not supported in Romania. That makes me sad. My wife is from Romania. Her dad, who's living with us right now, he's come to visit us. Oh my God. He makes me the best breakfast that you could ever have, and the coffee in the morning. I love Romania. Is one of my favorite places in the entire world. The culture there is so amazing. I was thinking of that earlier, actually, when Dan Henry was talking about, and I was talking about being in the environment, because my wife always says to me, she's like, growing up in Romania, you were considered successful if you were either a lawyer or if you were an engineer. And she would, she's like, I was a woman, so I had to go be a lawyer, and then I could be a judge after that. So she went to law school in Romania, got her law degree there, and you did all that at the time for $3,000 a month. And nobody, she says, there's not a single person I talked to in Romania that ever thought about starting a business. And my wife started a business, and she became very successful. But she started her business after she moved out of the country, and then was in a different environment. So we'll see if we can help you. Dubai is interesting as well. From setting it up, certain things. Every time I buy something in Dubai, my card gets flagged. We have to explain to them. Well, you have another challenge like this in a few months. Not for monetize. Certainly not. Not on the docket yet. Where are Jason's sessions hosted? They will be on this YouTube channel tomorrow, on Iman's channel, 9 p.m. Dubai time. That is 1 p.m. Eastern. Tristan, am I right in that regard? Okay, cool. Time zones are above my pay grade. Yeah, well, 1 p.m. Eastern time. That's New York time. Same time as always. Same time we start everyone. Okay? Yeah. Just join the YouTube live. Trust me, we're marketers. We will let you know. We will send you messages. We will send you WhatsApp. I'll send a carrier pigeon over to you. He'll drop a message in your lap. Not that one, but we'll let you know for sure. Appreciate the desire to want to know more. I got a couple more questions that I want to check in here with everybody that's still with me live. We have 4,136 people. I appreciate each and every single one of you. Thoughts on reputation management business? I know a lot of people in that business. It's a service-based business traditionally. I am not a fan of service-based businesses because they generally revolve around you, and they make you just enough money so you don't want to leave them. So you can make good money, but it's hard to make great money in a service-based business unless you put a digital product around it. So if you put a digital product in front of it or next to it, then you will discover that it simultaneously makes it easier for you to sell digital products, and it increases the value of your service-based business. And for one very simple reason. I think it was Iman that asked me this earlier. He says, what do you charge for an hourly rate these days? And the answer is $3,500 an hour. And then I said, and I can't take clients on right now. I'm fully booked. The only reason I started charging $3,500 in the first place is not because I wasn't worth it, because I'm totally worth it. I'm kind of a big deal, right? But my own personal assessment of my value was less than that. And I kept raising my prices simply because my calendar kept filling up. So I would raise them again and raise them again and raise them again. And we're going to raise them again. I was literally telling my wife this the other day. I said, I think it's time to raise it to 5,000. She was like, I was going to tell you that, but I didn't want to tell you how to run your business. So that's the easiest way to raise your prices of your service business, is not to get better. It's to get more demand. And how do you get more demand? You put information in front of it. You put a digital product business in front of it, and you will already cycle through, and demand will rise to you, as will a higher clientele that's more qualified to pay you more money for your service-based business. But yeah, it's a good business. Reputation management for sure. You can use Gumroad. You don't have to use WAP. WAP is merely a distribution channel. If you can't access it for some reason, you can use something else. But if you can use WAP, I would be my first choice. Yeah, and to sign up, you just go to joiniman.com. Yep. Yeah, Monetize will be open beyond today. The only thing that you will miss today, well, there's two things now, because Dan threw in a bonus himself. And then on top of that, you will miss out on the consultancy accelerator bonus, which is incredible. Not required. The people last time who signed up in Monetize 2.0, who did $8.9 million in sales, did not have that as a bonus. So it is not essential, but it would be nice to have. And certainly I would love for you to have it today, but the offer will remain open for a few more days after that. Synthesize AI and Ghostwriter can be in Spanish. How to get traffic to products. Yeah, so Ghostwriter will create content that will attract people to your digital products. And so you create the content in your language of choice, and that will attract people to those products. What's really interesting is, and I just got a new client today that came on board. One of the biggest education companies in the country of Spain. They flew over. They visited me in my house in Brentwood. They happened to be in the United States, and so they made a day trip. It was a father and its son. And they came over to me and they sat down with me, and I did a podcast with them, and they translated it into Spanish. And then on top of that, they gave me this whole pitch where they want to take my IP and they want to license it in the Spanish language. I just did a deal with Japan too, where they're licensing my material into Japanese as well. So Spanish market is incredibly hot right now. It is one of the fastest growing markets. The biggest issue that used to be a problem in the Spanish market is they just didn't have the ability to pay online. But that it's not 100% fixed, but it's solved enough that this is becoming a massive viable market for digital products. So foreign language is one of the greatest products opportunities you can in the Spanish market. The Portuguese market too is insane. Biggest conference I ever spoke at was in Sao Paulo last year. And I brought my kids and my wife down there, and they saw me speak on a stage with nearly 6,000 people, and maybe only 600 of them understood what I said. But hey, I would rather find out the hard way. I'd rather try it and see what happens than wonder. What's the biggest difference between WAP and Samcart? Now, ironically, I know the inventor and the creator of Samcart. They are similar in nature. They have slightly different feature sets. Samcart is more sophisticated because it was built in a time where you had to be more sophisticated. WAP's biggest advantage, in my opinion, is twofold. The first part of it is the ease of use, and it's free, by the way. You don't have to pay for it. The second part of it, though, is the payment processing. I know some of you are having issues with payment processing. You are the edge cases, because we're reaching everybody all around the world all at once, all immediately. And so it will be your best bet for processing payments. Easiest too, to get approval to process payments and all that kind of stuff. How do I earn without monetize? Yeah, you create digital products, and then you create content to attract people to those digital products, and then you publish those digital products on WAP. That is the best way to do it. It's the slowest way. It will have the least likely follow through, but that is how you do it. Now, I started in digital product business, and I didn't do it without buying products first. I brought multiple different products to teach me how to create digital products before I ever published my digital product. It is a small percentage of people I know, probably less than 1%, who are able to be successful at digital products without either paying a coach or buying a product. I would think 0.1% of all people in this world who've been successful with digital products have done it without investing in at least a coach or a course. It would be very hard to find those people. But if it's the only option you have, you should work on it. And you should move forward with it. So then when you can invest in a course, you can now also have experience to connect with it. It's a good question. Yep. So there's already coaching that exists as part of Monetize at joiniman.com. You do not have to pay extra for it. That's part and parcel of the whole offer. Okay? That's already baked into it. Yep. I thought Klarna was available. If you go to joiniman.com, I'll tell you what I'm going to do. I'm going to go to the page right now. I'm on my laptop. I'm going to put my name and my information in here. And I'm going to put my phone number in here. Let's see if they call me. No, I'm kidding. This is just for support. Okay. It's taking me to the checkout right now. Now, I'm in Dubai, so I'm probably going to get a different experience than I was in the United States. I see Split It here in Dubai, in the United Arab Emirates. Let me just put US in. I don't know if it changes. I don't know if they're detecting my IP or what they're detecting. So it will depend on where you're at. So some of you will have that as an option. This is why this is good to go through the checkout process and take a look. You will have different options available to you. Try one, try the other, and if that doesn't work, then you can go to joiniman.com, scroll down, and hit them up on WhatsApp. Yep. What's the difference between this new type of selling digital products and the old type? The difference is we can do it better, faster. So remember earlier when I told you I used to paint houses to get by? Here's the lesson I learned about painting houses that I always think about. You can paint a house with a brush, and you can put one coat on at a time, and it takes a long time with a brush. Or you can get a sprayer, and you can spray a house. And now you can put on multiple coats instead of one coat, and you can do it in 1/10 the time, or maybe 1/20th of the time. So it's hard for people to believe that there's a process that will simultaneously make something 10 times better and make it 10 times faster. People think it has to be one or the other, because generally it does have to be one or the other. But there are exceptions to being general. There are cases in which you can multiply the speed and the quality simultaneously and do other things better all at the same time. Not just two things, multiple things that it does better. It creates better topics of products, a better quality of products, better likelihood that these are products that will be in demand. It will create better content to attract people to those products. And so that's the fundamental way in which they're different. And then a specific way in which they're different is you have different strategy. In the past, I wouldn't create products that went after what we call micro niches, where there's only a few thousand people in the niche. Because once you hit the niche and you saturate it, you're out the door, and maybe you made $50,000, maybe you made $100,000, but that's the total value that market can bear. We would skip those products in the past because we're like, I want to create products that have more life shelf. Nowadays, we'll create those products, or you should create those products at least. I still won't because the opportunity cost is too high for me, but you know my billables, right? So now we don't. Now you can create those products when in the past you wouldn't, because they would be too small in terms of the market size. And now it doesn't matter how small of a market size they are, because you can create them fast and efficiently with AI. And you can create an unlimited number of those types of products. It's very similar to the Amazon model. Amazon says, hey, if it's pink with polka dots on it, and it fits in your pocket, and there's 3 people in the entire world who'd want to buy it, sure, ship it to us. We'll sell the thing. We want to be the A to Z store. That's why there's that logo where the smile underneath the Amazon starts at the A and ends at the Z. That's why they designed it that way, because they want to be the A to Z store, and that's what they did, and that's why they want. So you should take a similar approach. I'm almost through the questions, and I'm going to check in with you on the chat here, okay? So hang out there with me, and I'm going to get to you here in a second with all these questions that have been stored up. Yeah, you can make more than one digital product a day or a week, 100%. I like that attitude. You could you can make as many as you wish. Should a 14-year-old be worried about retiring their parents? No, they shouldn't be. Unfortunately, in this world, some of you will need to take care of your parents. And you can choose under what terms, and you should create healthy boundaries about how you will take care of them if that is desirous to you, and that makes sense. And then if that's the case, that's the case. Regardless, my goal in life, at least, try this on. Tell me how this fits for you. I want to be so capable that I can take care of many people while taking care of myself. Our first goal is to do enough to take care of us. And then our second goal is do enough to take care of us and one other person. And then our next goal after that is to do enough to take care of many people. Because I don't know if you realize the math of the world. A few people take care of a majority of people. Most people have to be taken care of for one reason or another. And it doesn't make them any less of a human being. They're just on that side of the equation. And so it has to be a few of us that have to take care of many other people. And I will tell you, I would rather be on the side of taking care of other people than being the one taken care of. It feels better and it's safer. And you can be more autonomous in that situation. But first, take care of you. I'll take care of me for you if you take care of you for me. That's the saying, right? And then the more you take care of yourself, the more you can take care of other people. Yeah. How many credits do you get when you buy Synthesize? I believe you can use it an unlimited number of times. But if you're unsure, you can check in with the team. Yep. Fresh perspective equals competitive advantage. Alexander's asking some fire questions. What would you consider as a veteran as the best old perspective? Wisdom, right? So I'll give you the little story here, and then I'm going to check in with chat. All right. I have some more questions here that I'll get to as well, but I want to check in with you and see where we're at together. It's 1:26 a.m. I'm still feeling pretty good. I'm kind of hungry, but other than that, I'm pretty good. Right. So if you're younger, you can acquire skills very fast, but you lack wisdom. So I'm older. My neurology in my brain is not as malleable. There's no neuroplasticity like there used to be. When I bend down, you know how Iman had those VIPs? He uses those slides with the overhead camera. He had a stack of them. I helped move them out of the studio before he came into the main session. When I bend down, it hurts. I have arthritis in the knees, right? So I don't have quite the step, and I don't have quite the energy. These guys are young down here. They go all night and all day. I'm like, I go back to the hotel room and I question my life choices, So I lack the ability to absorb and develop new skills as fast and as flexibly as I once did when I was younger. But I have wisdom now. When I was younger, I did not have wisdom. And this is the way that I think about this, okay? About 5, maybe 6 years ago, I happened to have a dog come into my life, and the last thing that I wanted to have was a dog come into my life. I just was not interested in dogs, which was really interesting because every dog I ever met liked me immediately. People would be like, how does that dog just like you? And I'm like, I don't know. So dogs have always been really kind to me, but I just never was called to it. But then I had this one dog that was a rescue that I took, and it was a German Shepherd, and his name was Bryce. And God, that dog did more for me to heal me emotionally than any other modality that I've ever experienced. We'd walk through these hills and these mountains in Southern California. And one day I tracked it. We had walked over 3,000 miles of trails throughout Southern California together, me and Bryce did. And we'd spend hours alone together. And he was always there for me. And I used to live in Iowa, then I moved out to LA, and I calculated that we spent more time walking those trails miles than it would take to walk from California to Iowa, right? And then Bryce was old, and Bryce got sick. And then the day had to come when I had to decide that it was better for him to move on to whatever goes on after this. And you have to make that decision. And when you have to make difficult decisions where there are no right or wrong answers, they're just tough decisions to make. How you deal with that is where the wisdom comes from. And then when you have that wisdom, that is also valuable. You might not have as much energy. You might not have as much malleability to learn new skill, but you have wisdom. So you trade one in for the other, and both are very valuable. Both are very valuable. Now, you can borrow wisdom from people who have experienced things, so you don't have to experience them. You don't have to experience them. You can utilize the wisdom of others, and this is one of the reasons I stay on with you, is to share with you my wisdom freely. Yeah, I'll throw in a call to action every now and then at joiniman.com, but I can give you the wisdom. So you hopefully, by the way, you will have equally tragic things that happen in your life, my friend. It's not that we do things to avoid them because it's unavoidable. It's how we handle them when they occur. That is the grace in which life is lived. And you know what happens? I've learned more about how to handle adversity and challenge by getting into a business like the digital product business. Because in this business, the more you can learn how to manage those things, the more effective you become in the business. That's how you can get to millions and millions of dollars. And then it's genuinely useful in other difficult situations that are way harder than business is. Making $1 million is easy. Dealing with that in a graceful way, that's difficult. Difficult. Here's a good one that Max sent me, and then I'm going to check it with you at the chat. He says, the leaders on the board, they have YouTube channels and strong social media presence. Do I have to have this in order to succeed? No. Those come out of things that you have to do first. So you succeed first, and then those things occur as a byproduct. And by the way, look at me, right? I have 25,000 subscribers on my YouTube channel after 15 years in the business. I think I don't even check Instagram. I think I have 15,000 subscribers on Instagram, something like that. I think I have 5,000 followers on Facebook. I have no social media presence whatsoever to speak of, considering what I've done, and I choose that. Like, this is not a priority for me. You do not need any of those things. Those things occur as a byproduct, because I picked all that up without even necessarily nurturing them. I kind of do it, but not really. I play at that like most people play at building a business. Sort of, kind of, when I went to, but yeah, not really. And no wonder I don't get the results from that. But those are less important. You have to understand, those things are unnecessary to the success. Just because they're the most visible representation that you know of as success does not mean that they're the best way for most people to proceed forward with success. And you can obviously leverage and use those, and those things happen very quickly, by the way. The growth on those channels, they happen extremely fast when it clicks. And how do you get it to click? You use Ghostwriter OS. You use the tools. You use the coaching. You use everything that we make available to you at joiniman.com. I have 3,734 people here right now live. I got some more questions. I'll get to them. I want to check in here with you real quick. Please, I need sleep. You and me both. Nice. Jason invited Yoda to his first Amway meeting. I love you memers. You guys are fun. This is really good. I'm going to answer some more of these questions here in a second, but I just want to check in with you. We do have the bonus. I want to wrap soon, and I want to sign off. I want to make sure that nobody misses the bonus, though, before they sign up. Yeah, day 3 code is Paige. Thank you, Dredgen, for putting that in there as well. For the workbook, that's PAGE, all caps locks. Some of you are up here at 5 a.m. I love it. Yeah, software, you can use it in other languages. Yeah. I want to sleep is 3:30 a.m. I could, you can go to sleep. I mean, I know if I'm that compelling that I'm keeping you up, then I'm okay with that, right? Because this then is more valuable to you than sleep. And of course, you can sign up, get the bonus, and then sign off if you wish to, or sign off if you wish to for now. We will be back tomorrow. But I want to check in with you. Is anybody in the process or soon will be in the process of signing up? Like, you know that you're going to sign up, and it's only just a matter of a minute or two, or you're in the process of it. Somebody says, can you have Tristan say hi? I think Tristan likes to operate behind the seats. So I want to know, because if everybody's done, then we can wrap it up. I'll answer a few more questions, and then we can sign up. Then we can sign off. Devin says signed up. Awesome. Rubias has signed up. You can totally do this without monetize. Yes. Forrest. Okay. Lightning Legend Music. Jace. Susan. Excellent. Okay. Cool. All right. So I will kick it with you some more. I got no problem doing that. I do have to be respectful to the surroundings around me because we have people waiting. One of the cool things is like Iman, he takes care of everything when you work with him. It's another trait of his. Like, I know his mother raised him right, and it's really exciting because we do the same thing with our children. We teach them the right manners. We teach them hospitality. They don't want to learn it. And it's difficult and it's challenging sometimes. And we're going to stick with it because how important it is later to them in life. And Nick Iman is a personification of all that. So, he has a driver arranged for me that takes me to and from my hotel. Who's an amazing person, by the way, and who I look forward to seeing. And so he's waiting for me. So he's going to wait for me as long as it takes until I'm done wrapping up, and then he'll take me back to the hotel. Those guys provide food for me to eat, and it's high quality and it's clean because I eat a very clean, and I'm a vegetarian too. So I'm a very particular eater for religious reasons. And so I don't eat, I don't eat meat, I don't eat fish, and I don't eat eggs. So they cater to that and they take care of me in just unbelievably great manners. Iman gives me supplements, and all that good stuff. Just really takes care of me and everybody. And so I want to be respectful of that too. But I see some people that are ready to sign up or will be signing up soon. So I'm going to give you the space to do that. I'm going to try to balance that between being available to you here and also being respectful to the people that have taken such great care of me, and we'll take care of you too at joiniman.com. But I'm looking in at the chat right now. It's kind of nice. I like it when it slows down a little bit, right? It slows down a little bit so I can read it, kind of, although there's still 3,600 of you, so I appreciate that. I do not know the times of the specific trainings and the coaching when it comes out, but there's a lot of it, and it's available across multiple time zones because we take people in from multiple time zones. So that's a good question. I'll give you a little bit of a thinking process that will be helpful to you, because I've noticed this a lot having sold so many digital products under so many circumstances. Some people make this faulty logic where they say, if I can't consume everything, then somehow I miss out if I invest in a digital product. So if I can't make every coaching meeting, then somehow I don't get my money's worth, so therefore I shouldn't sign up. This is a fallacy that I see so many people make, and it has disastrous consequences because it cheats them out of being more of themselves. And so the coaching is in abundance, in excess, with no expectation for you to utilize all of it, because then you would be too busy getting coached and not building your digital product business. It is available in abundance, so that way when you need to use it or when you wish to use it as it makes sense in your schedule, it can be more accommodating. So I am confident in saying that you will have more than enough coaching that you need access to, and training and ability with the software and so on and so forth. Yeah. What's my last name? Fladlin. Yeah. Good luck trying to spell it. Fladlien, Jason Fladlin. They call me the webinar goat, the webinar king. To me, this is a webinar. I know it's a challenge, and I knew we do multiple, streamed over multiple days. But yeah, that's what I'm known for. Jason Fladlin, though. Appreciate you asking. I like that. I had joined, but the payment process isn't working. If that is the case, you can reach out on WhatsApp and see if they can help you with that too. Just go to joiniman.com. It's at the very bottom here. The live we don't put on the channel. We cut the live out. We do that for two reasons. One is so you show up here, gives you a little extra reason to stay on with us. And two, it allows me to be much more casual and say things to you without any concern of what's, taking it and using it and putting it out of context and all that stuff that some people like to do. And so we can be much more fluid with each other, and we can be much more informal. Like, the expectation is set very low, and I want to bring Dan Henry in. The plan wasn't originally to bring Dan in for that long, but he was doing so well, and everybody was enjoying it so much, and it was vibing, and it was awesome that we change and we adjust the programming on the fly. So that's the other reason as well. Joiniman.com. Yeah, that's where you go. Have you worked with Tony Robbins on webinars? Yes, I could tell you a story. I'll tell it to you real quickly. Okay, I'll give you the short version of it. Oops, I think I accidentally did. I put this on the screen. How do I take this off the screen? Okay, I put show and then I put hi. Okay, I was stopping on the question there, and I clicked it and I showed it. Okay. So once upon a time, I had a client. He was named Time's top 100 influential people of the year, something like that. Big dude, did big things, still does big things. One of the most brilliant human beings that I've ever met. And we are in one of his businesses because he owned 5, and we're down there in LA, and we have a webinar scheduled with Tony Robbins. Now, we had recorded a 50-minute clip with Tony that he had done as an interview with him in a hotel room. All right, I can't believe I'm telling you this story. But Tony had always these schedule conflicts that would occur. One of them was the president of the United States. He had to meet with him at the time that we were supposed to sit down and discuss strategy, so he bumped us. And I was like, cool, I've never been bumped by the president of the United States before. This is many years ago. So then the second time it came up when I had a scheduling conflict when we could sit down and program it. So I sent my client over there. They recorded it in the hotel room at least. So I said, let's record this just in case we have to use this. So then we're supposed to go live with Tony. The only problem is Tony has another scheduling conflict. So I sat down with my client, and here's what I did. This is 10 minutes before we go live. And I said to him, hey, listen, I am now the director of communications at your company. I'm Jason, the director of communications, just to let you know. And I said, here's how this is going to work, okay? I'm going to come on, I'm going to introduce you, and then you're going to say a few words, and then we're going to play the recording of you and Tony. I go, I will frame it, and I will set it up specifically. So I'll let everybody know the conditions. I'll say, you're about to watch a video that we're going to play for you, and then in the end, we're going to come on and we're going to answer questions. So that's how we saved the day. And then I said to my client, because my client is a scientist, like he is not a marketer or an entrepreneur or anything like that. I said, here's the deal. You're going to answer the question that I'm going to give to you from the audience, and you're going to say it with whatever answer you have. And then I go, I will answer it again in a way that will help people understand it from a decision of whether they should buy or not buy. So he was in the longevity space. And so they're talking about technologies that could extend the human life cycle to 130 or to 150 years or more. So he would talk about the technology, and then I'd come in and say, now imagine you had 80 more years in your life. What are some of the goals you would set if you had 80 more years than you currently expect to have? How would that change things for you? And then I'd break down time relationships. Now I'm selling to sophisticated people, all of them very successful businesses. And this is what we did. And, we did a couple hours similar to what I'm doing with you here. And that was the webinar that we did with Tony. I got miles. I got stories too. I don't tell most of those stories, but they're fun. And more important, and this is why I told you the story, and Dan talked about this earlier, this is a character trait more so than a skill. And the character trait that I have developed that has served me very well, but has always been with me, is the ability to be flexible in situations. Now, I had to be in order to survive younger as a child. So the dark side of my childhood upbringing is, and I'll talk about this tomorrow, my mom was a drug addict and was a drug dealer and eventually went to prison for selling drugs for 6 years. And that's a very scary environment to be around drug users and the people that hang around drug users, because you got to have the muscle so you don't get robbed and be protected. And typically the muscle is people that have done very serious things and have been in and out of prison. And it's a tough place to be. So I had to learn how to be flexible because my environment was completely unpredictable. And then later on in life, I was able to leverage that flexibility in situations like this. And that is a valuable thing, but all of you have the ability to be flexible. If you know that things are not going to go according to plan exactly, then you won't be totally smashed when they didn't go to plan. You said, oh, I thought this was going to happen, and that happened. Instead, you say, okay, I expected that. And here's what I can do to move forward. And here's what new things can occur as a result of this. So before I did that on the big stage, I did that first on the small stage. I also did a whole bunch of consulting with one of Tony's business partners for one of the programs that they launched. That was very successful. That sold unbelievable amounts of money. And they brought me in, and I did a whole bunch of strategy for that company that Tony has a share in, structured all around that too. And it was fun. But, that was a different time. This is today. And who do I align myself with today? Again, I always tell you, I hang out with winners, and then I'm a winner as a result of that. And Iman has the best program on the planet. And his team, they provide the best of the best for this specific solution, which is my favorite solution. I got good at webinars because I had to sell digital products at the highest level possible. But I did that because I love digital products. Because it's my favorite thing in the whole entire world. And it's rarely a thing that I get to bring out to audiences that aren't already sophisticated and successful. I don't mean sophisticated like you're simple. I mean you lack experience because you haven't built $1 million business yet. So generally the role that I play with the digital products is to successful businesses that need to go to another level. So then I can take these down and bring them to you because they're now accessible to you because you have software. And you also have someone like Iman who has resources that he can invest, that he can pay for, and then give to you for free. By the way, shout out to capitalism, okay? Because Iman can take a purchase of $1.7 million and put it into a product offering that is $19.95 and give you access to something that would otherwise be impossible for you to get. And that works because he could spread it out over multiple different people, all right? And by the way, that bonus is Consulting Accelerator. When it was sold for $19.99. It's almost $2,000. 20,000 people bought it. You get it for free. Okay. Now, by the way, the reason that program isn't sold anymore, and the reason why Iman acquired that brand is because the original creator of that brand got bored with that. He's like, I don't want to do this anymore. It's funny once you get very successful how easy you can get bored of something and move on. And so when he got bored with it, he didn't want to sell it anymore, even though it was unbelievably great. And then Iman acquired it, so now he can distribute it, which is amazing and very exciting. And you can get access to that for free, but for a limited time at joiniman.com before we wrap up here. When will Monetize close? I don't have the exact date on my hand. It's also almost 2 in the morning. I know it will be open at least for the next 2 days because we're doing 2 more days of sessions. So we'll always tack in an opportunity at the end to sign up. Of course we will, right? So it'll be available for at least 2 more days. I think it'll be available for a couple more days beyond that. I want to say 4, but I'm not 100% confident in that. So at least 2 for sure. Yeah. Will there be bonuses tomorrow? Ooh, maybe Jason Fladlin will cook one up. How do you articulate yourself so well when speaking? Muhammad asked that question. That's a good question, okay? This is one of the areas in which I've always been blessed. So I've always just naturally had the ability to communicate like this. So this is a lesson to you. You want to step into your strengths as much as you possibly can, and all of you have strengths. I've worked with over 150,000 people in my career. I've yet to meet a person so far that didn't have something remarkable that we could bring more out of, right? But then I also combine the talent with a lot of work. A lot of it comes from digital products. I would write it, and then I would write it again, then I would write it again, then I would write it again. And then once you have it said repetitively, then you learn more and more and more. But I'll tell you the other secret too. I really like to do what we're doing here. Like, it just is enjoyable to me. So I have spent so many hours in conversations like these. And then over time, you just pick up a word and a phrase here and there, and here and there, and then it becomes natural. And this is true in anything. Yeah, it's true in anything. So, but I appreciate that. By the way, again, I know billionaires. Very few of them are this articulate. And in fact, I think because they couldn't rely on a skill like this, they had to hire and develop and utilize other strategies, which made them even more successful than I am. Yeah. There are so many ways to the top of this mountain, so many paths. One doesn't invalidate the other. If you can speak well, we can use that. If you can't speak well, fantastic. because we'll use something else instead. Doesn't matter. I know people from all walks of life who are incredibly successful at digital products. And they're very different. And some of them have this skill, some of them have that skill, some of them have no skill. But is the desire, right? And then being, set and setting, right? The right mindset and the right setting. Of the two, setting is more important than mindset. Setting can influence mindset more than mindset can influence setting. So get in the right setting, and then as you work on your mindset, the setting that you're in will also positively influence your mindset, if you are in the right setting, of course. And I think that setting is at joiniman.com. Okay, I'm about ready to wrap up here. I kind of want to buy. Yeah, I kind of want to sell it to you. Brother, give everyone a discount. Here's what you don't realize. This is the best price we could ever possibly make it at. Like, if I can make it cheaper, I would, right? But when you factor in the cost of Ghostwriter OS, when you factor in the cost of Synthesize to us to absorb, the bonus, like I said earlier, the coaching and the payroll that comes with that, and the marketing that goes around this, it is a miracle that it is only $19.95. It is a miracle in terms of the value that it could get this low, okay? That's why it is. Fancy watches, and I'm not a watch guy. My wife bought this for me. I told her one day, I said, if I could really treat myself to anything, it would be a Patek Philippe. And then I was like, I'll never buy that. By the way, I spend the least amount of money on myself. And I spend the most amount of money on everybody else. And then she got it for me as a gift. And this is the reason I wear it. Now, one of the reasons why this watch is a luxury watch is, some of it's the brand, but some of it is you can't build the mechanism and the machinery on this and make it this thin unless you spend an incredible amount of money to develop it, right? So it's not just priced high to price it high. There's a reason why. And so you can't create the specialized software that Iman did and provide the coaching and everything else gets, and the support and the system and the communication for really usually less than $5,000. But creatively, if you can have connections and leverage and do certain things, then you can get the deal down to this. Yeah. There's a reason why the price went up this time. Last time it was $14.95. Now it's $19.95 because we added so much more. Because I would rather add a whole bunch more and increase the price than to leave you with less than I could have that I think is essential and important to you. So we try to make the best deal possible, and then what it is what it is. It nets out what it nets out at. There's the old Jim Rohn quote. Jim Rohn is the most influential person that I've ever followed in my life. Passed away many years ago. And he says, it's not that it's too expensive, it's that you can't afford it. That's what his mentor says to him. And Jim Rohn goes, I never thought about that before. He goes, no, it's not that it costs too much, it's that you can't afford it. He's like, He's like, well, okay, we can do something about that. And, that's kind of a joke, but we got it to the best deal that we can possibly get it to. And, financing is a thing, and hopefully you can qualify for that and use that if it makes sense to you to help you acquire this. But yeah, I feel you. joiniman.com. All right. How did you focus yourself even in difficult situations? I didn't, for the most part. Focus isn't something you have to do all the time. Focus is something you have to do just enough in spurts to get some traction going. And then you can get more of it. But I also, I did what I could, right? I'll give you a little bit of flavor here, and then I'm going to check in with you because we got to wrap here pretty soon. Your ability to give yourself grace as you struggle with a difficult situation is often the best way to grow as an individual. What I mean by this is I did the best I could in the circumstances. I made a lot of mistakes. It was very difficult to me. There were many times that I screwed up. There was many times when I didn't show up in a way that I could have, but it was the best I knew how under those circumstances. And that's the grace that I give my past self, right? And I give the same grace to anybody in my life that I was in a difficult situation, and my parents did the best that they could. If I lived the life exactly that they lived, I would have made the same choices that they made, right? Yeah. So it's like giving yourself grace to know that you did what you could, understanding who you were at the time with the resources you had and the mentality and the emotional situation that you were in. You did what you could, okay? But the goal is to then be able to grow from it. Treat the past as a school, not a burden. That's another Jim Rohn quote for you there, right? So I would say I'm doing the best I can, and I want to be capable of doing more. And doing more meant investing time, money, and energy into the things that would allow me to grow my capabilities while still accepting exactly who I was right now. Because when you don't accept who you are right now, it creates friction, which makes it more difficult to get where you want to go. That's my attitude, right? This is one of the reasons why I'm not on social media that much. Because that don't play on social media, right? That doesn't stop the scroll. That doesn't create controversy. That isn't your typical thing where somebody gets in your face and screams and tells you if you don't have six-pack abs, then you're a fucking loser, right? Like, that sounds good on the Instagram, right? That will get clicks. And for a very, very small percentage of the population, that will allow them to get a result. They'll still feel like shit, by the way. And it usually doesn't last. And even if they win, they lose because they still feel broken inside, even though externally they look like they have it all together, right? So that's why that exists and perpetuates out there, right? What I'm saying is more nuanced. It takes more time to understand it. It takes more time to try it on. And it's not particularly black and white. And so this is why this doesn't get out there and why people generally don't hear it. But it's you give yourself grace and you say, I did the best I could with these circumstances. I'm a work in progress. And also, if I have this friction with myself because I hate parts of myself and I can't accept them, even the parts I don't like, if I can't accept them, then this will create friction, which will prevent me from growing. And by the way, if I get an external success, that friction still exists. But it's also unlikely I will get an external success. So we want to harmonize all the parts of who we are, even the parts of ourselves that we don't like. We accept them, we acknowledge who they are, and we develop more capabilities and we put ourselves in better circumstances so that way we can grow into who we know we can be. I don't know. Is that crazy? Is that crazy? See, this is why this business is so fun to me, because it's 20%, this stuff, but it's 80% this stuff. And when you combine the two together, that's when the miracles occur. So joiniman.com, sign up right now. Yep. Has anybody bought this? 3 people have bought. No, I'm kidding. If you wanted to dig out there are people that are tracking this launch and they're using tools to estimate the number of people who have signed up, and they're reporting some really interesting numbers. Pretty crazy. Like, I'm not going to flex on you or anything, but you can see when you get inside the group, there's a lot of people who have said yes. I was going to read their names off yesterday. I couldn't read them all. It would have taken too long. And that's usually a pretty good sign, isn't it? Joiniman.com, get set up there. All right. What advice would you give your younger self to achieve success? So here's what I'm going to do. I want you to sign up. You can still listen to me when you sign up. If you are ready to sign up, or if you're in the process of signing up, because I'm going to wrap soon and I want to make sure you get this bonus, okay? The advice that I would give to my younger self. I will answer that question now because it's such a good question. The advice that I would give to my younger self is to put myself in a situation where I could accelerate my experience as much as humanly possible. So that means the more I can be in action in an environment where I can get feedback based on what I'm doing, then I can acquire more experience, which I can invest into the next action that I take. So I hired 9 young copywriters earlier this year to help me in my business, because we take these clients on, they pay us $150,000 to develop a piece of marketing communication for them, and then I have my cubs, that's what I call them. They're listening right now. They've been clipping these comments for me. Yep. So shout out to my cubs. And I hired a bunch of young ones, and I said to them, I said, come work for me for a year. I will work you hard. It will be long hours, and you will not get paid hardly anything. And some people were like accusing me of some very vile things for saying that. Yeah. And I had 200 applicants that came to me. I selected 9. 6 were able to stay on. 3 couldn't cut it, right? But I told them the circumstances of why I asked them to do that. I said, because if you can focus and put yourself in an experience where the real world occurs and you get real world feedback, that will give you more value than anything else that you could do to accelerate your time. And that's how I brought them in. And they're already working on multi-million-dollar packages, working with clients worth $400 million or more. And they're experiencing life and learning that way. Yeah. Now, I only brought this to people that were so passionate that they want to get good at the skill for the sake of getting good at the skill. They want to be exceptional in that area. And that's the circumstance that I brought them to. But that's my younger self. That was me. I would have done that sooner. I did most of this alone in an environment where I was by myself. And that was the best I could. It was the best I knew at the time. Yeah. So when you sign up at joiniman.com, you accelerate your abilities because you're putting yourself in an area where you can gain experience quicker than you could on your own. Yeah. Now, by the way, one of the reasons I did it on my own is because you couldn't build communities back in 2006. Like, that technology did not exist. You could not do it even if you wanted to. Now it's possible. Yeah. Yeah. And then the other piece of advice that I would give to my younger self is master the magic of compounding, which I kind of did automatically, intuitively, but I could have done it more. Okay? Compounding means if every day you get a little bit better, then over time you will get exceptional. By making a 1% improvement every single day, that's the fastest way to make 100% improvement. People want to go from 0 to 100%. That's the slowest way to do it, the hardest way to do it. The fastest way to go from 0 to 100% is get a little bit better every day, and pretty soon it will multiply, and then you'll be 400% better. So start smaller, but multiply it over time through compounding. And at the heart of compounding is consistency. Yeah. All right. I think we got to wrap soon. My phone is blowing up. I will do this. Okay. The code for the workbook, by the way, is PAGE, P-A-G-E, all caps. PAGE. Yep. I'm going to sign off here pretty soon. Before I do, if you're in the process of checking out or you're about to start, so you can get the extra special bonus that's only available until I sign off at joiniman.com, do me a favor and just say, I'm checking out in the chat, or let me know in the chat. Say that I'm in the process of signing up, I'm checking out, or I'm getting ready to purchase, or I'm purchasing. Something to indicate to me that you are. And if nobody is, then that's great. We'll sign up. But if you are, I will stay for you and only you until we sign off. Okay, so ADP is in the process of checking out. Ron is in the process of checking out. Jonathan is. Charles is. Harak is. Celine is trying, so we'll try as well for you. Yep. Okay, we have a few more. Monkey, nice name. Purchased already. Shout out to you. Nice. Dennis is. Okay. Neo is. Maddie, hold on. Squire Fred is. Anna is. Yeah. Nice. Iman is. Cool. Chimmy is. Chimme. A funny story on that one. So I sometimes, although less these days, because AI has made me so in demand because everybody wants me to figure out how to sell their AI thing. Because I have other things that I do with AI besides digital products with companies, but these are big corporate companies. It's crazy. But I used to take my daughter, when they would do these school events, I would go and chaperone as a parent. It was so fun. And we go to this thing one day where it's an old colonial thing. And, everybody pretends they're from the 1800s, one of those deals, right? And so we go on this field trip with this school, and all the other chaperones are moms. And I'm the only dad there. I'm like, hey, what's up? So I'm riding on this bus. We get there, and they're like, this boy has to go to the bathroom, and so you're going to have to just escort him to the bathroom because you're the only man here. And the boy's name was Chinmay. So when I saw your name in there, it reminded me of that. And really, these are the flavors of life that make life so fun, aren't they? Like, I will tell you, after I made millions of dollars, I thought about it one day. So I still hold the record for the biggest affiliate promotion in this space. So in 2015, I promoted somebody else's digital product, sold it as an affiliate, and I made $9.8 million in 8 days. Okay? Isn't that crazy? It's so crazy, in fact, that nobody in a product launch ever since has come anywhere close to that. And there's been all the famous people that have launched all their products and all these big launches that you hear about. No single person has referred $9.8 million during the launch themselves, besides me, and not just me, my company, Rapid Crush, right? So it was a big milestone in my life, and I thought about how enjoyable that felt, and it felt good, right? And then when my son was about 5, he was part of this TAP group. My son has hearing sensitivities at the time when he was really young. So loud noises became very difficult for him and become very overwhelmed. And then he had trouble processing it. I was very similar growing up, by the way. I still am. Like Luis, the CMO of the company, and me, like we work hand in hand a lot on the communication. And man, him and the guys, they can work with the music going and with stuff hopping back in and out. I'm like, how do you guys do that? Like, I can't do that. So my son was part of this TAP group, and he quit practicing. He would try to show up to every practice, and he couldn't do it, and he couldn't do it, and he couldn't do it. And he had this lady there that was part of the group, one of the coaches, and she would say, when he's ready, he will do it. And she says, Max, whenever you wish to, you can do it. Yeah? And he never practiced for the last month and a half. And then it came time at the Christmas pageant, all the kids are going out and doing the tap dance. And my son, she was like, if he wants to, he can. So I said, go for it. If you want to, try it. I didn't know if he could do it or not. And then he got up on that stage, and even though he couldn't do it in the practice room, and even though it was difficult, he had watched and he observed, and he saw every child tapping. And the teacher, Miss Lisa, she just believed in him. He got up there on stage. It was all girls. It was him and another boy, right? And they put him in the middle, and he nailed it just perfectly. And I felt so good in that moment. And I remember reflecting on it later, and I said, that feeling felt greater than making $9.8 million did in those 8 days. And then it really put it into perspective for me. Now, I get to do these things because I made the $9.8 million, right? We get to have these choices because of the results of the money that we made. So one doesn't diminish the other, but it put it into perspective, right? And so, yeah, this is what's at stake. Yeah. It's not where you go, it's who you become in the process, right? It's not the result of the money, it's who you become as you acquire it. That's what really matters. And this is really exciting. And we get to help you with that. And that feels really good. That's why I stay long. Yeah, joiniman.com. Okay, cool. I'm going to hang in this for another minute or two because I know a few more of you. I know with the number of you that are signing up, I'm going to ballpark the amount of time it will take for all of you to sign up. Yeah. Okay, cool. Awesome. Already signed up. Excellent. Hold on. What is the benefit of being VIP if I can't join the monetize? You can join the monetize. The benefit of being VIP is in and of itself, there's specific training and value that we provide to you as a VIP member. I will tell you this, Alchemy of Self, which you got as being part of the VIP, 100% worth everything to sign up. But that is a separate thing. You know, VIPs, you got extra love from us, so that's what you get. But you also get the ability to join monetize if you wish to. Yep. For some of you, I know VIP is all you could afford, and so that's also another value. That made sense for you financially, and this is out of your reach. So that's the other reason for it. Yep. But yeah. Yeah, Jason rap. See, I won't rap, and I'll tell you why. Because I quit rapping, and I haven't rapped in 16 years. So if I'm going to rap, I want to practice at it first. I will tell you something really cool I did. You want to talk about AI? If you ever used a program called Suno, I think that's how you say it, or Sono. I had the last rap I ever wrote in my life. I never produced it as a song. So I put the lyrics in to Suno, and in 10 minutes, it created a track with like an AI voice that sounded incredible. And I was like, cool. So I finally got that last song out of me that I ever had. Yeah. 3,000 people still here. Sono, Suno. Incredible, right? Yeah, good stuff. Yeah. Juan says, I have a question. I have patience and consistency is key. But you think if one person looking can make a lot of money in a couple days and monetize? No. The only way you can make a lot of money in a couple days and monetize is A, you already have massive assets that you can leverage that are built in. Or B, you get incredibly lucky. The digital product business is not a game of days. There's really no business that's the game of days that's worth doing. We used to have a lot of people in the Amazon business that would do retail arbitrage, as they would call it. I never recommended it as a model, but a lot of people would do it. So they would go down to like a Target or a Walmart or a Costco or wherever. They would find something on sale at a deal that was like discounted. Like, here's a whole bunch of shampoo. And it's, buy one, get one free. They would go, they would buy it, acquire it, and then they would list it on Amazon. And then they would list it at a normal retail price. And then they could arbitrage like $20, $10, $5. And it seems really cool because you could get paid immediately, like right away. Sometimes in a day or 2 or 3, you would generate sales with an approach like that. But nobody I ever know ever wanted to do that after doing that for a short while. It was a job. Uber probably made more money driving than doing that. So don't expect to get immediate results. 90 days. Lock into this thing for 90 days. That's my ask to you. Yeah. Now, within those 90 days, I'm very confident if you show up consistently and apply yourself that you can get a result. For sure. And then that's why you have the 2 guarantees backing you to stay with you beyond that, just in case. But the probability is high if you apply yourself that is more than sufficient. And 90 days isn't really that long. It may feel like it, but it isn't. Because if we go back and I checked in with you 90 days ago and where you're at today, like, you made it. Whatever you did, you made it. So we can go another 90 days. But yeah, this isn't a business that is immediate in the sense of days. I would not approach it from that perspective. But you can create the digital products. You can put them out there, and you can start having assets that over time will be incredibly valuable to you. And not a long period of time. So it's not instantaneous, but it's still relatively quick when you compare it to what the alternatives are. Yeah. I'm starting to fade. I got to present tomorrow, all right? Shout out to the 0.44. I like that, okay? The code, if you want to get the workbook, rockin' and rollin', it's PAGE, PAGE. I think we got to get, I'll go till Tristan gets back up here. Because I don't know how to shut the stream off. So I'm going to ping the boys to see if they could get Tristan back up here. And then I'll give a little bit of a sign up. Okay, I'm going to send this to Max. Man, Max is just, that dude is an operator. Awesome. I hear him. Okay, we're going to get ready to wrap. Awesome. I just want to say thank you so much. I appreciate each and every one of you. It has always been an honor. I always feel like it's an honor, and I'm so grateful to be here, be of service to you. I really enjoyed the chat. It was such a great day today. Shout out to 2,943 people still here. I'm so happy. I'm so excited about what the future holds, and I'm glad that we got to share the present together. I hope we get to share some more moments. Certainly can share time together tomorrow. I have a formal presentation. You're going to see me train, okay? When I train formally, it's a little bit different. I like to be tactical and specific and structural, so you're going to get that from me tomorrow. So I'm going to go prep for that. Man, this is good stuff, right? Want to do it again tomorrow? We might not go that long tomorrow. Probably not, but at least we'll get some good reps in. I'll see you then. Jason Fladlin, bye for now. JoinIman.com. Get started. I'll talk with you soon.